you're live, it says. Okay, live on YouTube as well. That's good to know. Hello, lovely YouTube people. How are you all? I hope you're all well. Let's see. Let's get the YouTube chat in here as well.
And please like and share with friends, enemies, and family.
That's
Everybody.
the one. That is the one. Yeah, it really does help. The liking and sharing thing really does make a difference. It kind of tells the algorithmic gods that something interesting is going on, and it makes them push the stream out to more people, so we get more guests, so we get more action, so we have more fun, and all of that good stuff. So there we go. Right, let's see what's going on. I think we actually had a call already lined up, but just want to make sure before we kind of get into it all. Oh, there's a cat in the background. That's awesome. Before we get into it all, I just want to make sure the stream's all happy. So if you're on the TikTok side, if you could just drop me a message just in the chat, just to let me know that it's all good, that would be super helpful. Lovely Annabella is here. Who else is here? Dr. Dig is in the house. Nix is here. Elizabeth B. Let's see. All good. Thanks, Adrian. Appreciate that. And similarly, on the YouTube side, it would be super helpful if you could just let me know if the stream seems to be behaving itself on that side too. That would be really good. And then I can relax and know all good. Thanks, Isa. Appreciate that. Isa's got my back on the YouTube side. Okay, let's have a look and see. We did have a guest actually lined up on the TikTok side, but we do not anymore. They left. So they obviously got tired of waiting for 2 minutes and then they left. So fair enough. I guess it's hard when you don't have patience. Good stuff. So a little bit of news on the tech side. If everything goes okay, my fiber line is being installed tomorrow. So
nice.
All fingers crossed. With any luck, from tomorrow, we should be in a very different place in terms of connection and bandwidth and all the sorts of things that used to make the stream fall over and give up won't anymore, which is good. And I should, if it all works as I hope it will, I should be able to kind of bump up the quality of the image, of the picture, and all of that kind of good stuff. So it should be pretty good. So that's the good news my end. And so, yeah, we're running God is Evil and Silly again. It's one of my favorite subjects, this, because some people would say, well, how can God be evil and silly? And of course, that's not really the claim. The claim really is that the whole idea is silly. But if we are going to take it at face value, then what can we glean from it, right? What we can glean from it is that this is a deity with very little concern for the well-being of his creations. And he's just not a very nice guy. He's like mean. He's a meanie. He's a bully. He's a power-hungry, thin-skinned, I guess kind of maniacal monster who just likes hurting his creations, doesn't really care about them very much. And this is demonstrated over and over again, both in scripture and also just in the world around us. I mean, imagine being an all-powerful God and going like, earthquakes and rabies and malaria. I'm fine with all of that. Yeah, let's just let that happen. And then people come in and say, yeah, but we're living in a fallen world. Okay, is God capable of making the world not fallen? No? Mm-hmm. Oh, okay. Oh, Will thought he was all powerful. We were told he was the boss, but he's not the boss. Oh, okay. Oh, he is capable of making the world not fallen. He just doesn't want to. Right. He's got reasons for malaria and leukemia in babies. He's got his own reasons. Right. So this is why we say that the whole setup is just silly. The whole thing is just a bunch of old silliness, and we need to get over it and grow up and stop believing this kind of nonsense. But if you insist on believing it, then we're going to ask you, why would you follow such a horrible monster? I wouldn't. Would you, Sean?
No.
No.
Well, caveat. To avoid burning alive for all eternity, yeah, sure. I would do whatever I have to do or say or whatever. Same
Absolutely. Yeah.
If I'm in North Korea, oh, dear leader, oh, grovel, like
Yeah.
same thing, but that doesn't
Exactly. Yeah.
speak well of the authoritarian in both cases.
Yeah, self-preservation would kick in and you'd grovel as much as you need to, but you wouldn't feel love
Right,
or adoration.
right.
That would be a stretch, wouldn't it?
And I wouldn't be able to. I couldn't just choose to.
You couldn't indeed. Yeah. Okay, let's get our first guest in. We have, looks like I. Langston was there and has now disappeared.
Started morphing in and then disappeared.
Yeah. I. Langston, if you want to come in, we'd love to talk to you. Request back up again and you'll glide in like a glidey thing, like a freshly oiled thing gliding into something else. This is not going in the direction I wanted it to go. But yeah, come on back up if you want to, or don't. That would also be fine. That would also be fine. Who else have we got? We got Viking Chef in the house. Apparently, Darth Dawkins is here watching. Excellent. Hey, Gary, how are you doing?
Hey, how you doing?
We hope you're doing well, and maybe you've discovered some new arguments. That would be good. We'd all love that. We'd all love to hear what they are. What is the grounding for bad arguments? Perhaps that could be one of your new arguments. Yeah, we could start with that. Tim Davidson says our universe is made of protons, neutrons, electrons, and morons. Boom, boom.
Like
he's here all week, folks. He's here all week. Thank you, Tim. Appreciate that. What else have we got going on? I'm just seeing who else is in here. Pastor Fairy is now a proud member of the Inner Circle. Very, very happy to welcome Pastor Fairy. And so also is Kirby, who called in at the last show. I've had a few messages with him. Absolutely awesome guy. Fantastic to speak to him. And very happy to welcome him into the Inner Circle as well, which is fantastic. Bluebeam says, triggered Christians request up. That's funny. Yeah, request up or, why not? Hey, I. Langston is back. So let's bring I. Langston in right now before anything bad happens and see what's going on. Trying. The transporter is working hard. There we go. Hey,
there it goes.
How you doing?
Hey, I'm good. How are you?
We are awesome, thank you. Very happy to be here. We do like the Thursday night stream. It's got kind of Thursday night energy about it. So we're very happy. Thanks for coming up to be our first guest. Where do you stand
this
on?
This is actually the first time I've ever done this, so forgive me if I...
Congratulations. We'll be gentle with you. Where do you stand on the God is evil and silly debate?
I'm not going to take long because I also think he is evil and silly in many ways. I had a question for you. I know you probably want a little bit more opposition, so I won't take long. But
we can take questions.
I've been wanting to. What's that?
We can take questions too.
We talk to friendlies all the time, so it's perfectly cool for you to be up and give your thoughts.
That's great. I'm a little nervous, so forgive me about that. But I've been watching a lot of your streams recently. I've been deconstructing for, gosh, I want to say about 5 years now. I was a 30-year-long Christian.
Wow.
And it's been interesting trying to navigate these waters of separating relationships. My wife is still very religious, so we have to navigate those waters. And it leaves me in a very lonely place. So I have a hard time finding places to reach out and talk to like-minded folks, but I've been finding a lot of people like you and other live streams that kind of get my mental cogs working. You know what I mean?
But you're super welcome here, man. This is it. This is what this place is for. It's for people like you. Like, come and hang out. Lots of like-minded people. Lots of people who have been through the same kind of journey that you're going through. So you're very, very welcome. What did you want to ask?
So I was watching one of your streams recently, and I've I would plug your book. I'm still kind of learning about it, so I don't want to butcher that, but very excited to hear about your book. And it's got me thinking a little bit more about choosing one's belief, but not in the sense of I think people can choose their belief. Mm-hmm. I'm more curious what your thoughts are on people actively choosing to stay closed-minded instead of choosing their belief. Because what I tend to notice a lot in these conversations is it feels almost like people have a defense mechanism where they seem to want to seek to self-preserve and chase their own interests. And it makes me wonder if there's some kind of like mental block or something that maybe they create to ignore connecting the dots of truth, because then it would disprove something. Like for me, example, I spent most of my life believing it, and of course I wanted the eternal life after. I wanted all the carrots on the stick and the rewards. Wanted to avoid hell, all the typical things. So it's like I'm wondering if instead of people choosing their belief, I'm wondering what your thoughts are on people actively avoiding changing their belief.
It's definitely a thing, right? It's definitely a thing, and it's part of the what I call the edges of control, which meaning the area where you actually can make decisions which could affect what your beliefs are. And exactly that. It's like, how open-minded are you going to be? How willing to have challenging conversations? How willing are you to expose yourself to ideas different to the ones you already think? How there's definitely some room for choice there. And we choose our attitudes sometimes. I mean, not always. Sometimes attitudes are very hard to change, but there is definitely room there for choice. And I think also room there for some degree of responsibility. Like, I get annoyed with people who are willfully ignorant about basic science. Like, it's one thing if you're willfully ignorant about basic science, you're just not interested in it and you haven't had the benefit of an education. Well, you can't be cross with someone about that. Not everyone has the same opportunities and all of that sort of thing. But people who have spent hundreds and hundreds of hours on conspiracy YouTube channels learning about how the earth is flat, or all life on earth started only a few thousand years ago, or stuff like that, they've clearly put the effort in. They just can't be asked to look at the other side of the argument. They can't be asked to look at the actual facts. And I think there's a willful closed-mindedness there. That is definitely something that people can choose to do, and it definitely has an effect on belief. So that's as much control as you can have. You can decide what your information diet is.
Information diet's a great way to put it. I heard Sean say that word a lot, and it's been kind of resonate with me when I reflect on there's something about being Christian for 30 years, and then all of a sudden in 5 years you pull it all apart, and now you're looking at the entire world differently. And I've never even thought about information diet as the defining term for that, but it makes so much sense, because I mean, it's one thing to be indoctrinated, but it's another thing to be indoctrinated and be proven wrong about your indoctrination and then still choose to stay there. It's like a weird abusive relationship that you just don't know how to leave.
Yeah.
And it had me thinking, because I think you streamed 5 days ago or something like that, and you were talking to someone about your ability to want to believe something.
Yeah.
Right. Like, I forget the example. I'm trying to think of the examples y'all were using, but you were talking about your ability to want to, but you can't control whether you actually do get convinced or not.
Yeah.
I know metaphor with the leprechaun. So, it just made me wonder.
My personal favorite.
I like that one a lot. But it was making me wonder if there was just like people have the ability to, they could be convinced of their belief if they accepted the information diet's context, but then they choose not to. And I was just wondering if that was something you shed some light on in your book, or
you can put up mental blocks, like you said, very easily. I think that the threat of hell, it doesn't do well as far as converting people, in my opinion. The whole Pascal's wager thing, where if you're wrong, you go to hell, but if you're right, that sort of thing. Mm-hmm. I don't think it's strong at convincing people, but I think it's a very powerful tool for keeping people who already believe in that belief state. And I just say that from my own personal experience. There was a lot of years when just from time to time doubts kept creeping in my mind, and then I would like push them out and not allow myself to ponder them, to really think about, am I actually wrong about this? And so it wasn't until much later in life when I kind of grew the courage to like, what? I just want to know what's true. Is this actually true? Because I have doubts, and this doesn't make sense in the Bible, and this doesn't make sense. And, I explained them away before. And then, and I think that happens quite a bit. Not just the fear of hell, but like when somebody's entire identity, sense of worth, their community, everything, there's so much riding on believing and so much to lose if they don't believe, that they become resistant. And a lot of people will think of that as choice, but your mindset and your disposition toward a position is very powerful, even in trivial things. So here's an experience I've had multiple times. I'm a NFL football fan. I'm a 49ers fan. So let's say I go to a sports bar and they're playing the Seahawks. The 49ers wear red, the Seahawks, they wear blue or green or, what have you. And there's a questionable call on the field, like holding, 10-yard penalty, blah, blah, blah. And then it's if it's on the line, all the people wearing the red shirts will say that was for sure holding. That was a terrible call. And the blue shirts will say, like, no, no, that call was right, and everything else. They're looking at the same information, and they're just actually legitimately convinced of their position. But there's like an emotional attachment to an outcome. So that's like motivated reasoning, which isn't even motivated reasoning you're not choosing. There's just that unconscious bias about desiring an outcome that can affect how you perceive information.
Yeah, that was my next question. And I want to respect your time and your live and stuff, because I know you probably want some opposition. I appreciate y'all taking this, but my second question, and then I'll leave y'all to it.
Sure.
Was exactly that. It was the motivation behind the reward, the carrot at the end of the stick, eternal life, and all that stuff. Mm-hmm. Sometimes whenever I listen to arguments and debates, or even just healthy conversations in general about religion and truth of whether God exists or not, I feel like if you just take the reward away, I wonder what the arguments would look like. I wonder if theists would still hold the same morals and values if there was no reward at the end of the road, right? So that might be a fun little prompt for you in the future, but I'm curious your thoughts on that.
Well, what would it say about them if the answer was no, right? If they're saying, the only thing that's stopping them from committing, grievous acts against people and killing and taking what they want and all the rest of it is a concern about potential future consequences if they're caught, or if they have to pay for it further down the line. What a horrible thing to say about yourself.
And kind and caring and compassionate because God's watching.
Exactly.
You take all that out, you take the reward out of it. Would you still be the same person?
Exactly. And I've heard other people say, I can't remember who first said this, and Sean, maybe you'll know, but the number of people who I kill and steal from is the exact number I want to. It's like I'm not holding back for fear of consequences. Like the number is 0 because I'm just not inclined to do those things, because I have compassion and empathy for people, and I don't want to inflict pain on people. Mm-hmm. It's not a fear of consequences. And what does it say about someone? We have had people who come in here and they literally say, it's unbelievable to hear it. The only thing that's stopping them, the only reason they can see why they can't just help themselves to everything they want and hurt whoever they want is celestial invigilation. I just think what a horrible thing to say about yourself.
Yeah, it's incredible. It's incredibly freeing. My wife and I talk about it all the time. She's still very spiritual. I don't think she's as much religious anymore. When we first met, 10 years ago, she was very religious, but I don't think she's as much religious now as she is just very spiritual and, connected to there must be more. So maybe more of an agnostic take, but we talk about it all the time. It's like, what's more impressive, the person who doesn't murder because they're told not to, or the person who doesn't murder because they can ground their own morals in themselves?
Exactly. Exactly.
They don't need a reward for not doing it.
Flibberty Giblets just clarified. That's right. It was Penn Jillette who said it. Thanks, Flibberty. Absolutely. That's exactly who it was. And of course, he would say something as brilliant as that. It's just so devastating. It's such a brilliant way of putting it. Just the precise amount I want. And then you could say to someone else, how about you? Is it hard work being constrained and not being able to, grape and murder as much as you want to? Is that hard work for you? Oh dear.
Yeah.
If that's the case.
Yeah, it's wonderful being able to talk about this with someone that kind of shares like views, but I'm curious if you pulled that out in a conversation with a theist, how they would reflect on it.
It comes up all the time. It comes up all the time, actually.
Oh, you have?
So there's some favorite arguments from theists, and they actually go in cycles. So still hanging around is tag, God is the necessary precondition for logic and intelligibility, blah, blah, blah. And then also the moral arguments. where do you get your objective morality? It's very popular in an argument of itself, but it's also very commonly used to avoid the specifics of the the atrocities in the Bible done by God. And so if you bring up troublesome verses in the Bible, they'll want to sidestep that and get into a moral argument, generally a philosophical argument about, well, where do you ground your morality? What's your objective standard for evil? That sort of thing.
Yeah.
So they're not actually talking about God having people great, genocide, and like there's such a plethora of awful things you can talk about in the Bible, but they're not actually, if they drag you into that, they're not actually having to address the God of the Bible condoning slavery explicitly.
Yeah. It's definitely a nice little thing to reflect on. I love that.
Well, thanks for coming up to speak to us, man. I really, really hope that you find this community helpful, whether it's ours or Justin's or the other kind of groups of people that converge around these kind of issues and these ways of looking at them, because nothing helps as much as being around other people that can tell you you're not crazy, tell you you're not bad, and help you to move on. I really understand how hard it is after many, many years. The fact that you've been in this process for 5 years says a lot. Like it must have been really hard for you, and we feel for you, but good for you. You're sounding like you're completely you're on it. You're thinking clearly. You're being intellectually honest, and it can be a bumpy road, but that's what we're here for, and that's what the community is here for. So, thanks for coming up, and good on you, and feel free to come back again.
Absolutely, I'm glad that door's open. It's lonely for anyone else that's out there, maybe in the same position that I'm at. It's lonely at first, but I feel like, only strong people come from hard times. So I feel like nothing but good could come from it, and I don't mind seeing it through. But I am very thankful that places like this and people like you do exist doing this kind of stuff. So yeah, I appreciate y'all having me. Thank you.
Thanks, friend. All the very best. Take it easy.
Take care. Great life.
Thanks, man. Cheers. Okay, what a great person. I really respect that. Imagine taking 5 years to deconstruct and thinking about this stuff for 5 years. That's 5 years spent having to figure that out and wrestle with yourself about stuff, and still moving towards intellectual honesty and integrity. I have the utmost respect for people like him. Really the utmost. That's absolutely brilliant. Okay, I'm going to close off the voting right now. Just a few of us voted. So if you want to vote for callers while they're up, this is what we do here. You get to vote on them. You get to vote. I'm going to put the link in both chats. And what I want you to do is vote on how good you think their arguments are. Is the height of the ball in the crosshairs, and how good you think their faith of coming in with either in good faith or a bit trolly is the left to the right. So left end if you think they're a troll, right end if you think that they are there in good faith, and then up if you think their arguments and their content of what they're saying is impressive, and down if you don't think it is. I've just put the link into the YouTube chat. I'm just going to paste it right now into the TikTok as well, so that you guys can all get involved if you want to. It's not mandatory. You don't have to do it, but it's fun. And then at the end, if I remember, because I'm always forgetting, but I will try to remember, I'll show you the leaderboard, and we get the top 3 calls, the best 3 conversations and the worst 3 conversations as rated by you lot. So those are the links. Feel free to use them. I would love it if you did. Okay, we are going to head over to the YouTube side, and we're going to get our very good friend T in, and then after T we've got Richard and Sebastian. So if you're waiting, Richard and Sebastian, we won't be too long. Be patient, and we'll be with you. T, are you there?
Hello.
Hey.
Can you hear me?
Yes. How are you?
I'm good. How are you and Sean?
We
Doing
are
well, thank you.
doing well, thanks. What's happening in your...
Today was the funeral.
Right. Yeah. I'm
and,
very sorry.
Everything went... Oh, well, thank you. everything went good, and I just wanted to again say thank you to the community for being so kind, and for you and Sean being so kind.
Of course.
Of course.
Everything
Yeah, of
everything
course.
went good, except my shirt didn't fit. I didn't
Right.
have any button-down shirts, so I ordered one off Amazon, and I ordered an extra large, and it fit like a medium, so I couldn't
Uh-oh.
wear it.
All right.
So I had to wear my t-shirt and a coat over it and I look like a slob.
Oh, I'm sure
It
you
was only
didn't.
our it was only our close family there anyway, so I didn't really care too much, and I know she wouldn't have cared, so that
Fair
was
enough.
okay.
Fair
But
enough.
yeah, everything went okay. I mean, I didn't cry or anything. I felt kind of like a monster because I didn't cry, but I mean, I have been crying. It's just
You
I think
react.
I've had longer to prepare for this because I've lived with her for almost 20 years now. So,
Yeah. Yeah. Well, it's a big deal, and you might find that it's a bumpy road. These things happen when they happen, and we can't predict how we react to these things. But um, I'm at least pleased that you know that you're amongst friends here, and we've all been thinking about you, and know that it's been a really bumpy few weeks for you. So, and through all of it, you have still maintained the Discord server and helped to build it out and helped to keep it growing and all the input and all the stuff, which is absolutely incredible. So we are all very, very grateful for you.
that's kind of how my brain operates through stuff like this. It likes to be busy, it likes to do things.
Yeah, I get that. Totally makes sense. Totally makes sense. Yeah, well, look, thanks for letting us know how you're doing, and this is your home. You're always welcome here. So we all love you, Tracy. Thank you so much.
Oh, and I added the rate the guest link into the Discord too.
Oh,
So
that's
if you guys
awesome.
can't get to it in one of the lives, you can go there and get it.
Incredible. Thank you for doing that. I really appreciate it. That's awesome. Well, thanks so much. And yeah, we'll be speaking soon, no doubt.
I'll let you guys go. Have a
All
good
right.
live.
Take it
You
easy.
too.
Thanks, friend.
Bye.
Take care. Bye. Okay. Thank you to Tracy. What an absolute hero in our community. Really a one-off. So thank you for that. Okay, we are, as promised, going to get Richard in next on the same place. Richard, are you there?
One. Can you hear me?
We can.
Yeah, we got you.
Okay, cool.
Hi.
Yeah, no, this is interesting. How are you guys doing?
Yeah, we're good, thanks. We're good. Welcome up and welcome in.
Yeah.
And
I'll say I state my position.
Yeah.
I am a Christian.
Okay.
Yeah, I think. Sorry, my dog's barking.
That's right.
To respond to, I was gonna come in here and say something first, but then just to respond to that guy's previous last comment, which is just that. I think as far as do you just do good things as a reward for God? I think I can't speak for every Christian because there are lots of Christians who ultimately just don't even care about the Bible and think, Christian in quotation marks, who aren't really beholden to anything and are more or less just Christian because they were raised that. But as far as a Christian who is beholden to what the Bible says, then the Bible's pretty clear. Your own behavior here isn't what gets you to heaven or hell. So no, I would say anyone who's listening and reading what the Bible says unequivocally, if they're trying to be good, it has nothing to do with reaping eternal reward. So
let me clarify that a little bit. The claim is not always that the only reason to do something good is for the reward. What they're basically saying is that unless you believe in a God, you have no basis on which to call anything right and wrong. And so they're saying that the God is what they often use the word grounds. The deity grounds their morality is very often the claim.
Sure.
And that without the deity,
so that was my other point.
You have no basis.
I mean,
for
the
this.
other guy, the other guy was definitely what he was saying though was definitely that, like, oh, if you only do good things because you like, that was his question. Maybe that's not what you're saying. I'm not going to make you beholden to what one of your fans said, but that's what he was saying.
I
And
mean,
as far as morality grounding, and as far as God grounding morality, that is something different. Like, that's a different discussion than do we just do good to reap eternal reward.
but it's similar. It's a similar discussion, because they're basically saying that unless the magic man in the sky says it's good, you've got no reason to say it's good. This is something we hear all the time.
Well, I mean, that's not something I would even really. That I don't take that perspective. I guess what I would say to that is, if without the part that I would agree with in that claim, and what isn't really addressed in his question, is that if there is no God to define right and wrong, then right and wrong are just emotions. They're just feelings.
They're
and
just
that's fine. And I'm not like a Christian, because I think there are some Christians who basically argue that, like, oh, you can't operate that way. Well, people do operate that way all the time. You can. I'm sure that you and your co-host have your own perspective on morality, and ultimately that is rooted in your guys' emotions about what you think is good and bad.
Which is the same with you.
Richard, are you able to hear me?
Yeah, we got you.
No, I'm not saying I'm necessarily.
Can I just check something? Richard, can you hear Sean okay?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I can. Sorry.
You can. Okay.
Okay. Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. So, with or without a God, morality is just emotions. And so basically, what you are doing is you're taking your personal preference, your stance, and deciding, I want to outsource my morality to this deity's subjective opinion or its emotional state or its feelings toward actions. Something is objective if it's mind independent. It doesn't matter which mind. It would be like, imagine if God said, Never Gonna Give You Up by Rick Astley is a great song. That doesn't make it objectively great. It's just still that God giving its opinion on a thing. Go ahead.
I mean, this ultimately might be something that we're reaching a rooted disagreement, because the conception of God that I want to say most Christians, but lots of Christians don't argue well for the position, I'll be honest. God would be the grounding. I think the philosophical way of understanding of this is God is both the grounding of morality, he can ground it in an objective sense, but it is also a morality to which he is beholden. Like, it's not just God's whim.
No, I got you, but that's just saying something. So, like, I could take my personal preference, like your preference is to defer to God. My preference is evaluating how actions affect. Hold on. Let me finish.
Sure.
My preference is evaluating how actions affect the well-being of others, and so I can just by decree say, well, how actions affect the well-being is the grounding. I'm just calling it the objective grounding of morality. But the thing is words have definitions, and if something is objective, for example, the moon exists, if it's a fact of reality independent of any minds, your God having a stance on behavior is by definition.
Well, I know that's what I was just saying, is that you're misunderstanding my conception of God. Because it's not God's whim. It isn't up to God. God couldn't change his mind and then suddenly decide burning babies is actually good. He is not capable of doing that. And
how is that relevant?
Because what I'm saying is that there is a misconception. You're not really conceiving. I think you think God is like a man in the sky, and like we think that morality is like his whim. No, morality is like an objective thing that is rooted in him, but also something that he himself is beholden to.
How's that any different than me just claiming, if I were a God believer, beauty is just this objective thing that is grounded in God, and if God says a piece of poo is beautiful, then it's objectively beautiful, and if you don't like it, you're just objectively wrong. It's just calling it objective by decree, but it has to be demonstrated. Like, what would define good, and if you're going to index it to God, then
Well, God would be God is that root. Like that, I guess that's, you don't have to accept that. That's fine. I'm not even saying that
I'm
as like
saying it doesn't make logical sense.
I think I would disagree, but I don't know that I could convince you otherwise. Like I said, God is not a man in the sky. So
No, it doesn't matter if he is. If he's a thinking agent that has a stance on behaviors, then it is. Then
like I said,
it
it's
is
not
by
his
definition.
stance. It's not like God's stance on it.
It's his. Let me guess. It's his nature, right? If it's not his stance,
I'm gonna drop this point because I don't really think it's we're going anywhere productive. But I do think that you're straw manning the position of
I'd like to, if possible, refer to something you said earlier, actually, which kind of stuck in my craw a little bit. So you said that you're ultimately not judged based on how you acted and how you behaved. You're judged based on something else, right? In other words, salvation doesn't arise from your works; it arises from your beliefs.
And so that was actually I wanted to address that, what that previous caller said, because I do think that is an interesting or a good answer to his question, which is a solid no, as far as do I just do good for eternal reward?
So
but then
let's
the
not
main
worry
reason I wanted to
that.
address to even talk to you is because I got you showing up on my YouTube feed over the last 3 days, and then the one thing I heard you say, which I was like, okay, that I think is totally incorrect, which is, and then I saw you at live stream. I'm like, yeah, whatever. Well, let's see. But basically, correct me if I'm wrong, but your argument is that, well, beliefs are not explicitly chosen.
Yeah.
And so for God to condemn or not condemn an individual based off their belief in Christianity would be wrong.
Correct.
Yeah, so the number of things are incorrect here.
Please don't say you don't go to hell for your beliefs, you go to hell for your sinful nature.
Well, there's I'll address, there's several points, but one is, we do condemn people for their beliefs all the time, and I think it's perfectly righteous to do so. For instance, they could just be like a racist who thinks who believes black people are inferior.
So let's deal with that. Let's deal with that. So a racist who thinks that holds a view like that holds the view because at some point they've been persuaded that it's true. Now we can condemn the belief as a horrible belief. We can argue against it. And we can condemn condemn the actions that people take as a result of that belief. But that doesn't mean we have to lie to ourselves and pretend that the person holds that belief because they decided to hold it. It's still a fact that they hold that belief because something convinced them. Maybe their parents told them when they were children. Maybe they were just subsumed into a culture of racism, which told them that.
Furthermore, we don't punish people for being a racist.
Exactly.
There is no thought whatsoever that I would impose actual physical consequences on somebody.
Physical? I don't know. What do you mean by physical? I mean, we don't put them in jail.
Any tangible? Or hell, right? We don't put them in jail. We don't put them in hell. We don't fine them. We don't impose any sort of punishment on somebody for any thought, any belief whatsoever.
Let me be clear. I do impose punishment on people. And I mean, it's not criminal punishment, but I do impose punishment. If I found out that someone unironically was, or not being edgy, not anything like that, but not to say that's justifiable, but they genuinely believed that everyone who wasn't white was inferior to them, I would not be friends with that person. I would not socialize with that person.
But you're entitled to do that. But you're entitled to withdraw your friendship. But as wonderful as I'm sure your
But
friendship
that is a
is,
punishment.
you wouldn't throw that person in a furnace or advocate for them to be tortured or annihilated or any of the gifts that we're promised God and Jesus
but
have in
that's
store for
not-
us
that's
if
not the
we
point.
if we believe the incorrect things.
I know that's just not the point that I'm making, but the point that I'm making, you're right. I would not say that we should start rounding everyone up who thinks that. A, because we couldn't ascertain that even if we wanted to, and B, like I just wouldn't do that. You're allowed, if you want to think that, you can think that.
But that's what's being
what we-
assessed here
what-
is God throwing people in hell for non-belief.
No, okay, I know, but okay, so it sounds more like your issue isn't that it's with non-belief, but that the punishment is severe.
No,
Because
the issue is still that it's punishing people, whether it's severe or a mild inconvenience. It's still problematic because you're punishing people for something they could not do differently.
okay, I do put it, like I said, I would remove friendship and I would seek, and I would potentially, if they were like an employee, here's like a concrete thing. If I found out that I work in healthcare, if I found out that one of like my fellow like healthcare workers, they had like a very severe, like they thought all these other people were inferior to them, that is something that I think they could conceivably be fired for, and
So
you could face punishment. Because I don't
you-
necessarily trust that person to provide equitable care if
Sure.
they actually think people who don't have white skin are worse than them.
Here's what you're missing. The only way you could know that about them is if they took some type of action, which itself is punishable. For example, expressions that all these people of this race are this way, or there would have to be some type of punishable action that they took for you to know that they are a racist.
No, well, they could just tell me.
Well, that's an
Which
action.
is an action, right?
Okay, that's fine, but God doesn't need an action to know what you believe.
Right.
Right,
But that's why it's a
again,
problem,
circling
because
back to
this
the
is
context of
legitimizing thought crime. Legitimizing thought crime. This is the pinnacle of
So you're saying that if
of
someone
controlling systems. You know, this is so Orwellian that you don't even need to say anything.
Wait,
God knows what you
So
think
then-
already.
So it's okay to punish them if they explicitly say
Well,
it.
I don't
because
actually
that
think
gives
it
an action
is.
to punish, but
no.
it's not okay to punish them if
so-
you're an all-knowing being who knows they think it, but they didn't.
So
say
let me
it.
let me
If they don't
clarify
act-
it. So in your
Go ahead.
situation, what you're doing is you're removing them from a situation where they might cause harm to others, because they may, to use your example,
As a
refuse
punishment, they would lose their
refuse to provide the same level of care to people from a certain ethnic group as to people from another ethnic group. So you have a duty in that situation to make sure that that job is carried out properly. And if that means removing people who won't do it properly, then that's absolutely fine, right? But but that is not analogous to God taking a person at the end of their life and going, you know what, you didn't get convinced of the right things, so it's into the furnace for you. Who is being protected in that scenario?
Okay, so I'll try to reiterate my points one more time, and then I'll probably move on.
But please answer the answer the question. Who is being protected in the scenario where God throws, as Revelation 21:8 says, the
I wouldn't
unbelievers
even
into the lake
care-
of fire?
That is like a completely irrelevant question.
It's not irrelevant because the example you used. The example. No. You can wait. You can wait for a moment.
You're
Wait for a
asking
moment.
me to be beholden to a justification for an action that I didn't provide.
I'm-
You provided your own justification for firing a healthcare worker for a racist opinion, and then you asked me to make that analogous.
I'm using
Cool
the
story, but
exact.
who's being
I'm
punished?
using the
Yeah, who's being
exact
protected?
example that you gave. The exact example you gave was a healthcare worker who may do their job badly and hurt people because of their views. I would absolutely agree with you that someone like that should be removed from their job because they are going to be hurting other people.
I'm
Right?
not asking. Don't put a justification that then I have to be beholden to. I can justify it myself.
John
But
is
you're-
asking a
you're
question to expose
justifying-
how it's disanalogous, and you're refusing to answer the question. If you ask me an irrelevant question like "Are most pancakes round?" I would just answer them, because if it's disanalogous or it's irrelevant, it's not going to poke a hole in my position. So
I would
John
like
asked you a
to
question.
here.
To address how it's disanalogous. Why are you afraid to answer it?
It has something to do with being afraid to answer
Then
it.
answer it. Just answer it. John and I will answer every single question that is asked of us.
I have.
You hold yourself to the
No,
same
you well,
standard.
you didn't, because I already asked a question before this.
Which question did I not answer?
So, basically, my point was, you think that it's basically in principle wrong to condemn someone for their beliefs.
Yeah. Now that doesn't mean
Okay.
that we have to accept their beliefs, by the way. We can make them
No,
pay
I
a
know.
price for their
I know.
beliefs if their
But
beliefs
so to
start
issue
hurting
any kind
other
of
people.
punishment,
If their beliefs
issue
start
a
hang
punishment,
on.
any
yes.
kind of punishment,
And I don't consider my choice of
hang on.
friends as a
Yeah.
punishment.
Yeah. Also,
Somebody
I would say
can be.
someone losing their economic source of, like, their income source.
I'm okay with that if it's to protect others. Is anybody being protected by God?
I know
that's the point you refused to
so
address.
Then in principle, it's not wrong to. You need a justification, but in principle, it's not always wrong.
In principle, it's okay to protect others, but God isn't protecting others by throwing us in.
Okay, so that's just a justification, which is fine.
I'm still talking.
But like I said, so then in
No. You're missing the point. The example you gave was one where you would fire an employee because their views would be hurting someone. I completely agree with you. In a situation where somebody's beliefs are going to hurt others, you need to protect the others. Obviously. Can you give an example of a situation where you would punish someone for their beliefs where their beliefs were not going to hurt others?
Okay, I know. So then the amendment to your position would be that it is wrong to punish someone for their beliefs unless their beliefs are things that would harm others.
No, removing them from the ability to harm others isn't a punishment. It's just a mean to protect.
It is a punishment. Losing your income. This is like a completely ridiculous.
No, if there was a way to protect the other employees without firing them, I wouldn't fire them. But in a sense, I would, because I circle back to the only way you could possibly know they are racist, at least for us, is if they actually participated in an action. But if I was a mind reader and I learned that person was a racist, I wouldn't want to punish them for it. However, that's fine. I would have to take action to protect them from others. You agree
protect
that
others
God
from them.
Throwing us in the fire isn't to protect others, right?
No, that is not in principle what it is about. There you go.
So you agree? Yeah.
Okay, so, I mean, you don't. I mean, that's fine. Let me be clear.
And also, why is it immoral to not be convinced God
I'm about to give you a concession. So you amending the position to.
We didn't amend it.
It's fine to condemn people, basically issue a punishment for a belief if that belief is could harm others.
No,
but it isn't fine if it wouldn't.
That's a straw man. I don't consider removing somebody from their ability to harm others as a punitive action. It's a protective action. Now, it may have harmful effects, but that harmful effect is just an unavoidable consequence.
You don't know.
Stop talking over people. Okay. The point is, it's a protective measure, not a punitive one. The point is not at all to punish that person. Now, it just so happens the only means I would have to protect others would be something that is harmful to that person, but that's only a consequence of me not being all powerful. If I had a means to protect others from him in a way that wasn't punitive, I would take that action instead.
I wouldn't. I think people could be.
No, that's fine. But what I want, to know
if it's fine, then in principle it isn't wrong. That's what I'm saying.
Do you consider it immoral to be unconvinced that any gods exist?
Do I consider it immoral to be
unconvinced that any gods exist?
That's an interesting question.
Who is being hurt by this? Who is being protected by the imposition of this punishment? What's the purpose of it? What's it achieving?
The reason I'm asking is punishment is supposed to be for an immoral act, right?
That is a question well, first off, that is a question I'm happy to engage with. That's just not relevant to what I was saying.
Well, it's relevant to my point. So you're saying punishment because there are beliefs that we recoil at and say, what an awful, immoral belief.
And I would punish.
Hold on. Yeah. So I get it. I have a visceral reaction to somebody being a racist because they marginalize other people and they that's icky, right? Do you have that same reaction to somebody simply on an intellectual level just not being convinced your God or that any gods exist?
Not necessarily. I would need to know more about the person.
Okay, so let me ask you. Let me ask you a question then. Let me ask you a question. So, in your hypothetical, right, you're all up for punishing somebody because they have racist beliefs, and you think the very fact that they have that belief, whether they're even enacting on it, whether they're doing anything about it, just the very fact that they have that belief that you find offensive is grounds to punish them. Well, I find people who hold homophobic beliefs as disgusting as racist beliefs, and the Bible completely sanctifies homophobic beliefs. In fact, it says that men lying with other men are an abomination and deserving of death. Does that make you as a Christian deserving of punishment for holding a Bible in your hand?
Well, first off, a few things, and I am addressing your question. It's just that one, I didn't say you could just the specifics of the punishment. I don't think you have carte blanche to just do whatever you want to a racist. There are people who like punch a racist or punch a fascist or whatever.
I didn't say
today.
punch. You established.
I know you didn't.
No,
I know
but
you didn't. I just some people do say things like that, and I don't agree with that. So I'm not saying
we're not going there. But you've established the principle that if somebody holds a view that you don't like, you think that person can be have punitive action taken against them, whether or not their views are even hurting anyone. That's the standard that you have now defined. By that standard, am I allowed to punish you for holding views that I find offensive?
Well, first off, like, I am gay, so that's like not even a relevant question, or that's not even like
still irrelevant.
It's still a relevant question,
but
because it's still a relevant question. You can be gay, but it's still the case that the Bible is deeply homophobic.
This isn't really like the direction. I'm not interested in engaging with like this very specific minutia about what is and isn't moral, because I don't think I would say largely we probably don't disagree all that much about what is and isn't moral.
You think it's okay to burn someone alive for all eternity for not being convinced a God exists? So we're gonna get into the minutia, which is why
I'd be happy to talk about. I'm talking about morality and specific behavior.
Please stop talking over people.
Okay.
All right. So which is why I brought up like your comparison, like, well, it's okay like to punish people for being racist or having racist views. First of all, we can get into the minutia, and we did, about whether even deplorable thought crimes, should be punished or what have you. But we don't even have an equivalency here. We just have, on an intellectual level, I'm not convinced any gods exist, just like some people may be convinced that there's a multiverse and other people can't. It's an intellectual assent that I just can't make. Is there any moral value that can be assigned to that whatsoever?
Yes.
Okay, what's the moral value of?
Well, I would say, as an analogy, I think it is immoral when people are flat earthers. There are people who will tell you the exact same thing, that they are simply unconvinced, and they find themselves,
what
all
makes
the same things you just said, that the Earth is a globe, and they just think the Earth is flat.
Okay, so by what criteria do you determine if something is moral versus immoral?
Well, this is just like a total. I don't really I feel like these conversations go completely all over the place.
Well, I'm sorry, the conversation isn't going. It's an important question, because here's the thing. I value how actions affect the well-being of others. If somebody is racist, they are undoubtedly in certain ways harming the well-being of others.
Oh, well, okay.
Somebody, you're casting moral aspersions, like, not just like, it's okay, like,
do you want me to explain why I would cast moral aspersions on a flat earther?
Let me finish. Like, I can understand, even if you're like, you're stupid if you don't believe God exists. If you think I'm stupid, that's fine. There are many people I think are not very intelligent.
Well,
that's a very different thing to say that person is immoral. Yeah. I think people who are flat.
I don't think you're stupid, FYI. That's not like.
But I'm saying that's the furthest you could go, in my view, of like saying somebody like is not intellectually convinced of something that you're intellectually convinced of. like that's immoral is just ludicrous to me.
Well,
And
it
that's why I
has the
asked,
capacity to be.
what
I
is your
wouldn't
like,
say everyone who disagrees with me
what?
about something is immoral. I would say it can be. It depends on the topic. I would say
Okay, so
in the instance of like a flat Earth, for instance, and to sort of address like how I would analyze that morally. The reason I was like a little stumped by your previous question, or direct question to me, was like, I guess like I would take it on a case by case basis. I don't have one unifying principle for how I might address whether or not something is moral or not. I think I would take it on I would
so you have your
examine
own
the
moral
situation,
stance.
and
You
then I
don't
would
just
address
refer
the
to God.
morality of it. And for instance, with flat earthers, one thing that I think has a moral element attached to it is acknowledgement of truth. And I think that it is good to acknowledge truth, and it is bad to believe false things, and particularly obstinately so. And so I would say flat earth is a sort of like peak. I'm not listening. I'm not looking at the reality of the situation. I'm not looking at the evidence. And typically, there's also a kind of in-group,
So ironic that their
motivation.
evidence so often is the Bible, isn't it? Which completely presents the Earth as flat.
I mean, it really doesn't, but that's
It really does.
like,
it really
okay.
does. But we won't get into that. I mean, we won't get into that now. But the I beg your pardon?
Chapter verse, the earth is flat. Let's hear it. Where does God say, like, chapter verse?
In the book of Job, it says it. It says that earth is rolled flat like clay under a seal. It says it in a few places.
Oh, yeah, that totally. It's just like poetry, where it's like,
it
just reminds
it's
me
a metaphor for. It's a metaphor for.
Is the dome poetry too? Like
what?
Look, let's not get into this because this is a complete pivot. The point is we're way off piste here, right? The point is there's a principle here, which is that the central tenet of Christianity is that if you die not believing the right things, that there's a punishment in store, and whether you personally think that they are the correct things, it's still the case that for someone like me or Sean or many of the hundreds of people listening, there is no ability to believe these things. I can no more choose to believe in Jesus than I can flap my arms and fly around like a bird. I'm not capable of doing it because I don't think it's true. I'm not convinced by it. Okay, right? So it's impossible for me to do it. And therefore, me being punished for it is morally stupid. Because there's nothing I can do to change this about myself.
Well, okay, so then there's two responses I have to that. One of them is about, and you're not going to like it, but I think the way you're framing it, I think is just incorrect. So the way I would reframe it, and you can have your qualms with this, but this is what I would say is, as it stands, the narrative that God puts about our relationship to him is he created us to be in communion with him, live in a perfect world where he would provide everything we would need, and we would be in eternal bliss with God.
And then he hides.
Then we committed sin.
Then he hides.
So the status quo is that I'd happily talk to divine hiddenness with you, but let me finish my point. The status quo is God puts you on this earth to live in communion with him and do good and live a happy life. And instead of that, humans have corrupted the world.
I haven't corrupted the world. Hang on. Stop tarring me with other people's brushes. I haven't corrupted the world. Who is this humans you speak of? Are you speaking about Adam and Eve, the mythical, the mythical people? And well, that's ridiculous. If you think that you are morally culpable for the actions you've taken in hurting other people, that's for you to apologize to those people. I haven't corrupted the world.
You also didn't refute his framing whatsoever.
That's really funny. I've actually never heard anyone respond that way.
You never refuted his framing. Neither John nor I can.
Well, you didn't even let me finish. So you didn't let me finish.
Okay, so you're going to refute his framing, right? The fact statements that he made, you're going to refute those things.
Okay, let me be clear. Let me finish my reframing, and then I have a question. My reframing would be that as it stands, we are all, the way the Bible presents it, and you can disagree with this, but the way the Bible presents it is that we are all culpable for the corruption of the world. And as it stands, when God by his very nature has to condemn and punish that corruption.
He just
and
has
that
to. He's
sin.
got no choice. Absolutely no choice. The all-powerful creator of the entire universe. He's looked in his book and it says, you must punish the world. You must make it a sinful nature in a fallen world. It says so in subsection 3 of chapter 16 of the rules. God looks at the rules. He's got absolutely no choice. There was a rumor that he was sovereign. There was a rumor that he was all-powerful. There was a rumor that forgiveness can actually be given without people being murdered instead, and without having
You're
to
not
people.
Like, trigger me, so I don't know why you're.
I'm not trying to trigger you. I'm showing you that your position is ludicrous, absolutely ludicrous.
Everything you just said didn't sound ludicrous to me. I think it does make sense that God, as like God is ultimately not a human. I mean, Jesus, the Son, was incarnated as a human,
right?
But like God,
and God is just some kind of
human,
middle manager, some sort of middle manager, that's just not able to do anything if it doesn't say so in the rule book that he follows. Are you serious?
You didn't refute John's points at all. You just said God wants to punish a corrupted world, this and that. Well, what is the cure? What's the divine pardon to that? You have to believe the right things, which
the
John and I are incapable. Do you acknowledge John and I are incapable of believing Jesus actually exists as a deity?
No.
Well, here we go.
Okay, so belief is a choice then. Is that what you're saying?
No.
Okay, so if belief isn't a choice and John and I don't believe, then we cannot choose to believe. It either is a choice.
I don't think you could choose to. I don't think it's quite that simple. And I agree with your central yes, I don't think that people, in a sense, and in the same vein that you believe, as convinced that you are that Christianity isn't true, I am convinced that it is.
Yes, which isn't a choice. And I don't think you should deserve to be burned alive for disagreeing with me.
But one of us is right. One of us is correct.
Correct.
Either you're correct.
That is correct. Yeah. Yes. You are right. I don't think you should be punished in the slightest, let alone burned alive for all eternity, because you became convinced God exists. Because
you won't be burned alive because you didn't. You'll be burned.
Exactly. Yeah. For our sins, the divine pardon. Got it. Yeah. The divine pardon is based on something you cannot choose, right?
I don't think it's a simple choice. I don't think you can just sit down.
Is that a yes or no? Can I choose to believe God exists?
I think there are many choices that you can choose to take to what will prevent you from believing.
What if all of those? What if none of those choices result in belief? What if all the things that you? What if all the? So you are currently victim blaming the millions of people across human history who have got on their knees and looked for the God you prayed to and heard nothing but silence. It's all their fault. They didn't make the right choice. They didn't try hard enough. They didn't believe hard enough. They didn't pray hard enough. This is nonsense. I'm not having it. This is nonsense. It's such a disgusting thing to just victim blame. When people suffer so much, when they lose faith, it feels like a bereavement. But according to they just haven't made the right choices. Can you not see what a totally morally bankrupt position it is that you're holding?
Well, you just applied to a bunch of things too. No, it's not like, well, if you're just crying out, there are people who cry out to false gods, and then they don't hear from those false gods.
More victim blaming. They just chose the wrong gods. There are people who've cried out to your God and just heard absolutely nothing back.
Because I wasn't convinced because I prayed and God was like, you know what, you're right. It's Christianity. Good job, bro. Like, that's not what happened. I looked at the available evidence.
How delightful for you. No one else, you think no one else has looked at the evidence that just happened to convince you? You were credulous enough to believe the evidence you looked at. Lots of other people aren't.
Okay, that sucks for them.
Right, exactly. Listen to what you're saying. Sucks for them. They're going to end up in the fire because they weren't gullible as me. That's basically the position you're taking. And you're presenting that as if it's a morally sound, perspective. It's not a morally sound perspective. It's a morally unsound perspective. You should be ashamed of yourself for holding it. that your demand is that other people who are just not quite as easily swayed by poor evidence as you were.
You don't even know what evidence has swayed me, so I don't know why
it doesn't because whatever evidence it is, it's going to be nothing that everyone else could have had access to.
What do you talk? There are people who I think that you believe that people actually care about truth, and the reality is most people go about their everyday lives not giving two shits about what's true and what's not.
Okay,
I would agree with that. I would agree with that.
If I genuinely care about truth and I look at all the evidence and I pray and I do all those things and I'm still unconvinced your God exists,
right?
And is it my fault and do I deserve punishment?
It's your fault, Sean.
Well, let's be clear. What you just said was there's no evidence good enough and you don't even know my evidence.
I didn't say.
You just admitted that your epistemology is that there's nothing that would convince you anyway.
Are you going to answer my question?
Go ahead and re-ask.
If I genuinely care about truth, let's say hypothetically I was a former believer, and then I began to have doubts because certain things in the Bible didn't make sense, and I wanted to continue believing, and I talked to people about it, about the doubts I was having, and I prayed, and I genuinely tried and wanted to continue believing, but I just couldn't. Am I deserving of punishment?
I don't know. I would have to know more about what the person thought. Well,
okay, go ahead. Ask me.
Basically, what their reasons were, because I think there are people who have. I think that there are people who have honest intellectual issues with the religion, and I wouldn't necessarily immediately condemn that. But I think there are good answers, because that is ultimately what convinced me, is that I looked at the reality of the situation. I was like, oh, there are a lot of good answers to these questions that are convincing to me.
So you said you wouldn't condemn that, but God would, right?
If they while they remained.
Can you see how fucked up this situation is? Can you see how horrible the land, the little bit of land that you're standing on right now is?
If you want to say it, let's have a conversation about whether or not it's true or false. You say silly and evil,
I mean, look, I must say, I have put a poll. Hang on a second. It is an interesting question. So I have put a poll to the room, and there has been a vote for us to move on. And I'm not saying that because I don't think there's fertile ground still to talk about. But normally, when we get to about this point, about 30 minutes in or so, I always just put a poll out, and the poll has come back for us to move on. I personally would love to know what this powerful evidence that you've seen is. So I would say, come back another day, Richard, and give us your evidence, because I think what you're arguing for here is morally grotesque. I have to say, I think it's appalling.
It's just funny that, and you can end it. That's fine. I get it. You've given me more than enough time on your platform, so I'm not annoyed at that. I just think it's funny that basically you think that I'm dumb and I'm ignoring the evidence.
I don't think you're dumb. I've never said you're dumb.
Fine.
Never called you dumb.
All the evidence I'm far too credulous, and I'm ignoring all the evidence that I'm actually wrong. I would bet money that you are misapplying sound epistemology, that you are not applying sound epistemology. And that's fine. You can think that. But then it's funny, you think I'm doing, I think that's what you're doing. So we have identical positions towards one another. Which is why what we ought to do the next time we speak, and I need to respect what the audience have said here, and we'll draw a line here. But next time we speak, please come back again and give us your evidence, and then let's together apply sound critical thinking and sound epistemology to what you claim is your evidence. And I've been doing this for a lot of years. Yours could be the first one that makes me go, oh yeah, there's something to this. But it's not going to be, is it? I don't know why I would do that when you just said that there isn't any evidence that would convince you. I didn't say that. I didn't say there isn't any evidence. I just said yours could be the first one. Did you listen to what I said? I said I've been doing this for a long time, but yours could be the first evidence that makes me say yes, okay. Like
I beg your pardon?
or 5 or 10 minutes ago, you just said that there's nothing.
No, I said there was nothing I've seen
there's no
so
evidence.
far. I said there's nothing I've seen so far. I remain
Not 30
open-minded.
seconds ago, 5-10 minutes ago.
I remain open-minded. So
You
let's.
misheard him.
Yeah, you misheard me
I don't
because
think I did, but
I've
it's
never,
recorded,
I've
so
never
we
in
can-
my
we
life,
can figure out the truth of that.
I've never in my life made the claim there is no evidence that would persuade me, because that would obviously be stupid. And I try to avoid
pretty
saying
sure you just
obviously
said that about 10 minutes ago,
stupid
but-
thing.
but
Well,
it's
watch
live,
the
it's
video
recorded,
back.
so that's fine.
Watch the video back, and you'll hear that I've never ever made that claim. In fact, almost every time we have this discussion, I say I don't know what evidence would persuade me. I'm open to it. An all-knowing God would know exactly what that evidence is, right? Even if I don't.
Saturday night, John, is that the next time?
right.
It's going to be Sunday,
Last thing,
actually. It's going to be
God
Sunday, actually.
revealed himself and healed a bunch of people, and we killed him for it. So if you want to
Yeah.
ask why why he's hidden, there you go.
He deserved it because he wasn't God.
Sunday evening. Yeah, so come back Sunday evening. I don't know if it's like afternoon. Well, it depends on your time zone, but we'll be back Sunday.
Yeah.
And then we'll discuss arguments for God, and we'll go from there.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. Well, there we go. We are going to head back over to the TikTok side and get in Nate, who has been very patiently waiting. I'm going to lock in Richard's votes now for however many he had. Hi, Nate. How are you?
I'm good. What about you two?
Yeah, very good. Thank you. Thank you for waiting patiently. You are up. We think God is both evil and silly. What do you reckon? He's a bit silly, isn't he?
Well, obviously, as a Christian myself, I disagree with those claims. But I wanted to come up here and obviously ask you both, what are your claims against Christianity, and why do you believe God is evil and silly?
Well, I think that I mean, there's so many ways we could go here. So the silliness is just so easy, right? To talk about. This is the all-powerful creator of the universe. A creature of virtually unlimited power, right? And yet he concerns himself with foreskins. He gets into wrestling matches. He's scared of iron chariots. Like, this doesn't make sense. He puts talking serpents in situations where he knows they're going to cause problems and then gets all upset about it afterwards. He's all-knowing, but he has regrets. He creates an entire world, fills it with a load of people and living animals, and then doesn't like what he's made, even though he knew how it was going to pan out, and kills them all by drowning them, like all the animals. What did the animals do wrong? He's like, there's an unbelievable amount of silliness here and an unbelievable amount of evil. And frankly, the whole lot is just total nonsense, and it's time we put these silly bedtime stories away and get on with being grown-ups.
Of course. Obviously, that's a lot to take in as a Christian myself.
Yeah.
What exact claims have you got against Christianity?
Well, the main claim against it is that there's absolutely no reason to think it's true. That's the starting point, right? That it absolutely cataclysmically and galactically fails to meet its burden of evidence because it makes some quite extraordinary claims about the nature of death, about the nature of how food can be magically multiplied, about whether water is capable of supporting a human being walking upon it, and all sorts of things like that, about whether donkeys occasionally speak Aramaic. It makes a whole load of claims such that it would be reasonable to expect the evidence for these claims to be overwhelming, very, very powerful, multitudinous even. And instead, what we find is, what is the evidence for the claims? Word-of-mouth stories spread through a highly superstitious pre-scientific culture for decades until anonymous people wrote them down, where they were then passed around and translated and mistranslated and copied and miscopied and then adopted for political expedience about 400 years later. And now people think that the contents of a book containing these ridiculous stories is true. I mean, it's hard to imagine a more violent failure of evidence against a claim.
Okay, so do you believe personally as just what role do you take? Do you take atheism, science, all that sort of stuff?
Yeah, we just want to apply sound reasoning and critical thinking to any claim.
Of course. All right. Do you believe Jesus was a historical figure in time, in the past, 2,000 years ago?
Yeah,
I think
probably.
it probably was.
So what do you believe he as a person would have done, lived, and literally any information we would know to this day?
I
I
think
have no idea.
there's very little information that we would be able to know with any confidence about the life of Jesus. He probably existed. The consensus amongst scholars in this area are that there probably was a person who was an itinerant rabbi who went around and preached and had a bit of a devoted following and got himself, nailed to a piece of wood for saying the wrong things and pissing off the wrong people, and probably chucked in a ditch afterwards.
Okay. So obviously, as a Christian, I've wanted exact evidence that back 2,000 years ago, there wasn't just a random guy who lived, made a bunch of miracles happen, and to this day is alive in heaven. Obviously, I've wanted personal evidence. The evidence that I've got, it's any evidence that anyone could ever receive. I don't believe that unless some miracle occurred, it wouldn't persuade anyone to the full extent. Do you understand what I mean?
We're
No.
not asking for absolute proof. We're just asking for a reasonable amount of evidence to believe it's likely true. I'm fine with that. Asking for 100% proof for anything outside of like mathematics, I think, is unreasonable. But we just want sufficient evidence to believe the claim is true or likely true. That's it.
Okay, so obviously you've both heard, I'm assuming anyways, of the Dead Sea Scrolls, right?
Of the Old Testament.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, obviously, when I was doing my research ages ago, it came across as one of the scrolls in Isaiah. And as you both know, there's multiple prophecies for Jesus being a person, especially Psalms 22, which is in the book of Psalms. And in Isaiah, obviously, it does say he was wounded for our transgressions, right? Pierced for our sin and iniquity. Obviously, I've done my research, and once those scrolls were found, with data and ink dating and manufactural evidence, it was found to be 700 years before the new Gospels had arrived, right?
Jesus doesn't fulfill any prophecies from the Old Testament. He fails to do that. And most of the things that the New Testament authors point to as being fulfillment of Old Testament prophecy aren't even prophecies. They're like little vague bits of writing, which the author of Matthew, for example, was jumped on and go, this looks a little bit like this bit of the Jesus story. We're going to call it a prophecy. They're not. They're not prophecies. And any of the prophecies that are specifically made about the Messiah figure, Jesus singularly fails to fulfill. For example, the prophecies that he would be a king of Israel. He was never a king of Israel.
Okay. What makes you say that?
Well, when was he the king of Israel?
No, not like the king of Israel part. Just any prophecy in the past.
Because he spectacularly failed to fulfill any of those messianic prophecies, and many of the prophecies that people point to either aren't prophecies or they're prophecies, but they got absolutely nothing to do with Jesus. For example, the whole virgin birth narrative, which I think if I remember correctly, is Isaiah 7. Absolutely nothing to do with Jesus whatsoever, and absolutely nothing to do with the virgin birth whatsoever. But, a translation problem by the author of Matthew, who took words to mean virgin when in fact they were not intended to mean that, and completely misunderstood the context of the original prophecy in Isaiah, and just went, this is all about Jesus. And everyone went, oh, yes, it's about Jesus. No, it's absolutely nothing to do with Jesus. It's a prophecy for a king 700 years earlier who was worried about losing his position of power.
So wait, where in Isaiah? Sorry, I'm just trying to get the context ready.
So I think it's Isaiah 7. I don't actually have the script right here, but we have a good friend who's up here who's going to be able to speak to this.
Yes, it's Isaiah chapter 7 verse 14.
14.
Which in the New Testament says, "Behold, a virgin shall conceive but in the original Hebrew, it says,
She is.
"Hine ha'alma hara," the young woman is pregnant. Present
Is
tense.
pregnant.
So it doesn't say a virgin.
Doesn't say virgin.
No,
Yeah, and it's
Yeah.
also talking about something that was absolutely that was happening at that moment. This was a prophecy given to King Ahaz, who was very, very worried about his fortunes, and this was a prophecy which was more like the setting of a clock. This was a prophecy from Isaiah saying that a virgin is a young maiden is with a child right now, and your problems are going to be sorted out before the child is grown up. That's what that prophecy was about. Absolutely nothing to do with the virgin, and absolutely nothing to do with Jesus. It was basically just a promise made to a king at that point. And yet Matthew claims, the author of Matthew, claims that this is a signpost for Jesus. It absolutely is not.
All right. Do you mind explaining like even more evidence to why God isn't real for both sides?
That's a big pivot. I mean, we can go there, but I'm not making the claim God isn't real. I'm just making the claim that nobody has presented enough evidence to suggest that God is real. Do you understand the difference between those two positions?
Yeah.
So the burden isn't on me to demonstrate that God isn't real, any more than the burden is on you to prove I don't have fairies at the bottom of my garden. You're not going to be capable of proving that, but that doesn't justify the claim that I have them, or even that I might have them.
So do you believe, obviously, you said that you believe in science, just logical evidence and whatnot. So I'm guessing you both believe in the Big Bang here.
The Big Bang is a model. It's a scientific model.
The Big Bang doesn't falsify that a God exists. It doesn't say one way or another. It's not a competing scientific theory to any sort of theology. It just says, it doesn't even posit that it's the beginning of the universe. It could be that the universe always existed. So it's not really relevant to we could talk about it if it's important to you, but it's not really relevant to the discussion whether God exists.
All right. I think you have already had this question before, but if there is no total power above, right, that demonstrates what is good, what is bad, what is evil, what is wrong, what is right, then is there really anything to say? Because I could go to a different country and one law would say, oh, well, this is wrong, right? And then for the country I'm in, it would say, no, this is right. So would you say that evil and right are just two different beliefs, really?
They're just words. They're just words that we use for behaviors that we like or don't like. And that doesn't render them meaningless. It doesn't mean just because we don't think that morality is imposed by a special magic cosmic policeman doesn't mean that we can't have very strongly held opinions about what's right and wrong. We're just basing it on our value system. We're basing it on what's important to us, which is the same thing that everyone does. So you might say that the most important thing to you is pleasing the boss in the sky, making God happy. And on that basis, when God says slavery is okay, you can say, okay, well, God says it, slavery must be okay. But that's not my value. That's my value isn't rooted in pleasing the boss. My value is rooted in being kind to people and avoiding suffering. So when I come into contact with slavery is okay in the Bible, I don't go, oh, well, the boss said it must be fine. I say, well, that would have involved a lot of suffering for a lot of people. I'm not on board with that. And I might even say, that's evil. I might use a strong adjective like evil to denote something I feel very, very strongly about. I don't like that. It's evil. And then similarly, I might say, oh, look, someone's giving to charity. Someone's helping someone. I like that. And I would call it good. This is just how we describe things that we like and don't like.
So none of us can say technically what is true and right, and then what is false and wrong, based on.
We can.
Does it make it true?
Well, it depends. Be careful not to conflate true and right. True means that something comports with reality. It means that it accurately and truly describes reality. I shouldn't use the word true in the description of true, but true means that something aligns with what's real, right? And we can know that things do or don't with varying degrees of confidence. So if you said to me, If you said to me the sun goes round the earth, I would say that's not true, because we have a mountain of evidence to the contrary of that, right? We know that the earth orbits the sun, not the other way around. We have a very, very large volume of evidence to support this, so I would be confident to say that's not true. But there are other instances where the evidence isn't quite so conclusive. So if you're going to be thinking critically, you apportion your confidence to the type and amount of evidence you have for something.
So in more like simple terms, if we are just all organisms, there's been multiple wars in the past where everyone has died, sadly, then does morality truly mean anything?
Of course.
Is it
Morality
just...
it means something to us. Morality is subjective, and even if a God exists, it would still be subjective. It would be that God having a subjective opinion, and your subjective preference is to defer to his opinion. But I have a question for you. As it stands right now with the morals you have right now, let's say somebody was harming a child, like in a bad way. Would you accept some level of risk to yourself to stop that person, to protect that child?
Yes, I would.
Okay, good. Me too. If you found out no God exists, just hypothetically, there is no God, no cosmic policeman, would you still accept some risk to yourself to protect that child?
Well, if there was no God, then hypothetically, I wouldn't have my morals based on what God says. I mean, he has said slavery is right. I don't believe slavery is right because in the context, thousands of years ago, slavery was meant in the fact that if someone didn't pay you back something...
Respectfully, is that a yes or no to my question?
Can you repeat the question?
Yeah, so let's say because we both, you and I, if we saw someone harming a child, there's some level of risk we would accept to ourselves to protect that child, both of us. If you found out no God exists, would you still accept risk to yourself to put yourself in harm's way to protect that child?
If I found out no God exists...
Right. Would you still have the same moral? Would you still have that same moral within yourself to accept risk to yourself to protect that child?
As a Christian, I'm not meant to answer, obviously, foolish questions. I'm not saying that, obviously, your belief itself...
But it's not a foolish question, so you can answer it.
I know, but that's not what God has said.
Okay, so yes or no, buddy? Come on. All right, so we have a standard here. Everyone on this panel, and John and I hold ourselves to the same standard that when someone asks a direct question, we directly answer it. If it's a yes or no question, we will include a yes or no or potentially I don't know in our answer. That's just like this. We all hold ourselves to that standard, so hopefully you can hold yourself to that standard. So would you still, even if you found out no God exists, accept some risk to yourself to protect that child?
I mean, of course, I'm not meant to turn my hand to the
Why was
left or
that
right,
hard?
but obviously I would accept some risk to myself if I was just an organism, because most people do obviously risk their own lives for either even people they don't know.
Yes, exactly. Why? I mean, I don't know why you were like running from that. That actually makes you a decent human being. I'm glad you answered that way. The point I'm getting at is that even if no God exists, you didn't have this on high giving you commands, you still care about the well-being of others. That's the natural healthy state of a human being. We have empathy for a fellow man. We have to live in cooperative shared societies. And as social species, just like other species of life in the animal kingdom, they have social rules and stuff in their circles as well. As a social species, we care how people behave, and we come up with systems and rules and stuff, and we have a name for that. We call it morality.
Okay.
Yeah. And I'd like to pick up on something that you said before. You were providing a qualifier for biblical slavery and saying that this pertained only to people who owed each other money. Is that a view that you hold seriously?
Well, from what I've learned, obviously, this is going based off what I've done on research and learned, that back in biblical times, if someone owed you money or owed you anything really, and they didn't pay it back,
yeah,
they would be your slave in the meantime until you paid it back.
So
Well, that's only true for Israelite slaves. If they're not Israelites, then you get to own them for life, and
Mhm.
you don't, and they don't become your slave because they owe you something, but because you just bought them.
Yeah.
What verse states that? Because obviously I've got a Bible. I just want to check.
Yeah, Leviticus 25 verses, I believe it's 44 through
I'll show you.
46.
46. Yep.
Yeah.
So what you're describing is indentured servitude, which applied to fellow Israelites. It was like a sort of economic arrangement that people could come to. And by the way, that only applied to the male slaves. So the women could be still sold by their fathers into slavery, even within that culture. But beyond that, there is a totally separate set of laws that apply to people who weren't Israelites. And as it says here, hang on a second, I don't think it's showing correctly on everything. I think it's not showing correctly on the TikTok stream, so I'm not going to show it because it's making the TikTok stream go off, but I'll read it to you. It says, as for the male and female slaves whom you may have, it's from the nations around you that you may acquire male and female slaves. You may also acquire them from among the aliens residing with you and from their families who are with you, and have been born in your land. They may be your property. You may keep them as a possession for your children after you, for them to inherit as property. These you may treat as slaves. But as for your fellow Israelites, the other group, right, that you were referring to, no one shall rule over the other with harshness, meaning that you can rule over the slaves you've bought that you own as property with harshness, but you can't do that to the fellow Israelites. So the research you've done, respectfully, isn't very good, because it's only given you half the story. It's only given you the instances in which indentured servitude was being practiced to work off debts. Okay, well, that's a tiny part of it. It's still the fact that God gave laws to the Israelites through Moses that taught them, told them, showed them, and suggested exactly how they might acquire other human beings to own as pieces of property. What do you think about that?
I didn't know that originally. Can you give me the verses so obviously later on in the day?
Yeah.
I can just
go and have a look. Yeah, it's so Leviticus 25, and then it's 44 to 46. And the other verse that you might want to look at while you're looking at this stuff is that in Exodus 21, it says that when a slave owner strikes a male or female slave with a rod and the slave dies immediately, the owner shall be punished. So you're not allowed to just instantly murder your slaves. But if the slave survives a day or two, perhaps before dying of their injuries in a few days, there's no punishment, for the slave is the owner's property. So this is a divine mandate for slave owners to beat their slaves with the rod so hard that they could actually die from their injuries. You just can't kill them instantly. You know, if it takes a few days to die, no problem at all. And that is Exodus 21, Exodus 21 verses 20 and 21. And these are the laws from God, right? He didn't have to say this. He didn't have to say this. He could have just said, don't own people as property. That could have been one of the 10 commandments, couldn't it? Rather than all that gibberish about graven images. Let's swap out. Imagine this. I'm going to ask you a serious question. Take the 10 commandments and remove the bullshit about graven images and swap in instead, don't ever own other people as property. Would the 10 commandments have been better?
based on what God has said, not just with the 10 Commandments, but with much other, obviously, statements he's claimed about good and evil, I'd say that the reason he puts one of the commandments as obviously graven images is because in the Bible, those graven images are known as demons, and these demons either rule over nations or just countries.
So that's a no then.
People.
No. So is
Yeah.
that a no?
Also, the Bible doesn't say that. That's bullshit.
Go ahead, Dalton.
Yeah, I was just saying the Bible doesn't say that. It doesn't say that the idols are demons, dude.
Yeah, I think that's extracurricular. I think that's come from somewhere else. He's saying that because he's jealous. He doesn't want people making
Yeah, he is a jealous God.
practicing
That is what was
idolatry.
stated.
So he doesn't want people to be making images of any other gods, right? So your answer to the question I asked, which was, would the Ten Commandments have been improved by removing that one and instead putting in don't own other human beings as property, is no, they wouldn't have been better. Are you serious?
Yeah.
Okay, so here's another one for you. How about keep the Sabbath, and swap in instead, always treat children with care. Like, don't abuse kids, right? Don't ever, ever, ever abuse children. Would it
So
have
what's
been
the context between this one then?
Well, I'm just asking you if it would have been an improvement. I'm showing you what an incompetent fool this God was. That he had a chance to come up with the 10 most important moral guidelines, and he wasted a good chunk of them on complete nonsense. He could have come up with, he could have done really good work. He could have said, don't ever abuse children. But instead, he came up with some nonsense about graven images and not working weekend shifts. And in the wake of that, Moses and the Israelites absolutely had no problem saying, keep the young virgin girls for yourself after, victories in war. And God was completely fine with that. Didn't object at all. Are you starting to see why we say evil and silly? He manages to cunningly be both. Quite impressive.
Yeah, I get your opinion. But I don't agree with it, obviously.
Right. So more important to regulate weekend working hours than to say, don't take young girls as sex slaves.
I mean, I don't... Is this referring to the property verse you stated?
I beg your pardon?
Is
The
this
Midianites.
the Midianites?
Yeah,
Where was this,
in the book of Numbers. Numbers 31.
Yeah.
So
specifically says that you're supposed to unalive the men and the women who have known a man, but the little girls who have not known a man, keep for yourselves.
Yep. Pretty disgusting. And that's Moses. Yeah, it's Numbers 31, 17 and 18. So this is after they've perpetrated a massacre on the Midianites because they were very unhappy that some of the Midianite women seduced some of the Israelite men, and this has caused great upset. So this is taken to be a valid basis for genocide, which is another, you could say, a minor problem. I'd say it's more than that. But so they go and they conduct their genocide, and the army comes back. And Moses finds out that they've left some survivors. He's very unhappy that they've left some survivors. And so he sends them back.
So I'm just looking at verse 16. By what I'm getting, is this... So Balaam is that, if I am correct, was that like an old idol served by other countries?
No, it was a prophet.
A prophet, right. And there was a plague among the congregation of the Lord. Was this caused by what you stated?
It was a punishment for sexual immorality.
Okay.
And so in a sort of now look what you made me do to you kind of way, with this event having passed, the Israelites go off to slaughter all of them. And then they come back and Moses finds out that he's allowed some of the young children to stay alive, that the army have allowed some of the young children to stay alive. So he sends them back again. Now therefore kill every male among the little ones, and kill every woman who has known a man by sleeping with him. It does make you wonder how they would have found that out. But all the young girls who have not known a man by sleeping with him, keep alive for yourselves. That strike you as moral?
All right, I'm just going to read out the chapter so I can get the, obviously your guys' point around this, so that I can understand what you are obviously trying to claim. So this is from verse 1 up to 18, right? Yeah. And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Avenge the children of Israel of the Midianites. Afterward shalt thou be gathered unto thy people. I am reading the King James Version, so that's why it sounds pretty odd. And Moses spake unto the people, saying, Arm some of yourselves unto the war, and let them go against the Midianites, and avenge the Lord of Midian. Of every tribe, 1,000 throughout all the tribes of Israel shall you send to the war. So there were delivered out of the thousands of Israel, 1,000 of every tribe, 12,000 armed for war. And Moses sent them to the war, 1,000 of every tribe, them and Phinehas, the son of Eleazar, the priest, to the war, with the holy instruments and the trumpets to blow in his hand. And they warred against the Midianites, as the Lord commanded Moses, and they slew all the males. And they slew the kings of Midian, beside the rest of them that were slain, namely Evi, and Rechem, and Zur, and Hur, and Reba, 5 kings of Midian. Balaam also the son of Beor, they slew with the sword. So Balaam was a false prophet, I'm guessing.
No, I mean, he was actually a prophet who gave true prophecy from God in the book of Numbers.
This was the son of Beor.
Yeah.
Okay, why did they kill him then?
Because he led them into a sexual idolatry after his prophecy.
And the children of Israel took all the women of Midian captives and their little ones, and took the spoil of all their cattle, and all their flocks, and all their goods. And they burnt all the cities wherein they dwelt, and all their goodly castles with fire. And they took all the spoil, and all the prey, both of men and of beasts. And they brought the captives and the prey, and the spoil unto Moses, and Eleazar the priest, and into the congregation of the children of Israel, into the camp at the plains of Moab, which are by Jordan near Jericho. And Moses and Eleazar the priest and all the princes of the congregation went forth to meet them without the camp. And Moses was wroth with the officers of the host, with the captains over thousands, and captains over hundreds, which came from the battle. So this is on their side. Moses was wroth with their leaders of the army, right?
Yeah, I mean, Moses was very unhappy that they hadn't done the job how he wanted it done.
Also, Moses is angry with the leaders of the Israel
because they didn't complete the slaughter in the desired way.
So I'm guessing that goes back to like chapter 30 or something.
Because some young male children were left alive. The soldiers just couldn't quite bring themselves to kill all the children, and Moses wasn't having any of it. Go back and finish off the young boys. Don't let any young boys remain alive. And kill all the women as well that you might have left there, but the young virgins keep for yourselves. This is moral, apparently.
And Moses was wroth with the officers of the host, with the captains over thousands and captains over hundreds, which came for the battle. And Moses said unto them, Have ye saved all the women alive? Behold, these caused the children of Israel, through the counsel of Balaam, to commit trespass against the Lord in the matter of Peor. So these caused the children of Israel through the counsel of Balaam. The counsel of Balaam being Balaam leading over them, I'm guessing. Is that right?
He's getting twisted because of what he perceived to be a punishment for sexual immorality. But none of this justifies genocide. Just pause for a moment.
Nor keeping young girls as sex slaves.
Yeah. Like, figure out what it is that's actually going on here. Like, this is so disgusting. The genocide in the first place is completely morally unacceptable. And then to follow up on the dessert of the genocide is that you kill any young remaining children who are boys, and the young girls you keep for yourselves. They get distributed amongst the soldiers with extra to go to the priests, I believe.
Okay, yeah, that's fair to say, I guess.
So this is all sanctioned by God. If God had a problem with any of this, he could have intervened. This is God's guy on earth, Moses, doing this. The hero, Captain Moses of the Old Testament. Imagine what we would do to a military leader today who ordered this of his troops.
Obviously, either probably kill them or put in prison.
Right. We would expect justice to be done. We would haul them up in The Hague, and we would allow due process, and we would hold them accountable for their actions, which is exactly what we have done in the past to war criminals like Milosevic and many of the Nazis who were captured after the Second World War, who were held accountable for their actions, and rightly so. So what do you think?
Yeah, sorry, I'm just trying to understand it because obviously you guys know a lot more than I do. Because you can tell I am young, and I need to definitely go back to the Old Testament and see this. I've heard bad things about the Old Testament, and obviously the things that I have found out. Obviously, for example, actually no, I can't even think of one now. But obviously you guys do know a lot more, so I'm just trying to figure out where you stand on this, and I do see that. So obviously, what happened before this for Moses to order like a genocide, and God didn't respond to this whatsoever? Like not in later on in the chapter, not in a few chapters later, never.
God loves genocides. This isn't the only one. I mean, there was the genocide of the Amalekites in 1 Samuel, where that was a revenge attack for something the Amalekites did centuries before. The Amalekites had apparently attacked the Israelites as they came out of Egypt, and about 400 years later, we get the command to go and kill the Amalekites, and God is very, very specific about this. In 1 Samuel 15, he says, "Go and attack Amalek and utterly destroy all they have. Do not spare them. Kill both man and woman, child and infant, ox and sheep, camel and donkey." So there's God specifically and explicitly ordering the killing of children, infants, babies.
So obviously I'm still on chapter 31. So the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, "Avenge the children of Israel of the Midianites." Wait, okay. So this was a sin. Why did he do this again? Sin of sexual immorality.
Yeah, but we can go over like why he did it, but it doesn't matter.
Right.
When you're talking about genociding,
I know. I'm just trying to get
the entire
context, yeah.
population, and then taking young girls as war brides to do with as you please. If you get the drift,
Yeah.
does the reason matter? It's just absolutely grotesque.
Okay, I just want to understand the context because I am
I got you.
where you guys are standing right now.
Sure.
Yeah, we went over the reasoning.
So it was a sin of sexual immorality.
Yep. Which probably doesn't deserve genocide / children becoming war brides.
Can you show me where obviously it says it so I can read it for myself?
The war brides part?
Like where obviously they commit the sin when obviously God commanded for that.
But what is the sin matter though?
I mean, you said that obviously.
Is there anything that the Israelites could have done that could have warranted this whole? I mean, that the Midianites could have done to warrant this whole people group being wiped out, except for the little girls to be used as for sexual purposes? Is there ever any acceptable reason?
No, I'm not saying that. I just want to understand, because anyone who is clear that they want this thing happening, obviously they're going to want some understanding. Like, why would this happen?
But you're looking in the wrong place. You're focusing on the wrong thing. It's like you're completely focusing on the wrong thing. It's like watching a house on fire. Hang on a second. Annoyingly, TikTok has completely misunderstood this conversation, Nate. It says that your live is flagged for hate speech and hateful behavior, which you haven't done. This is not your fault at all. This is not your fault. This is TikTok being insane. Repeated violations could result in them being removed. Okay. Well, we're just going to say okay. Yeah, this is a little bit like coming across a house on fire and fretting about like what shop did the arsonist buy the petrol from that they might have poured on to get the house on fire. Like, it doesn't matter why this is. I understand that you want some deeper understanding. Read it, and you read the sequence that led up to this, and you'll understand that. But the point that the point here is that there is nothing that could justify genociding an entire bunch of people apart from the young children who you get to rape, the young girls. That's what this is. That's what this is. Call it what it is, right? That's what this is. This is making sex slaves out of children in the wake of genocide. And
Yeah, I understand where you're coming
and
from.
God likes it. So do you have a better idea now? I mean, we'll pull things to a close now because we've been on this for 40 minutes, and I know there are other people who want to come up. But do you have a better idea now why I feel quite relaxed about making the claim that God is evil and silly?
Yeah, I understand that.
Good for you. Good for you. If you have more questions, come back again. We do this three times a week.
I will do some reading and obviously going back. Not just beside this specific situation either. And I'll come back. When is it you're coming?
Yeah, we stream on Tuesdays during the day. So normally from about midday, I can hear you in the UK. So normally from about midday. And then we also stream on Thursday and normally Thursday and Saturday nights. This Saturday I won't be able to do it, but it'll be Sunday evening from about 8 p.m. UK. So have a read, have a look, come back. We'd be really happy to talk to you because you have been open-minded and curious, and we admire that.
All right. Well, you guys have a good rest of your day.
And you.
Goodbye.
You too.
Thanks, Nate. Take it easy. Thanks. And big up Dalton. Thank you, Dalton. Amazing to have you there. That was brilliant. You're always welcome to come up. That was awesome to see you. So thank you, buddy. Amazing. Good stuff. Okay, well, got to hand it to Nate. He was open-minded and curious, and that's where it starts, right? It starts with intellectual honesty, and intellectual honesty is expressed through a willingness to ask questions and question assumptions. So I think he did pretty well. I'm going to read some super chats, and then we'll get our next guest in. I think our next guest is going to be Joshua, and we have David after that. So let's get a few of these dealt with. So Bethos says, again, is this streaming schedule even legal? I love that. Yeah, we keep on going. We keep on going, and we love it. So yeah, thanks, Bethos. And Premindi says, nice to see you again. Premindi says, I love the smell of credulousness in the morning. Of course, because where he is, it is indeed morning over in Australia. Viking Chef, good to see, friend, says, early night for me, up early for a birthday weekend in Glastonbury. Shout out to Fro, hope you're good. Quick one, I hear Christians saying Mary was from David's bloodline. I thought she was a Levite. Any clarification? Well, first of all, happy birthday, Viking Chef. You are awesome. Absolutely awesome. I hope that you have a fantastic weekend in Glastonbury. This isn't Glastonbury weekend, though, because that happens not this year. So it's not Glastonbury. It's just being in Glastonbury, which I gather is a very nice place. As for Mary being David's bloodline, I stand to be corrected here, but I don't think the Bible actually speaks in detail about what Mary's bloodline is. I think there's some speculation about it. You get two different genealogies given for Joseph, one in Luke and one in Matthew, and they can't agree on exactly where Joseph comes from. And some people try to retool that and point that in the direction of Mary to establish a Davidic bloodline for her, and thereby for Jesus to make all of that stuff come true. But I don't think that those attempts are successful. It's not a massively strong area for me, but yeah, I think that they're reaching for something they can't quite reach when they make those arguments. That's my understanding. Anyway, Tim says, aren't you guys happy? I'm a smartass, not a dumbass. I'm always happy that you're a smartass, Tim. You are amongst my favourite smartasses. And Niddy says, so we have 1, a moral realist grounding it in a Bible God. 2, the Bible God makes a law to end them. Is the law identical to his nature, or is the law immoral or arbitrary? Yeah, there was a little bit of confusion earlier. And again, I'm sorry for waiting a while before reading these. It's weird when there's a gap between the conversation that the chats are about and then reading them. But there was a bit of confusion earlier about whether God has to follow these rules or not, and what that means. I just think it's just too silly. And Tracy sends a hello and a cute little thing. Thank you, Tracy. Appreciate that very much. And Babs, good to see you, Babs, says, Richard is so far out of his depth that he's watching submarines fly overhead. Oh, that's harsh. Yeah, Richard was a bit out of his depth, I'm afraid. And Anani, hi Anani, says, people cry out for God. They get the name wrong, and that's a sin, rather than God going, oh, you mean me? Let me help. Brilliant. This was responding to Richard's asinine claim that
I remember that.
That the people searching for God just didn't get his ID right, and therefore were not worthy of his attention and being saved from the fiery furnace. Lovely. Tim has sent out 10 Unconvinced gift memberships. That's Tim Cooney. Thank you, Tim. I really appreciate that, friend. That's amazing. They will long have been distributed to people in the chat. That's really, really kind. Thanks, Tim. Hope you're doing well, my friend. And Zafji says, funny how Richard started by saying most other Christians making a bad case for Christianity. Lol. Yeah, I know. I don't think I found Richard really confused and really confusing. I hope he comes back and we can talk about what his evidence is, because we were too far into the conversation to actually start looking at it then, and there was a general move to say let's end this now and move on. But I am curious, and I'm willing to bet that whatever it is, it will not survive the critical application of sound epistemology. I'm pretty sure about that, because why would it, when so many others have come up with their fantastic evidences and they've all failed? That simple measure. And Bethos says, Richard sounds quite judgmental. Is he Christian, and why would God create such poor debaters? At least he seems genuine, frustrating yet useful talk. Yeah, I think that's how I would characterize it too. He wasn't trolling. I think he genuinely means what he's saying. I think he was trying to have an honest conversation, but I just think the apologetics were not great there. And Babs says, typology and foreshadowing are not prophecy. Absolutely. And this is something that that our previous caller Nate could possibly bear in mind. When you look at these prophecies, if you have to interpret the prophecy as just being symbolic, I mean, it clearly isn't talking about the thing that other people are saying it's prophesying, well, then anything can be a typological prophecy. It's such a low bar. Any book, pick any book, and then you can say, oh, this is actually representing anything, prophesying anything. You can read Moby Dick and have it prophesying 9/11 with that kind of flexibility. So completely agree. Foreshadowing and typology is a desperate theological cope. There's really nothing more than that. And Eric says, Christians love claiming that subjective things are fake and meaningless until I ask them for all their fiat currency. Very clear, very good. Eric always brings it. Yeah, and again, this whole thing of suggesting that because something's subjective, that it must just be arbitrary, is a ridiculous position. Subjective just means it's the product of your mind. It can still be completely well thought through and based on really, really sound principles, based on things that everyone agrees. It's still subjective. And Tim said, if look at the trees is evidence for God, evidence against God would be look at the penis. They're ugly, they're smelly, and they taste bad. Wait, what? If you say so, Tim. If you say so, Tim. Let's just have a look and see. Right, we're going to take a break from the messages now. I just didn't want us to get too far behind on them. We'll read some more later. We've got a few more chats to read, but I don't want to keep people waiting any longer. So let's bring in Joshua right now, and we'll see what is happening. We have spoken to Joshua before. There we go. Welcome back, Joshua.
Hey, how are you?
Very well indeed. How are you?
I'm trying to unravel the last couple of conversations. Like, there's the homophobia part of the Bible, and then it was like all Old Testament. So I'm trying to unravel and remember all of it. So forgive me if I don't. First off, I mean, is there a difference, and I might get chastised for this, on being a Christian and being a follower of Christ?
I don't know.
I don't. I let people make that distinction for themselves. It it comes across to me like, like I don't have a religion, I have a relationship with God. But they literally, if you look up like textbook, or I should say lexical, like dictionary definitions, they fit the definition 100%. I don't care how people label themselves. It seems kind of like posturing to me a little bit. Well, I don't have a religion. I have a relationship with God. It's sort of being high and mighty. I don't think it's like worth getting into a semantic game. Like, well, is it not game, but a semantic argument? Like, is it really a religion? Are you actually a Christian versus, you follow all the tenets of Christianity. I just care what do they actually believe, and then address what they actually believe.
Okay. Because I mean, and I said it like last time, this is my second time on. Give me a break a little bit. So mine, like I've been Christian my whole life, but now where I'm at, I mean, I'll be 45 in 2 weeks, and I follow Christ. I'm supposed to be Christ-like, and in the last, I think the last time, like a lot of the Old Testament, right?
Yeah.
Like, are you kidding me? The Old Testament is awful. Are you seriously? It's like.
Do you believe it's true though? Do you believe?
And after 2 months, it can be your wife or however it is. You guys are way better at quoting it than me. Like, no, I would never do that. But God, God is evil. No.
Yeah, do you believe that it's true? We agree with you about the Old Testament being awful, but do you believe it's true? Do you believe the awful things described in the Old Testament actually happened?
I do, and I think I'm kind of deciphering between it, where as a parent, I look at it, and I've been the last 30 minutes I've been thinking God, what am I going to say on this? And
Joshua, I'm so sorry to interrupt you. Your mic sounds very, very loud. I don't know if there's anything you can do to. I don't know if you're on a phone, it's going to be hard, but it's just coming through very, very loud and a little bit kind of harsh.
Freaky. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, don't worry if there's nothing you can do. We'll live with it. But it's just coming through great.
Well, first off, I'm just loud. I'm literally I'm 2 feet away from my mic, so. And I'm not gonna lie, I'm kind of nervous every time I come on here, but I love your podcast, or whatever it's called. I don't even know. But there was a lot of Old Testament stuff, and for me, and my belief is once Christ came, that was a new, it was new. We don't do this anymore.
But he didn't say that though. But he didn't say that. Okay. He never disavowed all the horrible stuff from the Old Testament. He didn't disavow it. Paul kind of tried to disavow some of it and tried to say you're not required to follow all of these laws. Paul tried to sweeten things a little bit, but Christ just said, yeah, a little bit. But it depends if you want to follow Paul or Christ. If you want to follow Paul, then fine. You can kind of get somewhere towards where you're trying to get to. But even then, there was horrible stuff there about women having to submit to their husbands. And the New Testament is not that wonderful either. Yes, the Beatitudes have some admirable teachings, but Christ wasn't the first person to advocate for forgiveness and charity and kindness. And then with him comes this idea of saying, he says, I'm not here to abolish the old law. I'm here to fulfill it. And I'm not here to abolish it. And no one is allowed to change it or teach that it shouldn't be followed or not follow it. He absolutely validates all of that barbarism, all of that stuff. He had every opportunity. Jesus, if he'd wanted to, could have said, all of that slavery I told you to do, stop doing that now. He never did. In fact, the New Testament uses, slavery says slaves obey your Christian masters. Christ uses slaves being well prepared as an example of, doing your job well. If you're prepared well for what your master wants, and if you're going to get a beating, if you're going to deserve a beating if you're not well prepared. That's from Jesus. It doesn't occur to him to say, hang on a minute, maybe people shouldn't be keeping slaves. Maybe it's not okay for human beings to be owning other human beings like a piece of furniture. He didn't.
I'm always like, so when I saw like God is evil, and I'm the total opposite, and maybe I'm naive, like correct me if I'm wrong, but I look at Christ is love. And like, to go back, I think 2 people ago about homophobia and stuff like that, like I don't agree with it, but I'm gonna love you no different. I'm gonna love you regardless, because Christ would love you regardless.
But it isn't loving to say I don't agree with it. It's not loving. I'm sorry. You can't say I don't agree with it, but I'm gonna. Because it's challenging who someone is and what they are, and saying I don't agree with it is like saying I don't agree with your race. It's like saying I've got nothing against black people, I just don't agree with it. I love them, I just don't agree with it. It's framing something as like a lifestyle choice that you don't particularly like, but it isn't a lifestyle choice. It's just how someone is. I mean, think about how.
Okay, I see what you're saying. I see where you're coming from. All right, and I guess part of it, like as a father, like my kids will be 23 and 19 in July, so right. I set a certain parameter for them, and I say, hey, you have to do this, you have to do that. Are they going to fail? Yes, they are. Am I going to love them anyways? Of course I am. I don't think that God expects us to be perfect. I don't. I think, no, just that we don't have to be perfect, but we don't get to abuse it at the same time. And I do think that people do abuse it. I think Christians abuse it.
So to make the analogy, like I think tie it a little bit more. It's like saying I don't have a problem with different people of different races. I'm just against interracial marriage or what have you. Like that's a pretty hateful thing. But more to the point, like if you accept that Jesus is God, and even if you set aside the fact that Jesus said to keep all the old commandment laws, etc., that he still supported those laws, even because that's a constant, that debate goes on for a while. At best, what you can say is God was once an immoral monster, and then he became less so at some point when he put his Jesus hat on. And if you're in a cult, what's that?
No,
go
sorry,
ahead.
I didn't mean to interrupt. I apologize. I actually, there's a part of me that literally I do have and I'm probably outside of the Christian belief on this, where I do think that he created us. He already knew what it would be, but we got too far in the, negative way, and he corrected it, if that makes sense. Where we went go ahead.
Yeah, like how is committing G-side and taking virgin girls as war brides, like correcting it? How is allowing slavery
totally
and
wrong. Like, hey, my cousin told me, I was like, wait, what? I was like, where's that at?
But if you,
I was like, hey,
but
I was
dude,
like this. I was like, that's Old Testament. I'm like, and I kind of am like, I go to the New Testament, and that's why I asked about, like, I follow Christ because Christ is love and kind, and like, is as much as I am the person that I am, I will always fall back on, are you being kind? Are you being loving?
Do you think that's what Jesus said, though? Jesus said, whoever comes to me and does not hate father and mother, wife and children, brothers and sisters, yes, and even life itself, cannot be my disciple. He insisted that his disciples hate their families. That's horrific. That's not love. That isn't love. And he said, he said in Luke 12, do you think I've come to bring peace to the earth? No, I tell you, but rather division. From now on, 5 in one household will be divided, 3 against 2 and 2 against 3, they will be divided. Father against son, son against father, mother against daughter. He was not all loving.
Because my 22-year-old son just broke my leg in January because we got into it. And I'm like this. I'm like, is this what it is? I'm like, what the heck? But I love him. Like, I'll be honest, like, I love Jesus Christ. But
why?
But it's confusing sometimes.
But
it is
look,
confusing.
But for you to say you love someone, you must surely base your love of someone on the characteristics that they show. You can't just pick the nice ones and ignore the rest. Like if you
love them all. No, you love them all.
But look what you're loving.
Matter.
But you're loving the homophobia, and you're loving the slavery, and you're loving the genocide, and you're loving the instructions to kill children and stone young girls to death. Why?
I don't love the action, but I love the person.
But why?
Regardless, like
why would you set such a low bar for love that you would love someone who's such an obvious moral calamity?
You know what? I don't know, because I look at it as Christ's love, and he would love and forgive them. So I'm supposed to be Christ-like.
But he didn't love and forgive them. He demanded their deaths. If you think that Christ is God, if you think Christ is God, then all of that Old Testament stuff, you don't get to just shut it away and go, no, I don't like that. I'm a New Testament kind of guy. That's your boy. He's Captain Genocide. You know, he's the one demanding the killing of children. He's the one offering up, sex slaves as war booty. That's him.
Yeah, I know. My cousin told me that, and he told me that. He's like, no, this guy I listened to, John. He's like, this is what he said. I was like, nah, that's Old Testament. He's like, and he showed me that verse. I was like, shoot. I'm like, yeah, I got nothing on that. Like, I'm like,
it's horrible. It's horrible. And we could speak for 5 hours and not run out of examples.
But then Christ came, and we're supposed to be Christ-like, and he is loving. I want to be like I do. I want to be Christ-like, and he was loving and forgiving.
I'm proud not to be. I'm proud not to be Christ-like. Yeah. I'm not telling anyone that they deserve to go to hell for not believing the right things, like he did.
I don't think so that's actually one thing. I don't believe that. I don't believe that everyone is going to a fiery pit of hell. I don't believe that. I do not. I believe
Christ
that
does. Christ does.
I don't. Yeah.
So you take the words of Jesus when you like them. You say you love him, and you ignore them when they get inconvenient.
No, I mean, there's this. No, not inconvenient. I go on the side of more to love, and as a father, that's like, I feel like my kids will do things. It's like, I freaking hate that you did that. I'm not happy with you. I'm trying to be kind of politically correct, and I don't get flagged here, but I will, like, my kids, like, I'll, like, I don't know how to say it. I'm mad, I'm whatever, but I love you regardless. You're my child, and I look at God that way, is we are his imperfect children, and he loves us and he forgives us for it.
Joshua, let me ask you a question. Seriously, try and answer this honestly if you can.
Okay. Yeah.
This is what. Thanks, I appreciate that. So this is one of the worst cases of selective reading I think I've ever seen. So, like, it seems to me that you're picking out a few bits here and there. Perhaps you read the Sermon on the Mount. Perhaps you are taken by the poetic beauty of the Beatitudes, and you're like, this guy's lovely. But you're ignoring so much about this. It's like you're just putting it out of your head and going, no, I'm not going to pay attention to that. No, I'm not going to pay attention to that. Jesus says, fear the one who can destroy body and soul in hell. Jesus says they will throw them into a furnace of fire where there will be weeping and gnashing of teeth. Jesus says, there he will say to those at his left hand, you who are accursed, depart from me into the eternal fire prepared for the devil and his angels. Right? He's talking specifically about torturing and burning people. Right? And he's talking about you have to hate your family. And he's saying, I didn't come to bring peace. I came to bring a sword. All of this stuff. And he is the God of the Old Testament. If you believe that Jesus is God, all of the Old Testament stuff is on him. How can you be so relaxed in just ignoring so much of what he says and just picking out a few nice bits and pieces? I mean, I almost don't want to say this, but it's a little bit like saying I loved Adolf because he was good with dogs.
Yeah. That's a fair question. For with dogs. I love that you brought up dogs because that's what I did. I was in the Marine Corps and I trained dogs, so that was a good one.
Good for you.
Hey, no, you're right. Hey, you're right. Honestly, I do. I pick out the good. I do actually. Yeah, I got nothing. I do. I pick out the good, and I want to be. I want to be as good as I can be.
You're too good for this, Joshua. You're too good for this. Pick out the bits you like. Hey, I'm going to give you some advice. Read the Sermon on the Mount and pick out your favorite bits, and go. These are really beautiful ideas, right? Blessed are the poor or the meek, and pick out the bits you really like that capture your heart and make you feel good. And then put the rest in the bin and go in the trash, right? And go, these are the principles that resonate with me. These are some really good moral teachings that I found in this book. This Jesus guy was obviously a complete monster, but he happened to say some quite cool things occasionally. And I like these bits. And then hold on to those. And you'll find that if you read the writings of other people, you'll find similar things. Read Confucius, you'll find similar things. Read Gandhi, you'll find similar things. Read.
Be the genuinity in the world.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. That's I live my life that way.
But don't be Christ-like, because being Christ-like comes with a truckload of disgusting moral failings, and you're too good for that. You deserve better.
Okay. Yeah, I will.
Good on you.
Hey, thank you for letting me on and answer my questions and calling me out and guiding me. I appreciate it. Always.
No, you're a good guy.
I appreciate you very much.
Thanks, Joshua.
My cousin just sent me this. I was sleeping and he's like, "Here it is," and he's like, "John's on." I'm like, "Yep, I'm there." So I appreciate you and Sean. I can't see the rest of his name, but I appreciate you both. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good for you.
All right.
Thanks, Joshua.
Gentlemen, have a good day.
And you, all the best.
You too.
All the best.
All right.
Thanks. Okay, well, he's a reasonable guy. He got there in the end, or a move towards there in the end. So good for him for at least being open-minded. Right, let us get in progress of addiction, still on the TikTok side. The YouTube queue is currently empty. So if you're watching on YouTube and you want to get in, just, you know what to do. Just put the link in a browser. I'm going to post it in here right now for you so you can get to it. There it is. Just do that and come and talk to us. We'd love to talk to you. Let's get in progress of addiction.
Hi mate, you okay?
Yes, how are you?
I'm not too bad, thank you. Right, just a couple of things. I've got to go, man, because there's people asleep in the house, but I just want to tell you a couple of things. I know everything you've just been saying. I've been watching for a good half an hour.
Mm-hmm.
And I can see you're pretty nice people, man, and you're pretty civil with the conversations, which is good. I had an experience with Jesus just over a year ago.
Show me on the doll where he touched you.
What do you mean?
Nothing.
He came to me supernaturally, man, and took away all my mental health, all my PTSD, depression, everything just disappeared. One click of a finger. So supernatural. I went to doctors, I went to hospitals, I went to everywhere, man, and tried to sort my life out. And I cried upon God and said, Jesus, help me. And he did. He came. And that night, I went to sleep and I woke up a new man. And everyone said, whatever happened to you that night, Lewis, your life changed. I am an example that Jesus Christ is real. And I agree with everything in the Bible. I agree with who God is and what he's done. But God's ways are higher than our ways, so he can see things that we don't know. He can see people's hearts that we can't see. He can read everything.
Okay, we'll stop there because we're in danger of it just becoming a kind of sermon. So I'm pleased that you're feeling better from the things that were ailing you before. Okay. Have you ruled out the possibility, and how have you ruled out the possibility, if you have, that this was just your own mind doing this? Because if it was just your own mind, it would still feel like it was Jesus or whatever else people, look to feel better, right? You could have just had a powerful delusion, frankly, which has helped you. If that's the case, great. But it doesn't mean it's true.
Okay, the reason why I know it was Jesus is because I didn't really know much about Jesus. I didn't know anything about Jesus, never met anybody that knew Jesus. But in my heart something told me that Jesus was real. I don't know why. I don't understand it myself. But when I called,
you never met or knew anyone who is Christian?
Nope, never.
Where if you don't mind me asking, where are you from? Where do you live?
I'm from Manchester.
Manchester.
I could have told you that.
And you never. Well, I mean, you got the accents down.
Yeah.
And so you live in Manchester, and you never, like, your whole life, you never met a Christian?
Never met a Christian, brother. No, honestly, I'm telling you the truth.
Okay,
but you know about Christianity, and these things happen. People have these kind of experiences.
The only thing I knew about Jesus was the hymns that I sung in primary school. That's it.
Well, if you were singing hymns in primary school, it means you were already exposed to, some ambient background level of Christian expression of Christian faith. It's hard not to be in this country. I don't really think this really means much. I mean, it's a tricky one, right? I mean, I don't want to say things to invalidate the thing that's made you better, right? So if you're in a better place because of this stuff, I feel slightly sort of ambivalent about arguing against it. If it's made you feel good and helped you to get over things that you were struggling with before, then that's a good thing. But I don't see that that's a reason why anyone else would think it's true, because people have the same kind of restorative experiences with Islam and with Hinduism and with Scientology and with Hare Krishna and with any number of religions, right? People say, this changed my life. So the fact that you had a moment of feeling devotion and accepting some religious framework and it's made your life better is great for you. I'm really happy. I genuinely am. But that's not a reason. But that's not a reason for anyone to think it's true.
But I've met many Muslims. I've met many people with Buddha now and know Jesus, and not one of them has ever had a supernatural encounter with God. Where every Christian, more or less, has all met God in some kind of way. I had this loving presence come over me. It's warm, wrapped around me, man, like a spirit.
I've spoken to people who say exactly that in many different belief traditions. Maybe you haven't spoken to as many believers as I have, because I've been doing this for 30 years and I've spoken to a lot.
Yeah.
Okay, there's one more thing I want to ask you to look at, because you seem like a guy of research and knowledge. Have a look at the governments and these celebrities and who they worship. They all worship the devil, right? So
that's a non-talking point. I'm not interested in who celebrities worship. Honestly,
right.
I'm completely not interested.
The devil and
they don't.
The government,
they don't. The government changes every few years. Do they all start worshipping the moment they come into power? Switch their allegiance? This is a silly argument. Don't make that argument. That's silly.
It's not an argument, man. It's fact.
No, it's not fact. It's BS. There is not a government. Governments change all the time. People come into power. People go out of power. right?
So
That people don't instantly start worshipping the devil or whoever you think they worship the moment they get elected, and then stop worshipping them when they give up the job or something.
right, all the music labels and record labels, to get to the top, man, you have to worship the devil. You have to sign your life over in blood.
I've been signed to music labels for decades.
but when
I worked in the music
reach a
industry.
certain
I never
level-
worshipped any devils. I had a number of
you
recording
can-
contracts.
You have to reach a certain level, brother.
You have to reach a certain level.
Yeah, you have to reach a certain level, and then they come for you and you say, right, if you want everything in the world, we can give it to you. but
Dude,
you've
you're
got to
wearing a
do this
tinfoil hat at the moment. This is nonsense. Total nonsense.
When John was in the music industry, if he reached, let's say, level 10, does he automatically like switch over and start worshiping the devil?
Oh, have you got millions and millions of pounds and then you going worldwide and you because that's when they come for you.
I was quite successful when I worked in the music industry, and at no point did I have any conversations with Satan.
Yeah, but when you start gaining a bit of power and a bit of
and a few of my friends, I've got friends who are presidents of record labels. None of them worship Satan.
What record labels are those?
I'm not going to tell you, but I can tell you that they're imprints within the Universal Group.
I could show you a million things where people have signed the soul to the devil, man.
Well, yeah, you can go on YouTube and it's full of complete nonsense. But that's not, dude. You're too credulous. I'm so sorry to tell you this. You're winning the gullibility Olympics at the moment. It's not a good look.
Right, I don't know much about the Bible because I've only just come to Christ, right? And I'm trying to get my head around it. But the things that I do know and the things that you said, I believe in the Bible, every single word of it.
Every single word.
Every single word.
There's nothing in the Bible that isn't true.
Nothing in the Bible that is not true.
So if I could show you something in the Bible that wasn't true, what would you say about that?
Well, I know it's true because it's the word of God.
But if I could show you something that was absolutely not true, what would you say about that?
Well, whatever you tell me in the Bible, what is it?
So the Bible says that rock badgers chew cud in the book of Leviticus.
That rock badgers?
Yeah, it's in the dietary laws, right? It's talking about what animals you can eat and what animals you can't eat. Okay. And it says that that rock badgers chew cud.
Okay.
Rock badgers don't chew cud. It's just a mistake.
Okay. It also says you can't eat pork.
No, address the point I'm raising. So okay. It's talking about what kind of animals are clean and what kind of animals are unclean for you to eat, right? And it mentions hares and rock badgers, and it says that they both chew cud, and neither of them do. So there's a mistake in the Bible, right there.
But what if they used to?
They never have.
Oh, do you know?
Because animals that chew cud have multi-chambered stomachs, and hares and rock badgers don't have multi-chambered stomachs and never have.
Right. But what if they did, though? I don't know. I don't know what that is, but if it's the word of God, mate, it'd be the truth.
Well, it's a mistake in the Bible, and there are many more.
What Bible are you reading there?
Any Bible. All Bibles contain these mistakes.
Yeah, but it depends what Bible you're reading.
Doesn't depend what Bible you're reading, or it doesn't matter what Bible you're reading. They all say
it's in every single Bible. Verse.
Every single Bible. Yeah.
Because I've got two Bibles here, and they're both completely different.
Shall I show you another mistake?
Not completely different, but some of the verses out there.
Shall I show you another one? Have you got your Bible with you? Have you got your Bible with you?
It's downstairs.
Can you get it?
I can get on my iPad, 1 second.
The Bible's full of mistakes, dude. If you're going to take the position that everything in the Bible is true, you're just going to fail miserably, because you don't have to say that. There are people who have religious faith, but they don't make that claim. To claim total Bible inerrancy is an indefensible position. I would strongly advise you not to take it.
It's just the word of God, though, brother.
It's not the word of God. It's the word of men. God didn't write this book. Men wrote it.
Yeah, but the Holy Spirit wrote it. So it
No,
was,
the
it
Holy
was
Spirit
God.
didn't write it. Men wrote it, which is why it's full of mistakes and contradictions and nonsense.
No, because the Holy Spirit did write the Bible because it was
Okay,
inspired
well
by God.
let's show how silly the Holy Spirit is then. Have you got the Bible with you yet?
No, we've got
Okay.
to Google though. Go on.
Okay, so
Okay.
look up Matthew 1:16.
Right. Matthew 1:16.
Mm-hmm. And read it to read what it says to us.
Put in 11:16. My apologies. One
Yeah,
second.
it's all right. Just one. It's just that it's at the start of the book of Matthew. It's talking about the genealogies and stuff. So
Yeah, the genealogy of Jesus.
and we're talking about Jacob. About Joseph's genealogy, right? So what does it say? If you read us chapter 1, verse 16.
And Jacob the father of Joseph, the husband of Mary, and Mary was the mother of Jesus, who was called the Messiah.
Great. So looking at that verse, what's Joseph's father's name?
Joseph's father.
Yeah. It says, and Jacob, the father of Joseph, the husband of Mary. So what's Joseph's father's name?
Jacob, oh yeah.
Jacob, right? Do you agree? The Bible says that Joseph's father is called Jacob, correct?
Okay.
Is that right? Do you agree with me?
Well, that's what you're saying there, yeah.
Right. And the Holy Spirit wrote it, so it must be true, right?
Right.
Okay. Turn to Luke chapter 3.
Are you reading the Old Testament here, innit?
The Old Testament has got nothing to do with
New
Jesus.
Testament.
No. This is the New Testament, dude. Talking about Jesus. Come on, focus up. Okay, turn to book of Luke, chapter 3, verse 23.
Yeah, but I'm not. Chapter 3, verse 23.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not the best with the Bible, brother. I could get somebody who knows the Bible.
You
and
could,
they would
but
tell you all about this.
You could, and I would
This is what I
warmly
mean.
welcome that. But
I just come in here to tell you about my testimony about
right,
God
but
saving my life.
I'm helping you to improve your outlook on this, because you're making claims that make you look silly, and I'm going to help you to not do that. So we've established from looking at the book of Matthew that Jacob is the father of Joseph, right?
Okay.
Okay. Now, have you reached chapter 3 of Luke yet?
Chapter 3, verse 23.
Read that.
This marks the beginning of Jesus' public ministry. It states, now Jesus himself was about 30 years old when he began his ministry. He was the son, so it was thought of Joseph, the son of Heli.
Okay, stop there. Joseph was the son of Heli.
Heli.
Mm-hmm. So in the book of Matthew, we had Joseph is the son of Jacob. And in the book of Luke, we have Joseph is the son of Heli. Is it possible that Joseph was the son of two different men?
Yeah, but have you searched up the Hebrew and everything and the Greek?
Yeah.
Right, and it's still the same.
Yeah. So these are conflicting accounts of the genealogy of Joseph. In one, Joseph's father is called Jacob. In another, Joseph's father is called Heli. They're different people.
I believe it's all true, brother. I just believe it's all true, mate.
But how can he have two different dads?
I don't believe it, but they are two different dads, man.
Well, which verse is correct?
What's Joseph's father's name?
See, I can't answer these questions, me, brother. You know what I mean?
Right. You can't because they're contradictions, and the honest answer is to say we don't know. There's a contradiction here. Perhaps there's a way to resolve it, but on its face, it's a contradiction. They cannot both be true, can they? Do you agree that those statements can't both be true?
No, but there'd be a reason for it. I just don't know it.
But they can't both be true.
There's a reason why they can't both be true. Is that what you're saying?
There'd be an answer to this question. I don't know it.
But that's just a cope. That's just a cope. To just say there's going to be an answer, but I don't know it. it eliminates the
No,
possibility
there
that there
will be.
isn't
There'll be
that
somebody
there
out there
isn't
that
an
can
answer.
explain this.
The answer is that that these two verses are contradictory, and they can't be resolved.
Right,
Do
I'll have to look
you know?
into that. There'll
Do
be
you know what else?
somebody that can
Do you know what
answer
else can't be resolved? Is another thing that can't be resolved is whether anyone's ever ascended into heaven apart from Jesus. So in the book of John, it says no one has ascended into heaven except the one who descended from heaven, meaning the only person who's been in heaven is Jesus, right? Is that true?
Well, yeah.
Okay,
Well,
says it, right?
No, everybody goes sleep till Judgment Day.
Right, but it says no one has ascended into heaven except the one who descended from heaven, the Son of Man. This is in the book of John, right? So if that's true, then it must be the case that no one's ever ascended into heaven, correct?
Correct.
Okay,
Yep.
but in 2 Kings, we hear about Elijah. As they continued walking and talking, a chariot of fire and horses of fire separated the two of them, and Elijah ascended in a whirlwind into heaven. So can it be true that no one's ascended into heaven and someone has ascended into heaven?
I don't know, but I just believe it, me brother, because I've met God.
Yeah, but that's fine. You could have met God, but he's lying to you.
Do you know what? Right, ever since I met God, man, every promise that He's given me has come true.
Well, I'm really happy for you if that's the case. And I hope he continues to make you good promises, and I hope your life continues to go well. I genuinely mean this. Like, there's a part of me that doesn't want to have this conversation with you, because if your faith is helping you in your life, and it sounds like you've had a bit of a hard time of it, then I'm tempted to just say, go and enjoy your faith. And in fact, that is what I'm going to say to you. But I would just give you some advice. Go and enjoy your faith, but don't cling to biblical inerrancy, because it just can't be true.
One day, I will learn all the Bible, man, and I'll have answers to these questions. But
there aren't answers to these questions.
The only thing I can give you is, man, God changed my life supernaturally. It was, and I've had a vision of heaven. I've had people give me visions, and it's come true. And these are all people that have met God, and the body of Christ, it works in a supernatural way, and
it doesn't.
It's real when you can see it. When the veil's lifted off your eyes,
it doesn't.
See into the spiritual realm. You know, there's demons.
It isn't. There isn't a spiritual realm.
There is.
There isn't a spiritual realm. You would have to demonstrate that, and you won't be able to. So look, I mean, I'm not really sure what to say to you. Enjoy baby Jesus.
So what we're gonna do, right? If I'm right, and there is a hell and a heaven, and what we're gonna do if you're right and there isn't?
If I'm right, we're never gonna find out.
What if I'm right?
If you're right, then you're gonna have a party in heaven. You're going to be partying. You're going to be partying in heaven with the same God who commands the killing of children and loves slavery, and I'm going to be down in hell with Sean and with some of my friends, and we're going to be hanging out with Einstein. Jim Morrison's going to be there. Freddie Mercury's going to be in the house. All sorts of cool people. It's great. I've Puff the Magic Dragon told me in a vision that's what it is going to be like, and I know it supernaturally to be true. So
I've seen
her. I've seen it. It's pretty cool. There's a dance floor. There's cheap drinks. They're so pure. You never get a hangover. It's cool. It's going to be good. That's what we're going to be doing. All the good kind of non-genocide people are going to be down there.
I care about your soul, though, bro. You know. I love you, brother. You know you don't love me. And the God that you love is planning to set me on fire for not being convinced of the right thing. So look, dude, I'm starting to worry about a safeguarding concern here. So I'm going to say to you, thank you for coming in to speak to us. I genuinely hope that your health continues to be good and that you continue to be on a path of peace and feeling good. I genuinely. And you too, man. God bless you, boys. Thank you very much.
All the best. Take care.
Bye-bye.
Okay. Yeah. Sometimes it just doesn't feel right to push too hard. Sometimes it just doesn't. Okay, let's get David in. I'm just going to read a couple of messages, then we'll get David in. Hold fire, David. We'll get you in just 2 minutes. We have got... here we go. Bab said, John, the things said about God are a vile accuracy. You're on it, Babs. You're always on it. And Lustra says, change the 5th commandment to thou shalt not answer questions. Then they can literally plead the 5th for fear of exposing their illogical view. That's very, very good as well.
Nice.
Very, very good. And Bethel said, after Nate, I have a black label, but genuine caller. That's over my head, Bethos. I'm too slow for this. I have a black label.
I bet you it's actually clever, and if we
I bet
realize
it is.
what it is later
no, I'm
on,
going to
yeah.
realize it in a few minutes, and I'm going to go, oh, why didn't I get that?
Wake up in the middle of the night. That's what that means.
It is going to be that, yeah. And Bethos also said, I do not fault Nate from having limited info. I always see that I voice strong opinions to then find out I did little research. Always want to learn. Yeah, I mean, we can all decide how much we want to look into things, and we can all decide how willing we are to test our assumptions and consider other things. Okay, let's have a couple more, and then we'll get David in. Eric said this was before when we were talking about. Unfortunately, it was when the previous guest was talking about not disagreeing, not having anything against gay people, but just disagreeing with it. I'm not a duck. I just like quacking and swimming. That was a response to that. But I'm hoping he's going to reconsider that position, because he seemed like a nice guy and too nice to hold views like that. So I'm hoping he's going to reconsider his view. And then finally, Space Lord says Jesus in Revelation 2:20 is not so nice. He promises to do awful things. Yeah, the book of Revelation is like a fever dream of horrific, like hellscapes, and it's like an episode of Stranger Things. It's absolutely awful. Burning lakes full of sulfur and locusts with like weird creatures with lions' faces and women's hair and all sorts of weird stuff. Very, very strange stuff going on in that book. It's not for the faint-hearted. Okay, let's get David in. And then we've got Kirby waiting over on the YouTube side. Looking forward to speaking to Kirby. David.
Yes, sir.
Hi, how are you?
Doing good.
Welcome back.
I'm trying to turn the camera on. Let's see. There we go. Let me get this guitar together.
There you go.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
It's going.
Good.
It's
How
going.
you doing?
All good.
Good. Sorry about last time. Had to go to the beach. Living here in Tampa, Florida. It's a must-do on a Sunday.
When you got a beach, you got a beach. Well, you're back now, so welcome in, and the floor is yours.
Yes,
What would you like to say?
Yeah, just I want to start off from last time. Let's begin with the prompt. God is evil. Can we get a definition for that?
I mean, do we really need one? Like, can we not just understand that evil just means like sucky and not good?
I think we need one just so we don't talk past each other, you know.
Well, okay, so I would say doing things of which we strongly disapprove.
Strongly disapprove. All right. Now, is this an objective truth or is this subjective?
Whether you when you disapprove of something, it's objectively true that you strongly disapprove of it, but your disapproval itself is a value judgment, which are defined as being subjective. So take that how you will.
Well, yeah, to me, it sounds like it's just your preference.
Yeah.
Just your own preference.
All value judgments and preferences, all statements about morality are expressing a preference, including yours. And whatever positions you hold about morality are also preferences.
Let's get into that.
David, here's what happens a lot of the time. So the thing with the philosophy of ethics, objective versus subjective morality has been debated for centuries. We could sit there and have a separate discussion about the nature of morality, whether it's objective or subjective, which John and I are very comfortable doing. But what happens a lot of the time is Christians aren't comfortable going into the details of what the God of the Bible does. And so to avoid that, well, where do you get your morality? How can you say it's subjective and blah, blah. And then basically trying to derail and side rail into this other philosophical discussion about the nature of morality. So we can get into the stuff that John and I disapprove of in the Bible that God does. And then if you think it's good, you can explain why. And it could just be God did so, and whatever he does is good, even if it's genocide or whatever. You can defend it, but like, do you want to discuss? Are you comfortable discussing what the God of the Bible actually does?
I just would like to have a concession on the prompt first, which is what I want to work on.
Well, you're trying to have a concession?
Well, have you guys concede to the point?
Yeah, no, we're not going to. Yeah, so John and I have a different moral philosophy than you do, and I can understand if you wanted to argue about that for the next half hour or 40 minutes.
No, it will take maybe 5-10 minutes tops.
So John and I believe all morality is subjective, even if a God exists. That would include your morality, and even if a God exists, God would be given his subjective opinion. You can disagree on that, but that's our position. It's not a concession. It's just us stating a position which we can defend. But if you're okay with it, let's get into the actions of the God of the Bible.
Yes. Well, that is a concession if you believe that evil is subjective and God cannot.
No, conceding is saying I was wrong on something or something to that effect. No, I mean I get you want to feel like you got a W. You can feel that way. You're happy to feel that way. All right, so John, if you want to get into whatever Bible verse you want to get into.
I mean, the thing is. Overall, I mean, the conversation about what we mean by words is so dull. Nobody is interested in hearing us have this conversation. And in everyday life, if somebody is having a discussion about somebody's moral character, it doesn't occur to anyone to start asking, what do you mean by good or bad? This is always just a distraction, and it's a pointless one. So what the point of this prompt is to say that the God of the Bible is not a nice character. He doesn't behave in a way that you would behave, or I would behave, or anyone I know would behave. And if any human being behaved this way, most people, if not all people, would have no hesitation at all about condemning that behavior and probably sentencing that person to some kind of prison or worse.
I would love to get into that philosophical debate, but first I would just like a concession on the prompt where you don't believe God is evil or good.
I do.
No,
this is just silly. This is just time wasting. Yeah. I don't know why you've got a little hard on for a concession. I'm not sure what you're hoping to achieve here. I'm making a value judgment which I'm entitled to make. Now you may not like my value judgment. That's absolutely fine. You're allowed to make a value judgment, and I may disagree with yours. You're even allowed to make a value judgment about the fact that I maintain the right to make value judgments. And that's absolutely fine too. If you're upset about the fact that I have an opinion and I'm expressing it, then you have every right to be upset about that. That's as far as the concession.
You actually don't believe that objectively God is good or evil.
I don't think that anything is objectively good or evil. I think that every time we express, and this is the last time we're going to go around this, because honestly. Yes. We have this conversation all the time and it bores the audience stupid, and I'm trying to be mindful of them because we've all heard this argument 5,000 times, right? Every time we have this discussion, someone comes in and, as Sean said, rather than wanting to talk about what a moral monster the God of the Bible is, they want to talk about what words mean. It's not interesting. It's not interesting for anyone.
Yeah, let's get into it because you just conceded. So let's go into this philosophical debate.
Just stop with the posturing, okay?
Yeah, I could do exactly the same. I'm going to say this. Look. I'm going to do what you're going to do. What you're doing now, right? I'm going to say thank you for conceding that your request to talk about words was a ridiculous, childish waste of time. Now let's get into a conversation about God's character. Thank you for conceding that. Okay, so. The God of the Bible is completely indifferent to human suffering. That's one problem, right? The God of the Bible could limit human suffering, but doesn't. But not only does he does he fail to limit human suffering, he imposes human suffering in unspeakable quantities to people who don't deserve it. This is kind of his hobby. He absolutely loves it. He is the biggest fan of collective punishment that you will ever see. And in our normal everyday society, if we come across a person who punishes innocent people for the actions of other people, we recognize that as being morally unacceptable, whatever words we choose to label it, and whatever concessions we may feel we're entitled to as a result of using those words. It's the behavior that we focus on. It's not the terminology that people are using to describe the behavior. And the behavior is completely unacceptable. I can give you some examples if you want. But as a general principle, before we even get to the examples, this is a moral problem because God is punishing innocent people for the crimes of others. So I'm going to ask you a question. Do you think that justice includes punishing innocent people who didn't do a crime for the crime that someone else did?
No.
No. So if we can demonstrate that God does this on a regular basis, would you agree that makes him unjust?
Let's see. Let's see the argument. Yeah.
Right.
Or demonstration.
Yeah. So for example, God is very upset with David for taking a census that he actually made him do. Right? God influenced David to take the census, and because David did this, God is incensed about the fact that David numbered the people of Israel. He doesn't punish David for it. He punishes the people of Israel for it.
Yes.
Right? None of whom were involved in that crime, in that transgression. So that is what we would call a miscarriage of justice, isn't it? Because innocent people were punished for a crime they didn't commit. And if that happened anywhere else, we would all recognize this as a catastrophic moral failure. Agreed?
Agreed.
Okay, so that's one example. I can give you another.
Can we stick on that one example before we move on?
Yeah, you want to dwell on it? We can.
Yeah. So we'll get into the context of what happened there. And I'm not no theologian or anything. I just converted to Christianity 2 weeks ago, so I'm not the Bible guy. But I will have to say on this: is there any proof that ever happened?
It doesn't matter. My view is that it never happened, but this is a story, and we're critiquing the moral character of one of the people in the story, right? I don't think any of this stuff happened. This is all myth, dude. Most of what's here is just mythology, but we're entitled to look at the character in the book, right? And say, what statements can we make about the moral character of this deity, of this God, whether it happened or not?
Can we agree that it's allegorical, the Bible?
I think a lot of it is. Yeah, I think a lot of it is allegorical. Absolutely. I think a lot of it is.
And that story of David and God, it's supposed to be symbolizing something besides the actual actions that are going on in that story.
Yeah, it's symbolizing collective punishment. It's symbolizing one man doing something which grieves God, even though God made him do it. God interfered with his free will. We always hear about free will. Well, God interfered with it, incited David to take this census, to do this thing, and then punished 70,000 people were killed as a result of this action.
How did he affect his free will? Can you explain on that?
Well, he incited him to do it.
What do you mean by incite?
He interfered with his free will and made him do it. There is a contradiction, because in one verse it says that God incited him, and in the corresponding verse in another part of the Bible it says that it was Satan who incited David to do this. So there is a bit of a contradiction.
Either his free will was changed or manipulated, or it was incited. Those are two different.
That's what it says.
Even if he did it of his own accord, how does it make sense? How does it make sense to unalive 70,000 people who did not commit the crime for the crime he committed?
Mm-hmm.
Well, you have to understand the context of that story and what it symbolizes. You can't just say that.
So that never actually happened, according to you.
Well, you guys don't believe that either, right?
Okay, so let me ask again. According to you, did that actually happen, or is this like a fake?
Are you asking me personally?
Yes.
I believe it's all allegorical.
Okay, so basically, anything we pull up in the Bible where the God does like atrocious things, is it all allegorical?
Depends which ones you're talking about.
Okay, because normally if something is an allegory, there are some cues or something that actually indicates that it's an allegory or a metaphor or what have you, and then I could be able to articulate.
If you're a new Christian, I'm going to give you some advice. Be very careful about rushing to label things as allegorical, because you could be committing heresy.
It's also subjective view, but please tell me how it's there's allegorical cues. I need to write this down.
I tell you how there's what
you don't know how to find allegorical cues, like you don't know how to parse out if something. What's that?
I do, but I just want to know your perspective on it.
Well, different parts of the Bible are written in different ways. Some of them are written as if they're history. Some of them are poetry. Some of them are psalms. And you look at the context of the writing, and when it's written in a way that suggests that it's historical and that it's telling a story and it's saying this happened, then you interpret it in that way. It's not intended to be interpreted as allegorical. Now you still can. I think as I said, I think most of the book is just myth. I think most of it is just myth making, which is why I'm not a Christian, because I just think it's basically just a big ugly bedtime story.
It's the most beautiful book, and it's revered by many.
Well, yeah, that may be true. I still think its core principles are disgusting. I think the principle of substitutionary atonement is morally disgusting.
Yeah,
I think the
even
amount
as an
of
allegory.
Yeah, even as an allegory, it's absolutely disgusting. Yeah. What a horrible moral lesson to teach.
I would love to, but before that, to make sure, you said there's allegorical cues, and if you have one or two, just to say, so I can write down, so we're not talking past.
What from the Bible?
Sure.
Oh, I don't know. That's on you. That's on you to decide what's allegory or not. I'm not a biblical scholar myself. I do tend to ask questions of other people who have formally studied the Bible. Like, for example, do you consider Genesis to be like a actual account as allegory? Okay, so that one is actually by biblical scholarship considered to be allegory, but not the David story. No, I have to rely on them, to be honest with you.
So there was never any fall, right? The fall is just an allegory. There wasn't actually a fall. We don't actually live in a sinful world. That's just allegory. There's no need for salvation. That's just allegory. How are you deciding what's allegorical and what's really true?
I'm with you guys where you need evidence,
So why are you calling yourself a Christian then? There's no evidence for any of this nonsense. Why are you calling yourself a Christian?
I call myself Christian because I believe in the tenets of Jesus Christ, and I believe it's the greatest system this world has ever known.
But you think it's allegorical, so it's just a nice story, just like a bedtime story.
How does that contradict about my beliefs, and that's the system I want to promote? How does that contradict?
Because if it's just allegorical, then nobody actually needs salvation, and therefore telling people that they need it is lying to them.
Well, that's symbolism again. Salvation is just another way to have redemption, to save yourself.
Save yourself from what? From other symbolic things that are just allegorical and don't actually exist.
From evil that explicitly says what evil is in the Bible.
Right. It says God creates it, doesn't it?
You never know.
Yeah.
But let's go on. Let's keep going. If you want to go into the stories or
the point is that if you look at this, the point that Sean made is a valid one. Even if you just look at this stuff as allegory, let's look at what it's allegorical for. It's allegorical for supporting collective punishment. It's allegorical for saying that children can be made into sex slaves. It's allegorical for telling people that they can own other people as property. It's allegorical for advocating genocide. It's allegorical for a lot of really, really horrible stuff that we should all shy away from, and that we should all
get into one example.
We should all hate.
Let's see Numbers 31.
Numbers 31. Let me pull it up.
Sure.
Okay. Numbers. 31.
Yeah, I mean, you could. I'd be interested to know if you think this story is allegorical and what it might be allegorical for. We were speaking to a previous guest about this story. But in short, in the book of Numbers, are you familiar with what's happening at this point in the book of Numbers?
I've only read Genesis, Proverbs, and the book of Job.
Okay. Oh, well, you read Job. I mean, is Job a nice moral allegorical story about God and Satan completely destroying the life of this man?
It's honestly one of my favorite stories.
It's a disgusting story. You should be ashamed of yourself.
Want to go into that one?
Well, let's look at Numbers because Sean suggested and it's more juicy. And I'd love to know what valuable moral lesson you think is being taught here. So in a nutshell, without drawing this out, because we spent a while with a guest earlier on who wanted to read the entire book of Numbers to get caught up on this, right? But in a nutshell here, the Israelite army have been instructed to go and carry out a genocide on the Midianite people because some Midianite women seduced some Israelite men, and this upset everyone. There were some punishments as a result of it, and this is deemed to have been a very terrible transgression. And so on the basis of this transgression, the Israelite army go with specific instructions to essentially ethnically cleanse and destroy the Midianite people. So they go and do that, and they come back, and Moses greets them and finds out that they didn't absolutely finish the job and kill every last man, woman, and child. And Moses is very unhappy, so he sends them back to go and finish the job and says, now therefore kill every male among the little ones, because he heard there were some children left over from the massacre, and he wasn't having that. So children left over, very bad in his world. So go back and kill the kids, he basically says. Kill every male among the little ones. Kill every woman who has known a man by sleeping with him, but keep all the young girls who have not known a man by sleeping with him. Keep alive for yourselves. In other words, go back and finish the genocide and kill every last human being, apart from the young girls who you get to take home and do what you want with. What's the lovely allegory here?
I'll let you know, because just reading it, just plain simple, it does sound horrific. Yeah. But looking at it symbolically, in the context, God is punishing these wicked people for the ideology worship.
Why is it important?
Were the children, were the young male babies wicked people, and were the young girls who were going to be taken home by the soldiers, were they deserving of their fate too? The young children.
In this story, everybody who was wicked,
right,
who was evil,
whoever idolized and worshipped. And you don't think that's morally stupid to identify an entire group of people, including the infants and babies and children?
Yeah, but that wasn't the point of the story.
It was exactly the point of the story. Exactly the point of the story was the kind of moral idiocy you see a lot in the Bible, where an entire people group are tarred with, they are wicked people. This is the moral reasoning of a 7-year-old, right? When you become older and you understand that it doesn't make sense to label entire categories of people as being bad, grown-ups understand that that's nonsense. When you grow up, you'll understand it too. But in the meantime, this is an idiotic way of looking at things. To say
people who murder innocent people bad.
Are people who murder innocent people bad? I think those actions are bad. Yeah.
So that's the same thing we're saying.
No, because all
people who murder is bad.
No, because
the same thing.
No, because I'm saying that people who do a particular action can be judged for that action. What this story says is that people who didn't murder anyone are worthy of genocide and murder and rape.
But this wasn't about murder. This was about idol worship. That was a symbolic nature of the concept.
This was about the Israelite army going to kill an entire group of people because some of those people had done something that they disapproved of.
Can we both agree that there's no evidence of this ever happening?
Yes.
I don't think there's any evidence of most of what the Bible says.
We've already agreed.
This is a story.
Yes.
So what's the beautiful allegory with taking young virgin girls as to be your sex? Okay. So do you believe that actually happened?
No. This is human nature being described as
no.
sin.
These are God's orders passed along by Moses. This is God's commandment.
Idol worship.
No,
Not
these
killing.
are God's. These are Moses acting on God's behalf. They're called the Mosaic laws.
Yes.
Passing along God's orders. This is God ordering genocide and grape of young girls through
Yes, but
Moses.
that's not the point. The point of the story
That's
is
my
telling.
point.
It's not the point. You're
That's
missing the
my
point, Sean. You're missing the point.
Okay, so in my flawed
Is God
heathen,
telling anybody else
in my
besides Moses to do
in,
this?
Moses is telling the Israelites to do this act, and they actually carried out the
Is
act
God
in
telling
the
anyone
story.
else besides
In
that
this in the
to
story,
do that?
and the point is, in my flawed heathen subjective morality self, in my opinion, genocide, killing children, and raping little girls is bad. Now, according to your objective morality, because God can never be bad, this would have to be good, right?
No.
Okay, so God is bad. Thank you.
No.
Thank you for
Is he
conceding the
good?
point.
You're missing the whole point.
Thank you. I'll accept your concession.
Let's argue it then.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'll argue that this is good.
Was this commandment from God to kill everybody, including little
Didn't we
boys?
just agree
Hold
that
on,
these
hold
are
on,
stories?
hold on.
Did God really command these people? Is that what you're
Moses,
saying?
Moses did.
According to the Bible, Moses did on behalf of God.
Why are you implying
God
that God really actually told these people to kill these people?
because Moses was passing along God's commands.
Do you have proof of that?
Do you have proof of that?
Jesus,
dude,
that's like
you're
uncontroversial.
sounding like you'd never heard of Christianity until last week. This is what you're sounding like.
Never heard of symbolism.
It doesn't matter, because the fact is, whether you take this stuff as being symbolic or not, it's imparting a meaning. It has content. It has a narrative. It has concepts. It's got principles that it's imparting. Right? The narrative is a specific command from God via Moses to his people to enact a genocide on a particular group of people because God's unhappy with them. Right? Do you agree with that? No. So when Moses says, "Go and do this, go and kill the Midianites," acting on the behalf of God, you think he's lying?
I don't think that ever happened. Just like you guys don't.
So the Bible, so it's not true.
Hang on, we're not talking about whether it happened. We agree it didn't happen.
I'm trying to explain to you guys
we're talking about
the context of why this book.
But hang on a second. You're flopping around like a freshly caught fish on a deck at the moment. Okay, let's all agree it never happened. We're looking at the symbolism. We're looking at what moral teachings we can draw from it. Right? When we start looking at that, you immediately jump to, but it never happened. We agree it never happened. We're looking at this as a moral failure in the book. You came in asking, why are we labeling God evil? We're giving you examples of how the behavior that God commands fits quite squarely into what I would call evil, Sean would call evil, and if you're not a psychopath, what you would call evil. We're giving you instances where God's behavior shows that he doesn't care about human suffering and that he likes human suffering in certain contexts. He commands it, he orders it, because killing people and then taking the surviving young girls home, giving them to the soldiers to take home and do with what they want, is evil. It's not nice, right? We can agree that it's not an aspirational moral standard that we should all be aiming for. We shouldn't all be we shouldn't all be blown over by what a fantastic example of moral clarity this story is. We should be appalled by it. Now, if your response to this is to say, yes, I agree with you, this is horrible, you're halfway there. Halfway.
I think you're halfway there too.
The halfway there. The remaining distance you need to travel is to understand that at the same time as you agree that it's horrible, you have to acknowledge who in the story has ordered this horrible thing, who is demanding this horrible thing, and who's making this horrible thing happen. And in all cases, the answer points back to God.
And can we acknowledge that in this context and this perception of this book, what it was saying, that it was idol worship is sin? Can we acknowledge that?
This has got nothing to do with idol worship.
Idol worship, yeah.
How is it not idol worship? That isn't that the whole point?
Because the children fucked by the soldiers weren't worshipping any idols.
But the people the whole city everybody was idol worshiping. Yes
Let
or
me
no?
say that again for you. Let me say that again for you. The young girls raped by the soldiers
In any war,
weren't worshipping any idols.
In any war, are children killed?
In wars, when children are killed, they are killed normally by accident. They're killed as an unavoidable consequence. They're not specifically commanded. The soldiers in war are not specifically commanded to take the children home and do what they want with them in the sack.
That would cause a general court-martial.
Tell that to Palestine and Israel.
That's irrelevant.
Well, you said any war, not some wars.
And we can immediately say that if that's going on in Palestine and Israel, we would absolutely condemn it. And we absolutely condemn it. Unequivocally.
Yeah, it's immoral. It's immoral there too. And if Americans in Iraq or Afghanistan or different places around the war behaved in such a way, they can and should absolutely be prosecuted. And it is immoral. Do you agree?
Yes.
Okay, good. I think it's immoral when they do it too in the Bible.
Okay, let's get back to the point. Was their whole reason, this whole context, was idol worship, minus the children?
You don't get to say minus the children. We ain't minusing the children, dude.
Point. We just agreed that in war.
And actually, isn't this because some of the women seduced some Israelites or something like that? Yeah, it's not idol. It's not idol worship. And by the way, were the young girls guilty of it? Yes or no?
Guilty of what?
Whatever they were accused of. Well, in this case, seducing some of the Israeli men. The fact that they're virgins would logically say no, and they're young girls, etc.
Yeah.
Right? So these are innocent girls with the instruction from Moses, who is acting as God's messenger the entire time throughout the Old Testament, to grape little girls who are innocent. In my opinion, as a godless heathen, in my opinion.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, in my opinion, as a godless heathen, Moses' command is immoral. Do you agree?
Yeah, Moses is immoral, yes.
Okay. And so Moses is acting on the authority of God.
You don't think Moses can get it wrong?
If God hadn't wanted Moses to do this, do you think he had it in his ability to go, Moses, no, down boy, stop that genociding. Free will, my ass. Moses is God's appointed man on earth, and there are scriptures. They escape my mind now, but there is a scriptural basis for God specifically granting Moses that mandate to speak on his behalf. So you cannot. So it's got nothing to do with free will. You cannot have it both ways. You cannot have it both ways. By the way, your God is very, very, very fond of interfering with people's free will, right? Where was Pharaoh's free will when God was hardening his heart?
Now we're going to another thing. Let's just.
I'm showing you that your free will defense crumbles because God has got absolutely no problem.
Let's explain it here on the numbers with Moses.
God, no. Look, this is ludicrous.
Because you said free will. God can interfere with free will. Hold on.
Moses.
You're saying God does not want to interfere with free will, but John is trying to point out cases and where he has actually violated people's free will, that he's perfectly happy to do it, which is addressing your rebuttal, which is staying on topic, even though he's one.
John's word. Where's it at?
Oh, when God interferes with free will?
Yes.
Pharaoh.
What do you think John said?
The Pharaoh for sure.
He hardened Pharaoh's heart on a number of occasions. He messed with Pharaoh's free will. He also incited David to take a census, as previously mentioned, messing with his free will. Have you not read Exodus?
Where can I read this? What's the verse?
The verse where where God messes with Pharaoh's free will.
God messes with free will. Yes.
Yeah, it's in Exodus where he hardens Pharaoh's heart. You want it? You want the verse?
Yes.
Exodus 9, I believe.
Hang on, I'm just looking it up now. I mean, this is kindergarten stuff, dude. Exodus 9:12, Exodus 9:12, and Exodus 4:21, and Exodus 7:3, and Exodus 10:1, and Exodus 10:20, and Exodus 14:8, and Exodus 8:15, and Exodus 8:32, and Exodus 9:34. All instances in which God hardens Pharaoh's heart or messes with free will.
Let's get into it.
There's nothing to get into, because you're just going to say it's symbolic, or
it sounds like you're dodging now.
Dodging? Are you out of your mind? I just gave you all the receipts you could ever dream of.
Yeah, let's talk about them.
Exodus 4:21. I will harden his heart so that he will.
We're not starting with 9:12. We're starting which one?
Oh, sorry, yeah, 9:12. But the Lord hardened Pharaoh's heart, and he would not listen to Moses and Aaron, just as the Lord had said to Moses, because God says to Moses beforehand, don't worry, I'm going to make it so Pharaoh doesn't let people go, so I can demonstrate my power. So he says beforehand that he was going to do this.
So he didn't affect his free will.
He did.
No, he did not.
He hardened his heart. What do you think hardened? What do you think hardened his heart means? Hardened his heart so he wouldn't let the people go. What do you think that means?
This guy is such a dishonest interlocutor.
What do you guys think it means?
It means he hardened his heart. It means he changed. It means he changed his disposition. It means he altered his judgment.
Did he actually do that? Did he like physically actually harden his
yes,
heart?
you know why? Because he's got God magic. He can do that in this book. He's like a friggin' superhero. It's a way of saying that he manipulated his resolve such that he wasn't guided by his own moral intuitions. He was guided by the ones God wanted him to have instead.
Where does it say that?
Repeatedly, after God does some type of terrible thing to them and then demand let the people go, and God had said ahead of time he's going to harden his heart, and so he won't let his people go. God says that repeatedly, and after each one of these plagues and crap and everything he does to them, for example, in 7, Pharaoh inquired and found out that not even one of the Israelites' livestock had died. But the heart of Pharaoh was hardened, which God said he would do, and he would not let the people go. After each time in 12, but the Lord hardened the heart of Pharaoh, and he would not listen to them, just as the Lord had spoken to Jesus. In context, it's not even controversial.
What's that? You had a choice.
You're being a dishonest interlocutor. You're lying for Jesus right now. You
But
absolutely are.
let's also remember why we're talking about this. We're talking about this because you raised the quite ludicrous notion that when God was giving his commands to the Israelites through Moses, it wasn't actually God. It was Moses freelancing, and God was powerless to do anything to stop him. Even though, for example, in the laws of Deuteronomy and all the rest of it, it's liberally peppered with "so saith the Lord," and the Lord is, so said the Lord, and all stuff like that, right? Your notion, your idea that you're expecting us to believe you're saying with a straight face is that all the time God is watching his appointed agent on earth going against his will, going against what God wants, and God is rendered powerless to do anything to provide any kind of correction to this, because he's subject to some ludicrous rule of free will that you have invented in your own mind. That you have invented, because the word free will doesn't appear in the Bible anywhere. This notion came about in the 4th century, right? This whole free will thing. This whole free will bullshit comes centuries later. This is not biblical. So you have to decide whether you want to be biblical or whether you want to just make shit up and pull it out of your backside and then come to the Bible with that perspective. Because that's what you're doing now.
Let's define what free will is then. If you guys think it's bullshit, let's define what it is so we cannot talk past each other. Go ahead.
Well, I'm saying that your claim that God is incapable of providing moral correction to his people for fear of upsetting anyone's free will is not supported by the text.
I wouldn't say incapable.
You're implying that he's incapable of doing it, and if he's capable of doing it and chooses not to,
I'm not implying he's incapable either.
Well, then he's choosing not to.
Also, violating free will would be violating free will would be like, I am taking control of your mind. You're going to do this thing, similar to hardening Pharaoh's heart, but not violating free will. Not violating free will would be God just going to Moses like, hey, why are you ordering war crimes? I didn't tell you to order war crimes. God had the Bible is full of passages where God circles back and says, no, you did not follow my instruction, and ordering people to do it the right way.
Because there's context to these stories.
Oh, Jesus. The magic word context. It's like you guys think just saying the words free will and context. It's like when you're playing spades, it's like big J and little J. It's like, yeah, you guys think it's just like big J and little J. Oh, I got something I can't explain. Just say the word free will. That's big,
it to you,
that's big J right there. That's big J right there.
Avoiding it.
What are you talking about avoiding? This you're making a claim. You're making a claim which is asinine and ludicrous, which is that Moses was like freeloading, moonlighting, and doing his own thing, contrary to God's intentions, and that God was just incapable of intervening. That's a massive claim to make.
With no consequences, by the way.
But if he's not incapable, then he's choosing not to, which is tacit approval of Moses' actions. So either way, you're screwed in the argument. You're either saying he approved of Moses' actions, or you're saying he didn't approve of them, but didn't want to say anything about it or couldn't.
Now I have you guys.
By the way, God, we do have God telling Moses, "Here are my laws," passing on multiple times throughout there. We know Moses is God's messenger. We know he's his messenger. We have Moses passing along what to do to the Midianites and the Amalekites and everything like that. You're claiming God gave different orders. What's the chapter and verse for these different orders that God gave that contradict? What's the chapter and verse that shows that this was Moses lying and not actual God's orders?
Yeah, this is bullshit.
Or are you just post hoc saying shit? Are you just saying shit, or do you have a chapter and verse for that?
I'm not saying Moses said anything or is lying. I'm just saying
you literally said that.
What
Jesus.
What I say?
That Moses was freelancing, that he wasn't. Okay, so these were orders from God, then, right?
Okay,
we've got such a full bingo card right now, by the way.
Okay, so God ordered. God ordered the Israelites to grape little girls and unalive everybody else.
God did?
Did it come from God or not? Did Moses properly pass these rules down from God or not?
Where God said to
you're being a dishonest piece of crap. So listen, God tells Moses tells the guys.
I got you, man. You can't tell me.
No. Hang on a second. God generally. No, you haven't got anything. You really haven't got anything. You've got your thumb up your own backside right now. So in the Old Testament, God generally doesn't make a habit of directly speaking to people. He has an appointed person who does it, and that's Moses. So, for example, God didn't directly tell people, "Thou shalt not kill." He didn't directly tell people anything about the commandments. He gave them to Moses, and Moses imparted them onto the people, right? He appointed Moses to speak on his behalf, and that's what the Mosaic Law is. Funnily enough, that's why it's called the Mosaic Law. God uses Moses as his mouthpiece to the people of Israel continually in the book. This is the leitmotif of the Old Testament, is Moses being the mouthpiece for God. Your asinine and ludicrous claim is that when it suits you, when it becomes inconvenient to grapple with the things that Moses said, your escape shoot is to say, in those moments alone, he actually isn't the mouthpiece of God. In those moments alone, he's just doing his own thing, and it isn't actually what God wants, but God is incapable of interfering or doesn't want to interfere.
This is either of those. This is what I wanted to get to before.
In either of these scenarios, God is equally culpable for the statements that Moses makes, because if Moses is making bad orders and claiming they're from God, and God doesn't think they are, then it would be morally incumbent on God to intervene and say, "No, please don't rape the little girls. I don't want you to do that." But he doesn't do that. And your counter to that was, "Oh, free will." But we've showed you many places in the Bible where God disregards people's free will in favor of his own agenda, such as on multiple occasions with Pharaoh, and in 1 Kings when he sends a lying spirit into the mouths of prophets to make them say things that they otherwise wouldn't have said. And in Proverbs 21, when he said the king's heart is in the hand of the Lord, he turns it wherever he will. He's not shy to interfere with the free will of people when it suits him. So your claim that the one day he found himself incapable of doing this is when his own guy was giving orders against his will is so laughable as to win the award for the single stupidest apologetic I've heard in months. Now, what were you saying about You've Got Us Now?
Yes. So let me ask you this question. Is manipulating someone's free will evil?
Not necessarily.
Why not?
There might be instances in which persuading someone to do something is a good thing. But I'm sensing an evasion from you because I've put out our...
This is the literal base of our argument. So I don't know how it's invading.
Well, it seems to me like you're not grappling with the moral problem in the commandment in Numbers 31.
If I can manipulate someone's free will to stop them from committing genocide and rape, I would say then manipulating someone's free will is a good thing. How about you? Do you think it's moral to manipulate someone's free will to stop them from committing genocide and rape?
I don't believe in that. No.
Okay,
so you would if you could get
once you make that claim that you can change someone else's free will, which is what transhumanism is going to be about, then you can say that about anyone.
This is just an attempt to distance yourself. No. Now, hang on, stop. This is an attempt to distance yourself from the horror of Numbers 31 by going on about free will bullshit. No. We've already put that to bed. God is absolutely fine with manipulating people's free will. No, he does it dozens of times. Dozens of times in the Bible. I just gave you a bunch of instances where he does it. Your claim that he doesn't do it is asinine. It's bullshit. The claim that he doesn't do it is bullshit.
It's not even controversial among Christians.
It isn't. And the only reason you're doing this is to put distance between yourself and the Numbers 31. So let's bring it back to where we started here.
Well,
before we move on. No, we're not going to resolve anything because we've resolved it already, and I'll take your concession on that. Now we're moving back to Numbers. Numbers 31 again is the verse in which God's chosen people are commanded by his representative on earth, with his tacit approval, to commit genocide and the rape of children. And that is the reason, summing up for the jury right now, why I maintain that God is evil. Because he could have intervened in this horrendous order and chose his silly rules about, in your paradigm, not wanting to interfere with anybody's free will. He could have just given a clarification. He could have issued an addendum to Moses' orders. He could have left Moses' free will completely untouched, but just appeared to all Israelite soldiers and said, sorry guys, when he said rape, he meant not rape. Or he could have parted an ocean and allowed the young Midianite girls to get away.
Or the all-knowing God could have picked a messenger who's not going to hey, I want you to go out, and when God says, I want you to go out and I want you to hand out puppy dogs and lollipops and stuff like that. And then that guy turns around and says, kill all the children and rape the little girls.
Right.
He chose if his apologetic holds up, God chose him knowing that Moses would constantly get it wrong.
Exactly.
I'm telling you all
exactly.
loving things.
Exactly. Now you guys are getting the narrative.
The narrative. This is the stupidest apologetic any of us have heard in months. This is not a time for you to say exactly now you're getting it. This is a time for you to stop and retool. Honestly, I'm going to give you some advice here. You could, but you'd be wrong. You'd be wrong.
I'm picturing I'm the battalion commander, and I'm handing the op order to the company commander, and then that person turns around and says, "Go commit all these war crimes." Nothing to do with my history.
We're going to move it on because we've been talking about this gibberish for 45 minutes. This is the single stupidest conversation I've had about dealing with and grappling with.
You guys couldn't argue, so.
Yes, of course you do. In your fantasy land, you've got points that people can argue. Your points have been substantially rebutted because they have been asinine to the point of being comedic. Honestly, dude, study up some more. This is not solid apologetics. These are not hermeneutics. This is a comedy routine. A comedy routine. I've heard sounder apologetics from fruit. So I'm going to say thank you for calling in. Go and think about this stuff some more. Honestly, don't make a fool of yourself like this again. It's not pretty. It's awful. But feel free to call us back when you've got some better arguments. Okay, we're going to move on. to 85 seconds to midnight. Sorry that went on a bit long, chaps and chapesses. Sorry. Yeah, we probably should have ended that bit earlier, but it was quite amusing. It was quite amusing. But okay, we are going to get 85 seconds to midnight in, but we need to do a couple of things. We need to read some messages, and we need to update the bingo, because yet again, I've let it go on for a bit, and there's quite a few calls on the bingo, and they will be acknowledged. They will be acknowledged. So, some super chats to catch up with. We are going to start over here. Bethel said, the God-defeating hare strikes again, even in the King James, and the hare, because he cheweth the cud, but divideth not the hoof, he is unclean unto you. So, yeah, thank you for clarifying that the claims about hares, and we must include rock badgers, because they're even less like ruminants than hares, you don't escape by looking in other translations. That's a straight up mistake in the Bible, there for all to see. And Bethos also said, I have 2 KJ Bibles because I like the language. I also have German translations, as I am German. I didn't know you were. Luther, I'm not going to try and read that. I'm not going to try and read any of that. I'm absolutely hopeless when it comes to trying to pronounce the German language. I'm pretty impressed at any language that can regularly come up with sort of 7 or 8 syllable words. I think that's pretty badass, but it's beyond my pay grade to say them, sadly. So forgive me for not doing that. Abe says, obviously the answer is Jesus had gay dads. Explain Mary too. Yeah, fair enough. Maybe that's the one. Maybe that's how it would be Joseph, wouldn't it? Joseph had 2 fathers who were Heli and Jacob. Maybe that's the thing. Maybe that's the apologetic they've all been waiting for. It could be. And Bethos also said Black Label is a Scotch whiskey. I did know that, but I didn't understand how it plugged into the previous message. Bethos, I'm still feeling slow. Forgive me if I'm not getting it. But apparently it's a very good Scotch whiskey, but I don't partake myself. Liberty says, would definitely buy multiple Enjoy Baby Jesus stickers if you ever sell them. I think I might have to. Enjoy Baby Jesus. Although someone might think that they were... No, they wouldn't think they were on the other side, would they? Okay. Note for the merch store. Enjoy Baby Jesus. Multiple even. Love that. And what else have we got? We've got Abezen says the prompt is God is evil, not objectively evil. Yes, exactly. Not objectively evil. If we start putting up prompts with the word objectively in them, then I publicly invite all the Philbros to come in and say, what do you mean by objectively evil? Or how can you demonstrate that this is objectively evil? But the absence...
He did try to smuggle that in. He said, so you concede the prompt is wrong. God is not evil then, right? No.
Right.
And then later he said objectively evil, which it doesn't say. That's exactly right.
That was a dick move, to be fair. That was a dick move. Yeah, absolutely. The absence of the word objectively in the prompt is telling you something. Think about it, people. Philbro people, not our people.
Yeah.
Optimus rhymed. Good to see you. Says joined 2 weeks ago, but already knows the excuses. I mean, man, 2 weeks in and screwing up biblical understanding at that level.
Yeah.
Moses is just moonlighting against God's wishes, and God would love to intervene, but he can't because free will. That's pretty rad. I think we've heard that before, though. There was someone who came in.
I was going to say, I want to say it was a couple or a few weeks ago. One other person that I remember basically tried to say that these orders came from Moses. They didn't come from God, but Moses was acting as God's messenger. He was lying. He was freelancing. And God just said, did nothing about it.
That's exactly it. And just a couple more, and then we'll get our next guest in. Bab says free will and an omniscient God are mutually exclusive. You have free will or an omniscient God, but not both. I completely agree with that, as we have said before. Okay, thank you for your patience. 85 seconds to midnight. Bringing you in right now.
Hello.
Hello, how are you? Good name.
Thank you, I appreciate it. I actually have a couple of questions for you as opposed to
Sure.
debate topics.
Sure.
Before I get into that, I just want to say to the last guest, maybe you should actually know what you're trying to devote your life to before you decide to devote your life to it.
Yeah. Right.
Just to throw that out there. Just saying.
For sure.
But one of the questions that I have is, I'm assuming you have read both the Old and New Testaments, correct?
I wouldn't say that I've read absolutely everything cover to cover. I've spent a lot of time in both. There are certainly many people better read on the Bible than me. I don't claim to have extensive knowledge. Someone like Dalton, who was up before, the Bible guy, he's next level. So I'm very humble about what I've read. I tend to sort of read about things that interest me. So, I'll read the Olivet Discourse, or I'll read, I'll go back and I'll see reference to Isaiah. So I'll go back and read Isaiah. And I have never started the Bible at one end and just read all the way through it. It is something I'm meaning to do. It's just a big undertaking. So I haven't kind of cleared the deck in my mind for doing that.
That's very fair. I actually did. It was a mistake to do it all at once, to be perfectly honest. I barely remember most of it. I just remember the pure, unadulterated boredom through especially the Old Testament. But the one thing that I wanted to just get a second opinion on is when you're reading passages from the Old Testament versus passages from the New Testament, is it just me, or is there an entirely different narrative switch?
Totally.
I know there are... Okay, cool. Because I know there are different authors that write these books, but it just feels like we're talking about Lord of the Rings and Old Testament, and then New Testament is some entirely different series.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's smaller. It kind of gets smaller in the New Testament. It's more sort of stories of groups of people, and this happened and this said. Yeah, it just feels different. The Old Testament's got a sort of epic feel about it, hasn't it?
Yeah, and it also, it's the main character is like this brutal war god in the Old Testament, and then the main character in the New Testament, of course, is Jesus, who's still problematic in a number of ways, arguably worse because if I'm not mistaken, the New Testament's what brings in the whole idea of eternal punishment or what have you. But in terms of the graphic and just shocking atrocities, the Old Testament certainly has more of that in spades than the New Testament. There just seems to be a vastly different tone.
Absolutely. The thing that really got me was almost as soon as you were done reading as soon as I was reading the Old Testament and went into the New Testament, suddenly we're talking about demons and unclean spirits and like there just seems to be more world magic versus just I'm the main character and I have magic because I'm God. There just seems to be a lot more like ambient magic in the New Testament. It just feels like an entirely different setting, and I was wondering if I was imagining it or not.
I think I'd probably agree. And the nature of God changes, the character of God changes, as Sean says, from this sort of very larger than life deity who does these grand gestures of parting oceans and flooding the world and all of these very, very big things. It all becomes a bit smaller, and it's about this baby and the woman and the family moved from here to here, and it's all a bit kind of smaller. It doesn't have that big grand thing. And then it gets completely crazy, doesn't it? Especially when you get to the Book of John. So, like for me, the sort of narrative style of Mark and Matthew and Luke are more sort of a little bit more reality based, and then John gets kind of a bit weird and a bit more theological and symbolic, you could say, and hallucinogenic, you might say.
Okay. I'm glad I'm not missing something, because I did grow up outside of the church. I grew up in the Bible Belt of the American South, but I didn't grow up inside the church, which I would never trade that for anything. I am beyond glad I didn't actually grow up in it. But that also means most of my knowledge was secondhand. And the way that Christians spoke about the Bible made it seem so much more cohesive than it actually is.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, for sure. For sure. And some of it's poetry and some of it's historical, and it's you can feel that it's like stitched together. It does feel stitched together.
It does. Have either of y'all read the Book of Solomon?
I mean, I wouldn't be able to quote from it.
No, that's fair. I was just thinking about picking it up, but I was going to ask if it was even worth it.
Yeah, I don't know.
I have no idea.
You have no idea? Okay.
My biblical knowledge is more limited than John's, and John's is a lot more limited than someone like Dalton. We don't claim to be biblical scholars or have any formal training. There are people that are much better resources than John and I on here.
Okay.
And really, to give you the context for that, and the reason why we still talk about this stuff, even though we don't have an expertise in the actual text, is really about the principles that the text embodies. So you can understand the principles without necessarily having a very, very in-depth and expert understanding of the details of the text, because the principles are things like the requirement for salvation, and that right. what needs to happen in order to fulfill the requirements for salvation, and why we need salvation, and do we need salvation, and all of these things. These are the questions that affect people's lives, and the vast majority of people who are organizing their lives around these notions also haven't read the Bible in great detail. Most of the people we engage with here haven't read the Bible in great detail. So it's more about the ideas, and what we're really interested in is when belief and non-belief are become the subject of a moral test. That's really at the core of everything we do here. The idea that if you believe the right things, you pass the moral test, and if you don't believe the right things, you fail the moral test, and then there's a whole load of terrible consequences that follow from that failure. That's the sort of philosophical idea and theological idea that we're pushing back on. And I think we know enough about the basics of the theology to do that. So that idea is common to Islam as well, right? In Islam, if you don't believe the right things, then things aren't going to go well for you after your life. And I think that's terrible also. And I feel comfortable saying that, even with it. I wouldn't even say I have a cursory knowledge of the Quran. I just understand that that's a core tenet of Islam, is that you have to believe. You have to believe in God, and you have to believe that Muhammad was his final messenger. And if you don't believe those things, then there are unfortunate circumstances that are going to follow as a result. So that's why we still talk about this stuff, even though we don't have that super in-depth expert knowledge that someone like Dalton or Justin have.
I completely understand. I don't think that you necessarily have to have word for word, bar for bar information in regards to especially such a long text to be able to speak on it accurately and clearly, especially considering how what's a nice way to put this? Asinine a lot of the text is. It's pretty easy to boil down what it's trying to say without having to know exactly which words it's using. So I was just wanting to get your perspective on it if you had read it. That's all.
Sure.
It's not that I don't trust you guys.
Of course. No, thanks for coming up. Appreciate it.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for having me.
All the best. Thank you. Take care. Okay. We need to check in on the bingo is the next thing we need to do, lest I neglect any more. Let's have a look and see what we've got. So we've got a few calls, quite a few by the looks of it. I'll go through them. So Kif called no morality without God when we're speaking to Richard. Let's just do this so that's not too loud. And Elizabeth B called personal experience of God, also with Richard. And Elizabeth B also called Jesus Fulfilled Prophecy with Nate. And Isa called Read It in Context with Nate. Yeah, for sure. Elizabeth B was on it with You Can't Prove God Doesn't Exist, also with Nate. We've got a lot of work done with Nate today. And Kif called Crash Out, also with Nate. Here comes the crash. There it is. And Kif called Without God, Life is Meaningless with Progress. And Kif called Philbro Babble with David. For sure. There was lots of Philbro Babble there. And Elizabeth called Free Will, also with David. There was a lot of free will going on there too. So we are doing pretty well. So, yep, apologies for waiting a while to get through those, but we got them. So what have we still got left on the board? We have Just Have Faith, Nothing Comes From Nothing. Did we have that earlier? No, we didn't. Fine-Tuned Universe. Yep, we haven't had any fine-tuning yet. I'll Pray For You, we haven't had. How do you account for logic? We haven't had yet. And Look at the Trees. We might have had a variation on that, but if we did...
Should we change I'll Pray For You to God Loves You?
We could do.
We get that sometimes. We get that sometimes, but I'll Pray For You. I don't remember if that's ever come up.
I think I've definitely had people say it.
Okay.
But I'm happy to swap it out. Or if there are any others that you think we should swap out, or if there are any others that you think we should add in, I'm always happy to take requests. And I do have this set up now where we can change things around. So yeah, maybe we need to park a place for people to submit these, because sometimes they come up in the chat and then I forget them. But we could have some kind of shoot to put ideas down as for suggestions for the bingo, because we want to keep changing it up. I think at the moment it's been a bit static for a while, so maybe it's time to change that up a little bit. Okay, so let us get our next guest from YouTube. This looks like Cuddles and Amp is what it says here. Hopefully that's going to work. Cuddles, are you there?
Hello. Can you hear me?
Hello. Yes. Does it say Cuddles and Amp? Is that your name?
I meant to put like a less than 3. It's meant to be the symbolism of a heart.
Okay. There you go.
I don't know necessarily how that popped up. So
I'm just going to say Cuddles then, because we all like Cuddles. Everyone likes Cuddles. Yeah.
Exactly. Everybody likes Cuddles, right? It's good to go.
Everyone does.
So it's a pleasure. I appreciate you taking the call.
Sure.
I always try to talk about things in good faith, and so I just want to let you know that I'll extend that over to you as well. And I mean that in a debate format, not necessarily the religious philosophical format. So
likewise,
good faith though. Right.
Likewise. Okay. Well, with that, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I was listening a little earlier, and you had talked about the prompt itself and how it's not objective evil, and so I wanted to just clarify a couple of things.
Sure.
Before we debate whether God is evil and silly, can you define evil and what you mean by evil in your prompt?
Yes.
Sorry.
Yeah, and silly as well if you want.
Yeah. Kind of clarify whether you're criticizing God himself or the concept of God or
Both.
A belief in God. Otherwise,
Both.
I didn't necessarily know what to debate.
Yeah, no, for sure. I appreciate that. It's deliberately broad. So I'm happy to talk about whether it's silly. I'm happy to talk, because they're two completely separate strands, right? Let's talk about the silliness for a moment. So one could have a conversation about whether God himself as a character is silly. And I think we can make a case that he is. His preoccupation with foreskins and where people bury their poo and stuff like that, very silly. The whole fruit in the garden thing, deciding to encode knowledge, the most important knowledge in fruit, is silly. All of that stuff is silly. So we can have an argument about that. Or we can have an argument more broadly about whether it's silly for people to have this belief, whether this is actually just a silly concept. And I'm also being careful to say, I'm not throwing insults at people. I'm not saying that if a person believes this, they are a silly person. I'm just saying this is a silly belief. Like, I also sometimes have silly beliefs, right? So I want to make sure here that I'm not in the business of insulting people, but I do think that ideas are fair game for rigorous pushback and rigorous testing and criticism if necessary. So that's the silly side. The evil side is really pretty simple, really. I could swap out the word evil and say a mean, nasty boogerwoog, or I could say, a nasty meanie, or I could say, a horrible person, or I could say a yucky person, or I could say unpleasant, or I could say morally deficient, or I could say behaving in a way we really don't like. That's what I mean. I'm using evil as a placeholder for a character who displays a lack of, in my view, ethical behavior.
Okay. That I appreciate you clarifying some of those things. Okay.
Sure.
I guess I'll start with the first and then kind of go on to the second.
Sure.
The first prompt is evil. I
Yeah.
guess my question to that is then the premise with religion is that God created everything, omniscient, omnipotent, etc. I think I said those correctly.
Yeah.
If God created everything, God also created Satan and evil, right?
Yep.
And so my question with that is can good exist without evil? And if so, or if not, does that make it wrong for God to create evil? And so
yeah,
I hope I'm tracking that properly.
There's to your question, can good exist without evil? In the real world that we live in, I just think people are going to do things that John and I consider evil and that you consider evil, that there's no way of getting around that. Now, if you're asking if it's logically possible, I see no contradiction. So like if there is a God who is all powerful, there's no reason that God would not be able to configure a world in a universe that does not include beings doing evil things. But moreover, God himself does what acts in the Bible that John and I consider evil in itself. So could God have refrained from doing those things? Again, if he's all powerful, of course he could have. Then you could go even further and say, well, all these bad things God did in the Bible were for the purpose of achieving a greater good. The problem is, if God is all powerful, he would be able to achieve those greater goods without doing the evil things. So in my mind, there's no way to escape those.
Okay, I gotcha. So then I guess what would a good God do differently in the same universe then? So because it kind of sounds to me like we've got the idea of maybe heaven. Maybe that's an idea, is that's the place that everything's good, right? And then hell, and that's the place that everything's bad. And so
it's tricky because like each Christian has their own conception, but the normative conception of heaven is that you have all these angels there, with the exception of Satan rebelling and the third of angels getting cast down, what have you. But heaven as it exists right now, and as it's believed to exist after we die and go to heaven, is supposed to be this place of like no suffering, all good. People are there. We have free will. We're not robots, but we don't sin, etc. And so I don't really have a moral, like I don't see sinning in and of itself as immoral. But that's a separate issue. But basically, would be we could start with the God of the Bible never doing unnecessary harm. That would be a huge step. And all throughout the Bible, he does unnecessary harm to people for crimes they didn't commit, that somebody else committed, etc. There's a whole bunch in there, and I don't want to gish gallop, like go down the entire list with you. No, I mean, that's a good start. Just God doesn't harm people, period. Because any harm that God does is unnecessary harm, because again, whatever greater good, he should be able to achieve it if he's all powerful without the harm. But then it would basically be a world without harm. Now, how would that happen? I don't know. I'm not all knowing and all powerful. But if God is, there's no logical contradiction there. Like, I'm okay with people saying God cannot create a circle square. I'm fine with that. But a world without bone cancer, just remove bone cancer, you've already improved upon the world.
That's the point I was about to make, actually, is that we don't need to demand that God creates a perfect world, right? We can just the fact that God could so easily iterate towards a much better world in a way that would be completely easy for an all-powerful deity, and he doesn't do it. It can only mean he wants the suffering. That's the only possibility, because if he doesn't want the suffering, then he's not powerful enough to get rid of it. And most people don't hold to that view. So you're stuck in a really tricky place where you either have to choose to sacrifice some of God's power and say, okay, actually he's not maximally powerful, or you have to grant that he's choosing a world with so much easily avoidable suffering. When I say easily avoidable for an all-powerful God, right? Anything is easy for an all-powerful God.
So with that, I'm not dismissing the idea that that God is avoiding doing those things. 100%. Just like Satan was created, he was created by God, and obviously an all-knowing, omnipotent being would be knowing what they were doing when they made those things. So God made the evil, right?
Yeah.
But on that same note, you said that you don't necessarily believe sin to be immoral. Am I quoting that correctly?
Yeah, I said that. So I'm defining sin as doing something that's against God. Okay, so if God, I'm going to go to an extreme example just to show you how I'm separating my morality from what's a sin. So in theory, if God said, "Thou shalt cut the toes off of babies," and not doing so would be considered a sin, I think the only moral thing to do at that point is go against God and sin by disobeying that order from God. So I tie my morality to how actions affect the well-being of others. If God has an order that says to be kind to others, then I would consider sinning in that case to be bad, but not because it's a sin, but because it's, my opinion, bad not to be kind to others. So I index my morality purely to how actions affect the well-being of others. To me, whether if it's Yahweh, Shiva, Thor, whatever deity, them giving like a moral proclamation, to me that's arbitrary. But to me, the well-being of others is not arbitrary.
Gotcha. So would you say that Satan is going against God?
According to the Bible, he went against God.
Okay, gotcha. So then by those standards, that Satan is sinning by going against God, right? I'm tracking.
Yeah. Satan would be sinning and going against God. Now, I may disapprove of many of Satan's actions. If those actions harm the well-being of others, I'm against them. I'm against those actions for that reason, not because they're sins. But if God said, told, it's immoral to pick your nose, and Satan picked his nose, then I'm not going to consider that. I'm being silly. I'm not trying to be
right. I got you.
Press, but I would evaluate if Satan were a real character. I would evaluate his behavior based on how it affects the well-being of others, not whether or not he's disobeying God.
Gotcha. Okay. So I guess the point I'm trying to come across is that if sinning isn't immoral, and by sinning we mean that going against God, and Satan was created by God to have the effect of going against God, and so Satan being created and the negative things that he does would no longer become immoral.
It depends on it. To me, they would be immoral if he is doing harm to thinking creatures. I would consider
Also,
that.
just compare the body count of God and Satan in the Bible. By the way,
Right.
If we're using God and Satan as shorthand for sort of moral up and moral down, you've got God and Satan collaborating to destroy Job's life, and arguably Satan is working for God in that instance, right? God gives him permission to, basically gives him his marching orders almost to go and destroy the life of this poor man. It's an appalling story. And then I'm not sure who else Satan harms in this book, but God kills millions. So it's not clear to me if the measure of this is to take God and Satan as the poles, right? One is north and one is south, one is light and one is dark. It's not entirely clear to me who's coming out on top here. If I had to side with one of them, I would probably be inclined to side with the one who didn't genocide the entire world and condone slavery and this, sexual slavery of children and all the rest of it, all the other barbarisms that we always talk about, right? I see more moral failure from the God character than the Satan character. But that's if we're just looking at the actual book. But I just want to come back for a moment to where we were before, because there's a principle here, which is all the reasons given, the theological reasons, the theodicies that are proposed to explain why God either creates evil or does nothing to intervene or allows it to happen, they all take the form that he does this because there's some greater good that arises out of this, right? He does this so that without bad you can't have good. With I always call it, without cancer wards you can't enjoy a sunset. I mean, it's a bit nasty to say it that way, but basically variations on God allows all of this suffering and he has his reason for doing it. And they all fail. Every single argument of this form fails for one reason, which is an all-powerful God doesn't need to do things in order to make other things happen. He can just make the other things happen without the things. This is a universal principle that follows necessarily from an all-powerful God. It's only human beings who have to make compromises, who say, well, we can't have a family holiday this year because we've got to do the extension on the house. Or we can't have this because we want to have that. Or we're going to have to put up with the noise because the noise is an unavoidable product of having this work done that we need to have done, or whatever it is. Whenever there's something unpleasant that we have to endure, we justify it in terms of the kind of moral logic or the practical logic of doing it, right? These are not the concerns that an all-powerful agent would ever have. So if God, for example, the soul building argument, right? God puts people through horrendous pain because it's going to give them understanding or insight or personal growth. An all-powerful God could deliver insight, understanding, and personal growth without the agony, without the loss, without bereavement, without that level of pain, or maybe just with a bit less pain, still achieve the same result. And yet he doesn't. And so that's why I think, definitionally, if you hold to a God who has these omni properties, being all-knowing and all-powerful, it follows that that God is not just not all good, but evil. Look at the world around you. Since we've started this conversation, something like 10 to 15 children have starved to death, died of starvation, just in the time we've been having this conversation. And if there's an all-knowing God, God has watched this. God has watched these children die. Their parents will bury them tomorrow. And God could have intervened to stop it and didn't. It's impossible to square that with an all-powerful God. And that's why I confidently say God is evil.
Okay. And you touched exactly on the point I was ultimately trying to make. So I appreciate you kind of rounding that off for me in a nice way. So thank you.
Sure.
With that point, I guess another question to kind of poke and prod at that is, um, it, if we're talking about the possibility of the entirety of the universe and as many universes and infinite time as possible, with the concept of uh, nothing but goodness, right? I'll touch on the making it slightly less terrible in just a minute, but what would it look like with nothing but goodness? I kind of bring that back to frequencies. So it's kind of just a weird analogy, but you've got like a sine wave. Sure, we're talking about math, and there's ups and downs and so on and so forth. And if we put on the graph the top of it being good and the bottom of it being bad, right? If we have a constant line with no frequency, what does that look like, and what does that mean for existence and consciousness and reality?
Yeah.
Is if there is only good, what does that mean?
I guess I'd say imagine what you think heaven looks like, and it would
I
probably be
was
that.
literally going to say that. I was literally same mind.
Because I'm not sure that's even workable, and I'm not sure it's even meaningful. But if you have an idea of God's ultimate end point that he's striving towards, that his plan is iterating towards, and if you have a concept of heaven as being a place where there isn't suffering and things are generally good, then that. And if God is capable of creating that environment at some point in time later for people, where there is no suffering and there is no sin, and yet there's still free will, then he could have done that here from the beginning, and we wouldn't have had all of these problems, and no one would have had to have got nailed to anything.
I kind of see your point, but I feel like a existence of purely nothing but that is linear. There is no story behind it. There is no life behind it per se.
Do you feel that about heaven?
No, because I think that the understanding of evil makes it to where the appreciation of those things can be understood.
So was heaven just this dreary place before God made the earth and had Adam and Eve sin and the fall of man and blah, the awful things that happened on earth? Was heaven a terrible place before that, before any of that?
I don't know. That's a good question. It would make it seem like it's moot, make it seem like it just is, and in essence, nothing.
But
And
this
so-
this argument also fails for the same reason I pointed out before, though. An all-powerful God could imbue people with whatever understanding is required without making them go through such horrendous suffering, right? It cannot be said that he's just not capable of doing it, that we have to have children's cancer wards in order for people to be able to appreciate and fully enjoy heaven. It's a horrific argument to make. And again, it just means that if God is not capable of engineering a reality where people have all the understanding they need, all the appreciation of the range of experiences that people could have, but without actually suffering in the way that people suffer and animals suffer. I mean, just animal suffering alone, it convicts God of being a moral monster. Just the amount of animal suffering in the world every day. Animals being painfully killed by other animals for food. God could have configured the world without that. He chose to do it this way.
Okay. So what if instead of God being omnipotent and omniscient, God is more of a collective consciousness of the universe as opposed to something like that, and is not all powerful?
Yeah.
Would that make the argument more palatable?
Yes. So a God who isn't all powerful is far less vulnerable to being shown as obviously untrue, right? Because the moment you posit an omni God, the argument's basically lost. Such a thing cannot exist. Even just like the contradiction between if God knows on Monday what he's going to do on Friday, then when Friday comes round, he's not free to change his mind and do something else, because if he does, it would have made him wrong on Monday if he was on omniscient, right? So there's all sorts of kind of coherence problems with these omni definitions. But if you're positing a God who is, say, quite powerful but not maximally powerful, then that's a slightly less vulnerable God. But then the question simply shifts to, cool, but what reason do we have to think such a thing exists? And the answer, as far as I can see, is no reason. It's like a nice idea. Some people might say it's a nice idea, but the time to believe something is when there's evidence for it. And there is no evidence for a slightly powerful or quite powerful cosmic mind. It creates more questions than it answers. It's a pseudo answer for the things we don't understand. Like, we don't necessarily understand the ultimate origin of everything. We don't understand why there is something rather than nothing. But plugging a God in there to explain that doesn't actually explain anything. It merely relocates the questions to that God itself. And if we answer that by saying, well, the God is just necessarily true, like a brute fact of reality is this God, well, if we're allowed to have those, then we can apply that reasoning to that which we were trying to explain in the first place, and God is redundant and superfluous to requirements. So I just think that's why I say it's silly, right? It's just silly. We've spent thousands of years of human history replacing supernatural explanations with natural ones, and the trend line is always in that direction. Never goes the other way. We never take a scientific or natural explanation for something and subsequently find it was wrong, and actually it was magic. Actually it was supernatural forces, or it was spirits or demons or a deity. It just never happens. It's always the other way. Think about all the things that we used to explain by referencing the supernatural, illness, weather, the movement of celestial bodies, earthquakes, lightning. All of these things were all explained. They were all personified and explained with great confidence as the actions of some kind of intelligent agent. And now we realize they're not. It's just nature. Like, we understand the water cycle. We understand how differentials in air pressure lead to weather events, and we understand how build-ups of static electricity lead to lightning, and these things are all well understood, and spirits and magical beings aren't required for any of them. And so we find new places to hide the spirits and magical beings in the parts where we haven't yet shone the light of knowledge, like, why is there something rather than nothing, or what is the mechanism by which the operation of a brain leads to the subjective experience of consciousness. We may never answer these questions, but it seems to me a childish pursuit to insist that the answers must be a conscious moral agent who likes foreskins.
I got you. I appreciate the in-depth and very well stable points you're making, for sure. I guess it sounds like it boils down to less of a debate of all of the surrounding and tertiary arguments, and more of a debate of whether or not God is real. And you touched on the argument of the subjective consciousness, and I've talked to people about things like solipsism before. I don't know if you've heard anything about that. I'm sure you do this all the time. I do this, not like this is my first time. So
and we can't disprove it, obviously. No one can.
So I guess my ultimate argument with that is, going back to what you're saying, is what is consciousness, and then when talking about solipsism, for those who don't know, solipsism is basically the belief that the only thing that we can prove is that we are existing something, and even that is subjective.
Yeah.
And so and please correct me if I'm wrong on that, by all means. That's just what I understand.
Solipsism is the idea that you're a brain in a vat, and a more sophisticated version of it I actually enjoy is, it's pretty much the same thing. What if you're in the Matrix? And what if you're in something like the Matrix, but you're all by yourself? The idea is that the only thing you can prove to yourself, but not somebody else, is that you exist because you're experiencing mentally, you're experiencing your own existence. So even if you're a brain in the vat, you still exist. Now, the hard problem of solipsism is just that you can't prove you're not a brain in the vat and that all of this isn't all an illusion. But I do think
100%.
Yeah, but I do think you can reasonably infer, not with 100% confidence, of course, you can reasonably infer that we are actually experiencing reality and we each have our own unique consciousness or what have you. You just can't prove it. But I think that's more reasonable than actually believing you're a brain in a vat, because that raises more questions and it has no evidence for it whatsoever.
Right. And going with that, the only thing that I can argue is that I'm experiencing something, right? And
Right.
like you said, I can't prove it to anybody. And this is usually where a debate typically devolves to when I'm talking to somebody about the existence of God and curious on what their belief is. And so I guess my subjective opinion on that is, well, I'm here and
Yeah.
there is something. So I don't know. It feels right. Mind you, that feel is a fun word in debate. It feels like, well, there's something. So it feels more. It's easier to believe that there's something than as opposed to nothing.
Yeah, and even if I'm in the matrix, unless someone shows me a way out, do you know what I would end up doing? Living my life as if it were real. Find a wife, build a career, go do fun things. Like I would have. What else could I do at that point?
Right.
You know,
You still got to have
I don't have a
breakfast in the
way out.
morning.
That's right. And just go with it. And what else can you do?
Right. So that's why it to me it boils down to, well, there is something here, so it feels more reasonable to believe that there is something as opposed to believing that there's nothing. I know that having nothing doesn't necessarily mean that there has to be something, but it tends to make, I'd say, a majority of people go, oh well, that feels like the right way to go. And so humanity as a whole tends to gravitate towards religious ideals and ideology because that is easier to consume as opposed to nothing, because we are experiencing something.
Well,
I
it's not necessarily nothing.
I don't think nothing is the only alternative to
Right.
religious ideas. I mean, there's a whole framework of non-religious ideas. We had an enlightenment about this, and writers like Russell, Bertrand Russell and Thomas Paine and others were able to paint a picture of a world where there is meaning and joy and love and connection and purpose, without any of these, and ethics, without any of these religious ideas. It can be done. It really can. And some of the happiest people I know, and some of the most kind of well put together, grounded, solid people you would want to have in your corner that I know are non-religious people. They just care deeply. They're ethical. They're aware. They're considerate. They're compassionate, emotionally intelligent. You don't need religion for this stuff. I understand that it can help people. But... So go ahead. Sorry.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
It's all right.
I meant that people tend to gravitate more towards the idea that there is a God because of they can prove to themselves they can prove their existence, and so.
Well, they can prove their own existence. You mean?
Right.
But well, I can do that. Like we can all. I'm assuming John has a conscious experience just like I do. We prove to ourselves. It's the whole I think, therefore I am. That is proof to us that we exist in some form, even if we're a brain in the vat. So we exist, but I don't see the logical dots drawn between I exist, therefore there's a deity.
Yeah.
I guess with that, it's I might be conflating things, but it's more like if I exist, then it feels more likely for a deity to exist as opposed to not existing.
Why though?
because my
so
consciousness is unexplainable.
right, but so that's going to like, it's not 100% unexplainable. But it's not fully explained either. We know minds are products of brains, and we know a lot about how they function. When I say we, I mean neurologists. I only know a tiny
Right,
bit.
right.
But even the parts we don't know, like, here's the thing that needs to be explained. If you don't have sufficient information for an explanation, you leave it at, I don't know, I can't explain that.
Yeah.
What you're doing is you're plugging it. I mean, I'm sure you've heard of it. You seem pretty well read, but basically that's just God of the gaps.
And this is exactly the thing I was saying earlier, where we had many other phenomena that also were not well understood historically. And that's where people parked their God. Lightning must be a god. Earthquakes must be a god. Illness must be demons. Failed crops must be a god. Celestial bodies must be a god. All of these things, we didn't understand them. And when you have a gap in your knowledge, like we don't understand exactly how consciousness works, all you can say is, we have a gap in our knowledge. And let's work on fixing it. Let's work on figuring that out. And there are people who are doing that. And we may come up with the answer, or we may not. But if we don't, the most you could ever glean from that is we have a gap in our knowledge. You can never get from we have a gap in our knowledge to therefore a God. That's always going to be a fallacious argument. It's always going to be a bad reason to believe in a God. And history shows us how many times we've made that exact mistake. Lightning, gods. Weather, gods. Illness, gods. Crops, gods. All the time. Getting it wrong, getting it wrong, getting it wrong, getting it wrong. What are the chances that this time we're going to suddenly be right? Minuscule. Time to learn, and that's why I say it's silly. So you know, I'm not just being clickbaity when I say God is silly. What I really mean is it's time we learn from this. Don't keep on making the same mistake over and over and over again, which is to mistake a gap in our knowledge for an epistemic justification for implausible claims. It never, ever will be.
Now that's the hard part about this debate, is because evidence is man, that's, so I get it.
It's a tough burden.
It is a tough burden.
Yeah.
So just do the most reasonable thing. Say, hey, why is there something rather than nothing? I don't know. What caused the universe? I don't know if it was caused or if something did. I don't know. And join us. We have some lovely atheist cookies in the back. And we'd love to have you.
Yeah.
Well, I appreciate it. I still feel in my being that there's a God, but you guys have made some very good arguments, So I appreciate the time, and
thank you.
Unfortunately, I don't have anything to rebuttal back at you, so
it's all good.
I'll take the L on this one.
Well, no, it isn't an L though. The thing is, it isn't an L, and we never frame these conversations that way. Like, we all win if we have a productive conversation and everyone gets to think a little bit. That's a win. You know, you can take the W on this one. And, you know, you've certainly been a pleasure to talk to. And I would say, come back anytime. We'd be really happy to speak to you again.
Yeah, for sure. I'd love to talk to you guys about consciousness at some point, or, whether or not we're actually a vat in a vat somewhere.
Sure. Excellent. Well, we're here 3 times a week. So, come back again. We'd love to speak again. You've been a real pleasure to speak to. Thank you.
Yeah, you guys too. Have a great day. Peace out.
Take it easy.
You too.
Thanks. Bye. Okay. So for the people who come in and get muted and shout and cry and scream and wail, he's just demonstrated how you do it. You know, we have a difference of views, difference of opinion, but what a nice guy, and what a pleasure to talk to him. Good job. Excuse me. Working on that for a bit. Right. Let's see. Okay. I think we have to read a few more messages and then we'll see where we're at. Both call queues are currently empty. So if you're on TikTok and you don't think God is silly or evil, hit request. We would love to hear from you. And if you're watching on YouTube and you want to come in, it's super, super easy. You just paste this that I've just put in the YouTube chat into a browser and in you will come. We would love to talk to you. So in the meantime, we're going to have a few more of these super chats and then we'll see if anyone comes up into the queue. So Bab says, Adam and Eve, the Hebrew version of Pandora's box, a way of blaming women for all the world's ills. It really is. And I can never get away from how quickly Adam chucks her under the bus. When God comes back and he's like, what's going on here? Adam immediately points at her. It wasn't me, boss. She made me do it. Absolutely spineless. And she's the one who got cursed with childbirth pains. Doesn't seem right at all. And Bethel says, I somehow got 1 month of membership gifted. Oh, thank you, whoever you are. I owe you. Also, thank you, John, for being relentless and Sean for his sharp arguments. Yeah, no one gets it past Sean. There are so many comments under the videos on YouTube, Sean, about you. I hope you read them, friend, because people are loving what you do. And for good reason. And Elvis Presley touched me, makes me laugh every time, says, my new fave is Christianity encourages sin more than atheism. If you already committed murder in your heart and all sins are equal, then why not do the murder? At least secularism distinguishes between thought crime and crime. That's true, right? If all sins are kind of equal under God, and having a naughty thought about someone is exactly the same as enacting a mass genocide, might as well go all in. Crazy.
Yeah, that comes up a lot with Christians. All sins are exactly the same. None are worse than others. But they don't actually think that, because if the U.S. wanted to put someone prison for life for stealing a pack of gum, for example, or $100 fine for unaliving somebody, they will lose their freaking minds. They demand proportionality in every aspect of their lives, except when God does it. Telling a little fib is just as bad as committing genocide. It's just preposterous.
It is. It's the Ray Comfort school of ethics and moral philosophy. Completely idiotic. Bethos said, read ancient Greek sagas and the Babylonian Enuma Elish or Elish. I forget how to say it. Bible looks like a modern rewrite, like new Star Wars. Read the original stories. Yeah, and so much of this stuff is. I mean, I remember years ago being caught up in a lot of that mythicist stuff, which I don't necessarily hold to. But one thing that is undeniable is that so many of the elements in the Jesus story are rehashing common pre-biblical kind of savior God-man narrative themes. Being born of a virgin, doing miracles, preaching a heretical message, being killed and rising again to save mankind. These are themes in mythology which predate the Bible, and were such a concern for the church that there was a panel convened, I think, in the Roman Catholic Church at some point to decide how to deal with this. And the answer they came up with was that Satan placed these stories into the mythology beforehand as a way of confusing us, which is like a major cope, right? It's
That's not post hoc or anything. Just Satan did it.
Yeah, Satan did it and put those stories there before any of this happened. Right? Sure he did. Because they really helped.
So that means he's all knowing because he sees the future, right?
Right.
He would have to have seen the future.
Yeah, it's dumb. It's really, 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 really silly. Exactly that. And misinterpretation is great to see you. Says, read David. I wish I had the confidence of the average white dude who comes in as a 2-week Christian and act like they know the meaning of the Bible. That was embarrassing. And all of that concession stuff as well. What do you gain? What do you gain from that other than that everyone just thinks you're a knob? You don't need to do it. Here's the thing. If you win a point in a debate, if you lay your point down so well, everyone knows you did it. You don't have to draw attention to it. You don't have to say, I'm clever, aren't I? I won that point, didn't I? That's what people do who are incapable of actually winning the point. The way you win a point in a debate is not by loudly awarding it to yourself or demanding it from the other person. Just make a good point. Then the people listening will realize you won that point. If that's what you're into, if it's about winning and losing for you, make better arguments. Then you have a chance of people being persuaded by what you're saying, which after all is what debate is about. Debate is about persuading people. It's about making your case. It's about using words and reason to make effective communication such that people listen to what you're saying and find you convincing. And if you catch yourself having to big up yourself in that process, that's a tell that you're not doing it right. That's it. So all of that concession stuff, nah, that's not a winning look, dude. Don't do it. You're not helping yourself at all. Right, let's have a look at the cues. I think we have Phi, by the looks of it, on the TikTok side. Let's bring in Phi right now. trying to do this. There we go. Is it Phi or Fee? Are you there?
Or could be Fee Phi.
It could be. Phi or Fee or Fee Phi? Are you there? Because we can sort of see you. I wonder if it's a pocket, if it's an accidental. Quite often when this happens, someone hit request by accident. Yeah, and then they dropped. Okay.
TikTok, Chris. I will accept your concession. Go ahead.
Yeah, brilliant. I love that. That's excellent. Okay, we've got the Kenobi on the TikTok side. We will bring in the Kenobi, and then after that we have Millsville on YouTube, who we will bring in after. Let's see.
The Kenobi went away. Phi is still here.
Yeah, strange. Phi, are you there? And now Phi's gone.
Phi went away. Yeah.
What a winning platform. It's really happening, isn't it?
Sorry.
Right. Let's mine must be catching. Let's see. Let's go over to the YouTube side and get in Millsville and see if that works. Millsville, are you there?
Yes, I am. How are you guys
Excellent. Yeah, good, thanks. How are you?
Doing good.
Excellent stuff. Welcome in. You sound like you're at least 18, so I won't ask you. The floor is yours. What would you like to say?
So I would say mine's more of like a question.
Sure.
I'm an atheist, and I would say, what experience would you guys, or what advice would you give for dealing with religious family members and trying to explain to the ones who are willing, who are open and willing to engage in this stuff, that they are in fact wrong?
This is always a tricky sort of terrain to traverse when we're dealing with somebody else and somebody else's family. I say this because there are varying degrees of possible repercussions. It means, or that can happen once you come out of the closet as like, hey, I'm an atheist, when you have like a religious community, surroundings, family, etc. So in some places, it's literally dangerous to do so. And in those cases, I would say, don't come out at all. Just go with it. We want people to be safe, right? Beyond that, there could be repercussions. I don't know your family, where you get disowned. There's, all kinds of different backlash. Certain relationships could be fractured or harmed, or can create drama. I'm not trying to discourage you. I just want to be careful, because if I come out and I say you should tell them this and that, and then like something happens, or there's negative outcome and it impacts your life, I will feel responsible. So the first thing I'll tell you is that whether you come out to your family is something you should do a long think about, and who you come out to, what can possibly be the repercussions of doing so, and what are the repercussions of not coming out, because it is uncomfortable to have to live a lie or go to church when you really don't want to on every Sunday, you know, that sort of things. So just weigh your decision first and say, do I want to come out? Now, if you've assessed that, like, yes, I definitely want to come out and like let people know, I don't know necessarily that it should be your goal. It's up to you to convince them to become an atheist. I would start with keeping things copacetic, and if they have questions, here, I understand why you believe, I believed for a while. Here's why I don't believe. And if the conversations can remain friendly, keep it that way. But it may be that they just don't want to effing hear it. And if that's the case, I would just focus on maintaining that relationship and maybe talking about everything else but religion, if at all possible, so you could still show up to Thanksgiving dinner, that sort of thing. Now, if you're having a debate with like a sibling and you want to get a one up on them or what have you, and that's what you're asking advice about, like we could talk about like apologetics and how to address different arguments or what have you. So where are you at with this, and like kind of what direction do you want to go with it?
Yeah, so for me, I'm not, I'm someone who has already, told my family that I'm not a believer. This, I told them this years ago.
Okay.
And so, there's no worry about disownment.
Good.
Being in a bad place by losing, financial security or anything like that. But that's why I led with, for people who are willing to engage in it.
Yeah,
sure.
Because for me, the two people who I would say have been most willing to engage are one of my sisters and my mother.
Okay.
And like for my sister, for example, one of the things I asked her was like, do you care more if your beliefs are true or if your beliefs make you feel good?
Yeah.
Great question.
That is the question.
And so she responded that she cares more about her beliefs being true, but all of her other answers after for, follow-up questions, suggest that she does not. And like, I tried to point them out as well for some of them.
Right.
Can I ask you a question?
Find it. Yes.
Why is it important for you that they have a change of mind? Or is it? I don't mean to presume.
I think it's more when I found out that I was indeed wrong, I was like, oh, who else would want to know, so they can change their mind and that they do not have to continue going on being wrong.
Yeah. Are they equally as eager to engage with you? I mean, it could be sometimes, like my uncle's, opposite of me politically. He's Maple MAGA. I'm in the U.S. And he and I have gone at it. Sometimes people, like especially siblings, family members, they like to joust on stuff. Is it kind of mutual where they come to you and like, are they wanting to engage you as much as you're wanting to engage them?
I would say I would want to engage more, but I can't force them to. So
right. Yeah, because it sometimes people, it might be a thing to where just hang out and talk about other things, and if they let them approach it with you, and instead of you don't necessarily have to proselytize to them, for lack of a better term. about being a non-believer, or pick and choose your battles with that, because some people are just not in a place to where they want to deconstruct or reevaluate their worldview on something. And if they're not in a place where where they want to go there, there's going to be all these mental blocks. And it doesn't matter how logical or persuasive or what have you are, they're just going to have that block there. And maybe it'll be more copacetic to talk about other things that you guys enjoy talking about. I'm not telling you not to. I'm just giving you things to consider. Because if it's one-sided, she's not bringing it up to you, and you're like wanting. I can totally appreciate that. I've been freed of my mental shackles. I want to free you too, because you love them and their family, but they might not be in a place for it unless they're approaching you with it, and then then it's game on. Hey, let's have this out. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do. Because it's like sometimes, her and my mom have approached me about it, but it's not.
Oh, okay. So they approach you from time to time. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. Then it's on them. I mean, the one thing to remember is that the theist has the burden of proof. The time to believe something is when there is sufficient evidence to believe it. So instead of trying to disprove God, say, hey, what makes you believe that, Jesus is God and that he's real and that he exists? What are the things? And then it's hard to say like how to respond, because it really just depends on what they come up with or what their arguments are. What I would recommend is listen to, if you enjoy it. It'll be hard to constantly listen if you don't enjoy it, but shows like these, The Line, The Atheist Experience, people like Matt Dillahunty, what have you, just constant. If you just listen to those like in the car or about your day, you're going to hear a lot of the same arguments come up, and then they're dealt with in the same way, and you're going to hear those over and over. And so when topics come up, you already kind of know how to approach them or know how to think about those topics.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I've been listening to this and a lot of the other shows you've listened for the past few years.
Yeah.
And maybe I just really suck at explaining stuff to them.
It could
because how you mentioned they have the burden of proof. What I thought was a clear slam dunk argument or just point like, hey, maybe this God they believe in's not real, was like
them not being
so
just to let you know, them not being persuaded doesn't mean necessarily you're making bad arguments or bad points. Like,
no, I think I might just be poorly explaining the point.
Yeah, what I'm saying is
bad.
It could be, but just because they remain unpersuaded does not necessarily mean you're not making good points or you're not explaining it well. It doesn't necessarily mean any of that. Very rarely is somebody, almost never, fervently religious and have strong conviction when it comes to like passionate things like religion and politics, just end up being persuaded based on like a conversation. I'm no longer a believer. That almost never happens. What can happen is your conversations possibly plants a seed, and if something later on they start to have doubts, they think back to those conversations, maybe say, hey, what do you think of that, and come to you. But don't think automatically just because you haven't changed minds. How many theists have called us like all day long, and like you never see them say, you know what, you're right, I'm an atheist now. I tried it with the other guy, the other caller. Hey, we got cookies in the back. Didn't work. He's still a believer, right?
Probably because his Oreos in the back.
That's right.
Yeah. Well, I hope that helps. These discussions are difficult because every scenario is different, and the people involved are different, and the characters are different, and what they're looking for is different, and what you expect from each other in the conversation are different. But as a general rule, I would say always try to frame the conversation in a way that shows that you are genuinely like being reasonable and open, and frame it just in terms of what you find persuasive and not persuasive. So rather than saying, no, your beliefs are wrong, because you can just say, this doesn't make sense to me. I can't reconcile these two things. I've not heard anyone able to do that. And just give some points. What's the, this whole thing about being judged for belief, how immoral that is. Because if you're not persuaded of something, you're not persuaded of it. And there's nothing you can do about that. So why would it be moral to judge people? Like, that's a very, very powerful argument. I've still never heard anyone give an adequate response to it, which is why we speak about it all the time. And all the factually false stuff in the Bible, the whole Noah's Ark is completely ludicrous. If all of life on Earth was reduced to one man and his family and a few animals about 5,000 years ago, the amount of evolution that you would have needed to get to the amount of biodiversity we have on Earth right now is insane. You would have had to have had new species popping up every day all over the place. It's completely implausible for that much evolution to happen in just a few thousand years. Things like that. And you can just, rather than saying you're wrong, you just say, this is why I'm not convinced. This is why it doesn't add up for me. What am I missing? Like, almost frame it like that. What am I missing? And give them an opportunity to speak. And if they give you an argument that you don't have a rebuttal for then and then, don't wing it. Don't make it up. Just say, I'm going to think about that and I'll come back to you on that. And then there's always going to be online resources. They're not going to give you any argument that for which there does not exist a comprehensive rebuttal, because there aren't any. Which is why we know we're right. None of their arguments work. They're all BS. All of them. Not a single one. There's nothing new in theology. They try. It's all nonsense. So that's, I think, the best advice I can give is be nice, which you obviously are, and just frame it in terms of like, this is how it looks to me. What am I missing? And see if that helps.
Yeah, that's what I've tried doing for some of the stuff that's not as obviously false in there. Like the one I thought was a clear slam dunk was like, hey, you believe in this deity. You believe that this is a personal God that, wants to have a relationship with people. Where is it? Every time I look, I cannot find it. When I ask anyone, they cannot point me to it. But like, if I wanted to point someone else to anyone else, I could be like, oh yeah, they live here, they work here, go to school here. Here's their telephone number. Here's their email. You can contact them.
Yeah.
But how do I do that for God? And they haven't given me an answer. Maybe they've been thinking hard on that. Maybe not.
In my experience, people who want to come up with an apologetic always will. There always will be an answer. It's just not going to be a good one. That's the problem. There's a difference between coming up with an answer and coming up with a sufficient answer. And you always get the first and you never get the second. That's my experience. So
yeah,
just keep hacking away. I'm reminded of Dan Barker, who's one of my heroes. He was an evangelical minister for 20 years, fundamentalist, Bible literalist preacher. And he decided to educate himself so he could better defend the Bible, and ended up deconverting. And his whole family were all in the church, and one by one they all followed him, apart from I think one brother, I think is still a believer. But both his parents, I think a couple of other siblings.
Wow, I didn't know that last part. That's crazy.
Yeah,
I didn't know that either about him.
Yeah, I always recommend his books because he's just such a wonderful writer and communicator. I really love his book Godless. It's fantastic. His other book, Losing Faith in Faith, is more autobiographical. It's also fantastic, but Godless, you can just pick it up and read a chapter and feel smarter and feel better equipped. In fact, that might be something you might want to do. Buy Godless by Dan Barker. It'll give you a good supply of arguments to use. He's very clever. He's a brilliant communicator and a really warm guy. His warmth comes across in his writing. So I would definitely recommend that. So
yeah, then thank you.
Yeah, sure. I think we'll move it on from here. But thanks for coming in, and feel free to come back to us. If there's any particular points or any particular questions or any particular things you want help with or strategizing, particular lines of argument you want to explore, come back to us and we'll brainstorm them together.
All right, then. Sounds good.
All right. Take it easy, friend.
All right. Bye.
Take care. Bye-bye. Bye. Okay. Let's get in. Our next caller is going to be on the YouTube side as well. We're going to bring in Buzz right now. Buzz, are you there?
Hi. Hi. Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Hello. How are you?
Awesome. Great. No echo or anything. We're good.
We're good.
All right. Great. So, to answer your question, I'm doing great. I hope you're doing great as well. I've been tuned in for about, I think, like 45 minutes tonight. And wanted to shout out at Cuddles. Sounds like a really good dude.
He does.
So to give you a little background, I am an agnostic atheist. And to use a term that I heard you use for the first time the other day, I am a non-resistant non-believer.
Yeah.
So I'm open to the idea. I study religion constantly, and I mean everyone that I can get my hands on. I was a devout Christian for about 20 years of my life, training up to be a minister and missionary all across the world. But
wow,
over time, I was preparing myself to have all of the apologetics ready and all of that. And while preparing to do that, I realized that, some of it was just bullshit. And the reason that we have to study apologetics is because the arguments alone are bad. The claims alone are bad. So,
yeah.
Sorry to ramble, but
no, that is such a common story. Matt Dillahunty had a similar story. There's a whole bunch. Just keep hearing so many examples of people who were deep in the faith, studying to become ministers or whatever their journey was, but they set out on a journey to create better apologetics to prove God exists, and in doing so, they realize this isn't looking so good. It's amazing to me how common that story is.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Especially when, as a young guy, trying to prepare for that, most of the time, what you get from authority figures in churches, I say churches because I was a Christian, would look down upon you and even insult you for even having a question to begin with. The whole "ye of little faith" attitude. But there is one argument that still sticks out to me that I'm open to, and that's the argument of Ibn Sina, basically the argument for the uncaused cause. Are either of you familiar with that?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're talking. Does it basically boil down to the Kalam, or is it a little different?
No, it's more like it's more like a contingency argument.
Different.
Yeah.
Yes, it is the contingency argument. It feels a lot like the Kalam, but it's not.
No. Okay, I got you. The contingency, like things. You have this progression of contingent things being created, like you have a nebula forming into an accretion disk, which forms into planets, which forms into all of these things are contingent, and you have a sequence of contingencies, and then it argues that there needs to be a necessary being of some sort to kick off all of the contingent events, right?
Yeah. So it doesn't say that there needs to be a necessary being, just a necessary something.
Yeah, I got you.
So this is why I consider it a deist argument and not a theist argument.
Yeah. So one thing for me, the way that lands, I don't see, well, two things. One, if you have like a first mover, you still have the work that it's a conscious being that, but then
Exactly.
I don't think it's necessarily the case that you have to have a first mover. You could have a infinite chain of causal events, like the time arrow for the universe could be infinite into the past. And I haven't heard a good argument against it. The most common argument I hear is that if you start infinity into the past, you'll never reach the present, which is true. But if you have an infinite timeline into the past, you don't have a start. You merely exist within a specific range on the timeline. And so much the same. A lot of people don't have a problem with the universe being infinite in size. And I'm going to get a little deep here, but basically, imagine the universe is infinite in size. It seems like it would have to be, but because like, what would be the end of it? Even if there's this great wall, that wall would be part of the universe, and what's beyond the wall would be part of the universe. So let's say the universe is infinite in size. Well, it's true if you pick an azimuth a certain direction. If you start infinity in that direction, you'll never reach the present place where you are. But you don't have to start. It's nonsensical to even say that. You merely exist at a specific XYZ axis point of like your specific coordinates where you are, and the universe is infinite in all directions, and it very well may be the case. So the same principle would apply to time, an infinite chain of causal contingent things going infinity into the past.
I can tell you the defeater for this argument, in my view, is that whatever properties are being assigned to this terminus of contingent things, right? The first idea is that the chain of contingent things needs to be terminated in a necessary thing. Now, I don't necessarily think that's true, as Sean just explained. That it isn't necessarily the case. But even if it were to be the case, that you have to arrive at something which you just are accepting as being a brute fact, whatever properties that thing has can just be assigned to reality itself, and your problem is solved. Postulating an additional entity of some sort to serve as that terminus is needlessly complicating things without any justification. So if we say, well, the necessary terminus of all these contingent things is some necessary entity of sorts. It doesn't need to be a being. It could be a force or a principle or a whatever it is. Whatever you're going to put in that bucket, you're ascribing to it the quality of just being a brute fact. And that quality of just being a brute fact can equally just be applied to reality itself. And then you don't need whatever was in that bucket. So it's an argument that pretends to provide a solution when in fact it doesn't. It just provides a relabeling of things.
Yeah, I agree. I also think it's sort of an argument that begs the question. It gets to the conclusion that it wants to, because and so I appreciate your perspective on that. May I share my perspective, what I would call the defeater of the argument?
Please.
See what you think about it.
Of course. Go ahead. Oh, are you still there? You seem to.
If the call dropped, the timing is not very unfortunate. Are you still there?
Oh, just dropped. He just dropped, but hopefully he'll come back. We're going to wait for you, Buzz. We're all on the edge of our seats, wanting to hear your defeater to the argument. Hopefully, he'll be able to come back.
And the Christians are out there. The Holy Spirit dropped him because
That's
there is
it.
no defeater.
God intervened to stop the heathens communicating. It's a modern day Tower of Babel. We're not going to make it happen. Here we go. He's back again.
Yeah, that's right.
Back again. Welcome back, Buzz. Hopefully. Come on.
Hello?
There we go. Got you back.
The Holy Spirit didn't want us to hear your defeater, so it must be good.
Are you still there?
There's something in the chat. So Buzz said, I'm back.
Hello?
Yeah.
We got you. Do you hear us?
We can't hear you at the moment, or rather we can hear you, but it sounds like you possibly can't hear us. Send him
Hello.
Yep, we got you. Are you there? Sounds like you maybe can't hear us suddenly, which is weird because we're right in the middle of it all. No, it's just dropped again. I think he must be having connection issues. Kenobi just ordered Godless. Good for you. It's a really, really good read. It's such a nice book to read. You'll love it. It's so well written, and you can literally just pick chapters out of it. It's like a collection of essays. You don't even have to read them in order. It's fantastic. Okay, he's back again. Third time lucky. Let's try this. How's that? Are you back again?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yay!
Yeah, we got you.
Yes, we got you.
Okay. All right. Amen, just to be funny. Okay, so I think you might have heard me ask for permission to share my take on how I would defeat it. Okay.
We enthusiastically agreed.
Okay, all right, sounds great. So I think that even if someone were willing to accept that Ibn Sina was correct and that there is some necessary thing, even if we call it a god, even if we call it just existence as itself, I think it only would go in the direction of demonstrating that it's possible for a deity to exist, not a god with characteristics or preferences like you can't eat pork, but you can fuck Aisha when she's 9. Sorry for that, but I don't know. It's with Ibn Sina's argument. It's basically anything that has characteristics that make up whatever entity there may or may not be. If there are characteristics, then it is contingent upon those characteristics. So we might be able to grant Ibn Sina his argument for a deity, but as soon as we assign preferences or all loving, all knowing, all powerful, or even all evil, or all the opposites of those, then it becomes contingent again. So the jump from Ibn Sina's argument to using it to prove that the Abrahamic God of Judaism, Christianity, and Islam exists doesn't make any sense to me.
Yeah, I'm just not even willing to cede that ground, because if I thought it was a good argument in and of itself, even for like some vague deistic creator god or what have you, I would definitionally not be an atheist, which I'm fine with if the evidence leads that way. But I'm not even there at that point. But you're right. Like if somebody was convinced by that, okay, there's some vague creator god, like a deistic god or what have you, a god with minimal attributes to like create the universe. There is still work to be done for specific religions, but I'm not even at that. I'm not even at that point. Like I don't think it's come close to being proven or shown that there's a conscious agent behind the existence of the universe. Like I don't even think it even brings you remotely to that point.
It just fails Occam's razor. It just fails Occam's razor. It's unnecessarily multiplying entities for no reason.
Yeah. Yeah. And it kind of goes to infinite regression. As soon as you assign even consciousness to that necessary existence, then now it's contingent. So it wouldn't make sense at all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
In
And
my
it
opinion.
would raise far more questions than it answers. That's why I say these things are never explanations. They're just like kicking the can down a road and then pretending it's not a can. It's
Yeah.
pretending you've done the work of providing an explanation for something where you haven't. You've just relabeled it explained, not explained anything, and then raised even more questions because the thing that you're now using to apparently explain it is even more mysterious and unexplained and needing an explanation. And then all the allowances that are made for that thing, for that God, oh no, God doesn't need explaining, it just is. Well, if things can just be, well then we don't need the God. Reality just is. And we can just have a chain of contingent things. And I quite like the idea as well that there can be a circularity to it. So you can have lots of things that are all contingent on each other, and the last one on the chain is contingent on the first one, and so you get like a circularity of contingency as well. That's another model where you know that might apply here. So so often when these religious explanations are presented, they're presented as if they are the only possible way of explaining what's at hand, and they just ignore centuries of work in philosophy, lots of other models, lots of other possible things. They just pretend they're not there. It's pretty poor, pretty poor.
To borrow from Matt D, what you were bringing up about this conscious agent itself needing to be explained. The way he words it a lot, which I think is very apt, is it's trying to solve a mystery by appealing to a bigger mystery.
Oh yeah, I've heard him say that tons of times.
Yeah, for sure. Well,
Okay,
dude, we're moving along, but thanks for coming up. I'm glad you managed to get in, and the link was working for you finally. That's great. Nice to put a voice to the name in chat. And I think we've put this Ibn Sina argument to bed.
I think so too. May I just say one thing in closing?
Sure.
I really love, out of all the channels and everything that I listen to, all the videos I watch, I really prefer the way you guys handle things, because you let the theists speak without muting and being demeaning. And my favorite videos are the crash outs. That's all I've got.
Love that.
I don't fault you for that, man.
Thanks so much.
All right.
Appreciate you, man. Take it easy. Cheers.
I wouldn't like it if they were all crash outs, but just enough crash outs is perfect.
Yeah.
Just a few here and there to break things up.
I've still got the was his name Ninja of Love or Love Ninja or something from the other day? That was pretty epic. That one's coming. That was coming soon. Okay, we're staying on the YouTube side for a moment. We're going to get in Marcia, and then we've got it looks like Trillman or Trillyman. I can't quite read it on TikTok after that. So let's bring in Marcia right now. Hey, Marcia.
Hi.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. How are you?
Yes. Awesome. I wrote Morality Mom last time because I wanted you to know what question I was talking about, but I decided not to do that this time.
Good for you.
I understand the difficulty that the Christians are having with the going back in time. And what I would try to say is that there could be many, many, many different worlds that happened before we even got to our sort of start with our big stretch. I say big stretch because Forrest Valkai said we should call it the big stretch, not the big bang. But before that period of time, so we're waiting for time to come to us and have our period, and it's going to go forward. And other people are going to have their period, and they're not going to know anything about us. Well, maybe, you know what I mean? There's a good chance they may not know about us if it goes that far in advance, if we're still around, if people are still around, you know what I mean? And there's people that were behind us, Neanderthals, all these people, they didn't know anything about us. They didn't know what happened before them. So maybe that might help them understand that the time is sort of just going around, coming to you, and then you get your point. your start point and your ending point, and then it goes on. Does that make sense? Do you think that might help?
Help with you are correct. Time keeps on slipping into the future. Had to throw that in there. Sorry, but yeah. So what is that specifically addressing though? Because you're right. You know, we all happen to exist within a certain point of the timeline. Most of us will be forgotten eventually. A little sad to think about. You know, we do what we can to try to learn about the past and people in the past, but like what is that specifically addressing?
It's addressing the Christians that are saying that the universe couldn't have existed forever because there's a, what do they call it? I can't
Infinite
remember what they
regress.
call it.
Infinite regress.
Infinite regress. Which,
they will often say an infinite regress is impossible. I have not seen a defeater for it. I'm not even claiming there is one. I'm just saying I cannot rule it out.
Yeah.
You can't rule out an infinite regress?
Correct. Yes. So right now, cosmologists are exploring the nature of the universe, how old it is, what have you. They can go back as far as the Big Bang event about 13.8 billion years ago. They don't have a means to collect data prior to that for a variety of reasons. Like, so they come up with models to explain it. Some models involve an infinite universe into the past. Some involve a finite universe. Nobody knows at this point. If they haven't figured it out, I sure as heck can't.
Yeah.
Okay, but they're using the term infinite regress as if it's an impossibility.
Yeah.
Correct. They're claiming it's an impossibility, which physicists, I won't speak for all of them, but it is not the consensus among physicists that it's an impossibility. Most physicists that I'm aware of, I believe, favor an infinite time arrow into the past. But you know, the vast majority of them will say we don't know, and so they're still trying to figure that out.
If you're layering it to the energy can't be destroyed or created, you know, basically atoms and electrons and stuff are floating around forever, and they bump into each other and they make things over and over and over. There could have been a million different creations, worlds, or I don't want creations bad. You know, instances of things that happened in the past that we would never know about. All we know about is the part. See, some point in the history of learning this, in our history, they were taught that the Big Bang was the beginning, and then when scientists rephrase that to say it's the beginning of what we're in, they're freaking out.
Yeah, their arguments are about 40 years out of date, but they'll get there in about another 30 years. They'll start responding to the stuff we're saying now. That's just how it goes. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. Well, nice to see you again.
I just thought saying that the time comes to you, because I think that was in a Star Trek movie too. Wasn't that in when Picard and Kirk met on that planet, and the wave had to come to them, and they had to jump in it or something? I forget.
I know exactly the movie you're talking about.
Yeah. All right.
Good stuff.
Rock on.
All right. Thanks, Marcia. All the best.
Okay,
thanks for coming on.
You. Bye-bye.
Cheers. Bye-bye. Bye.
Bye. Cheers.
Okay.
Oh, how do I hang up?
I gotcha. Okay, let's bring in. It looks like Trillyman. Bringing
which side?
Oh, sorry, on the TikTok side. I beg your pardon. I'm not sure if I'm saying this right. Welcome in, and how do we correctly say your name?
Krilliman is fine.
Krilliman. Okay, I'm sorry.
Username.
I was butchering it. Thanks for waiting. Welcome up.
You can just call me Chris if you want.
Cool. Excellent stuff. Well, I'm John, and Sean is here as well. And the floor is yours to say anything you like.
So I'd like to talk about, so I was a Christian for most of my life, and kind of changing my beliefs over time and realizing that I'm still amongst a very Christian community and family. But I'm trying to think of ways to help them, understand my changing beliefs.
Sure.
And it's just very difficult. But so I'm trying to find different ideas that kind of help transition people from Christianity to something maybe more broad.
Mm-hmm.
And I liked a lot of the discussions you guys have been having in terms of thinking about, what reality actually is, and how we could, increase our understanding as best we can based on science and cosmology and quantum physics and all that.
Yeah.
So yeah, basically just trying to think of different ways to do that, but finding it challenging.
It is challenging. It is challenging because people are often not ready to even be capable, let alone willing, of critically examining core ideas. I mean, our constant thesis here is, you don't choose your beliefs, but one thing you can choose is your attitude to your beliefs. And sometimes it's just too destabilizing and frightening and threatening for people to be willing to adopt the kind of orientation that would allow their beliefs to be changed by being convinced of new things. So it's a big challenge. It's hard.
Yeah, for sure. I think, at least in my experience, a lot of it's been just having kind of the security in the community, within a church, having good friends in the church, and for the most part, the church that I was a part of were very, very kind people. But for me, it was when I started really digging into like the Bible and really studying the history and just having, for me, it was just a lot of fear around hell and stuff, having to get through all that I just started to realize how bad the beliefs can be, and just trying to help people. And I think in some ways the culture is doing it itself. People are kind of steering away from the bad stuff and just focusing on the good stuff. But then even on the good stuff, we have this deep personal belief in a personal God who's always there for you, always listening to you.
And is going to throw your friends in the fire if they don't agree with the right things as well.
Yeah.
I think when you're having these discussions with people, first and foremost, some people don't want to hear it, and that's okay. I wouldn't push it on people. But if they're open and want to have these conversations with you, especially if they're like important in your life, to make sure that they're actually open to these conversations. But I think one of the most important questions to start off with is, if it turned out reality, just hypothetically, reality is there is no God, would you want to know it, or would you want to continue believing? And what that question does is it makes them access their belief state and make themselves conscious of their own bias, their own desires, etc., with respect to their belief. It makes them actually assess, am I actually open to this? What if it's actually true that there are no gods? Would I want to know that? And it can help orientate them, and I think it can actually help them open their mind. And then there's a distinct difference between winning an argument on logic and owning somebody or what have you, and actually being persuasive. You can be persuasive with completely dog crap arguments just by personality and the number of tricks or what have you. You can be completely logical and just be unpersuasive and make them dig in harder. And I think the goal is to be both, be logical and be persuasive. And you should always start with an understanding. Like, if somebody says like, I just don't think the universe can just come from nothing. Like, hey, you know what? I think about those big questions too. And I used to think exactly as you did. It's totally understandable that you think that way. But let me give you another way of thinking about it. And it's very non-threatening. It's, just don't be fake, but like, be very understanding, and then just say, hey, here's a new way to look at it or to think about it. And, have a kinder approach, and not to be cliche, but you attract more bees with honey.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think that's definitely the approach I've been trying to veer towards, especially as conversations get a little heated. But yeah, I was curious what you guys think of like the ideas of the universe and how people can transition from a belief in a personal God to a belief in like a broader being that
Yeah.
that maybe there is still hope, beyond this life. It may not be like a resurrection, but it may be like a new awakening to some new experience, and I think that can be somewhat of a bridge from those spiritual beliefs that gear more towards like resurrection at the end of time to, maybe a different idea of how that could happen, but in a different way.
People
I'm wondering what you
often
guys think of that.
people often ask, like, well, if you're sort of taking away a belief, what are you replacing it with? Like, if I'm gonna lose my belief in salvation and Jesus and heaven, I want something in return for that. What do I get in return? And unfortunately, it doesn't really work like that. And it might just be the case that in the same way that when children grow out of a belief in Santa, that belief
What do
doesn't
they
get
replace it with?
it doesn't get replaced by anything. They've just grown up and they just leave that belief behind and they start to live in reality. And that is itself a benefit. So I don't know, I'm my perspective, and maybe this is just me. For me, perceiving human life as limited, as quite severely time limited, right? We get like 6 to 9 decades, if we're lucky, right? It's not much. They go by quickly. To me, that just makes life super precious, and it makes me enjoy life more, and it makes me more grateful. I feel such a profound sense of gratitude to even exist. And for whatever days I have left, I want to make them count, because I don't think I'm being resurrected anywhere. I don't think I'm coming back anywhere. I don't think I'm being rebooted. I don't think I'm being elevated to a new way of being or perceiving or anything like that. This is it, and I'm going to make it count. And that, to me, fills me with enough kind of joy and purpose and focus and joie de vivre, joy in life, joy in just being alive, that I don't think I would have if I thought that I have an unlimited supply of days ahead of me, that 1 trillion years could go by and I might get bored and still have 1 trillion more to do. I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that makes sense.
That's my perspective. I know not everyone shares it.
Yeah, and I definitely agree with you to a certain extent, for sure. I just think, for me, it's like, if there is something else, then I'd be okay with that as well. Like,
yeah,
I'm okay if there's nothing, but I'm also okay if there's something. And it may not even be my personal self who's continuing. It may be some kind of new being that I'm awakening to. Similar to how, there's been so many beings before us, creatures and that we evolved from, that have lived and died.
Yeah.
And now we're here. Well, who's to say in the future there won't be new creatures who are made somehow? But
yeah, absolutely.
I just wanted to throw that idea. I also find it interesting that the recent research on the cosmic web and how it resembles the neural network of our brains, and I just find that interesting that to think that we live inside some kind of being that we just can't communicate with, but may have some kind of consciousness. And it would be similar to the relationship between us and our cells and our bodies, even though we don't know if our cells are conscious, but they are alive, at least. Life.
We talk to people who believe similar types of things from time to time, and I'm not convinced by any of them at this point, but I'm open to it. As with everything, I just want to see the evidence for that.
Yeah.
There's the whole idea. Basically, what you're describing is like a universal consciousness, which I don't personally hold to. But oftentimes the journey from something like Christianity to atheism, it's not straight from one to the other. I myself lost Christianity, but still believed there was some type of creator God, but Christianity was bullcrap. And then later I realized I didn't have a good reason to believe that either. But it can go into other kind of what I call wooey sort of things, universal consciousness, or like we still have spirits or reincarnation, or I don't believe in any of those either. But
Yeah,
they're
well,
they're fun to contemplate.
yeah, and what I find most interesting about this particular idea of the cosmic web is that we can observe, the patterns that are actually in the universe, and it's not saying that the universe created us, specifically. It's saying that we just exist within it, similar to
Yeah,
like our cells exist within us. We didn't design our cells; they're just there. So
yeah.
I find that interesting, and just wanted to run that by you.
Good stuff. Well, we're going to move it along, but thanks for coming up to talk to us, and good for you for being on the track, the track of reason. Keep going.
Yep. Yeah. Appreciate it, guys.
Right,
enjoy your show. Thanks.
Thanks. All the best. Take it easy. Bye. Okay, that was Chris. There we go. We're going to get Cosmic Crusps in, still on the TikTok side. I don't know what crusps are. Perhaps they will be able to tell. You need to turn that off, I'm afraid. Now we'll find out if we're serious or not serious. Teacupping. We'll give it a few seconds to sort itself out. And then we will give up if not.
Cosmic,
are you there? Okay, I think maybe we drop that.
That was bizarre.
Yeah, I mean, maybe loud music on while waiting to come up. Cosmic Crusps, or whatever you were called. If you want to come back up, turn the music off and request up again, and we'll get you back in. But in the meantime, we'll go back over to the YouTube side and get in Coming Out Mom. Coming Out Mom, are you there?
Yes, can you hear me?
Can indeed. Welcome.
Oh, listen, I'm sorry to come back so quick. That fellow that just asked about help with what to do with his family and stuff, the end of his question, correct me if I'm wrong, he said to help teach them that they're wrong. And you may have addressed it, but because while I was trying to get in, I lost audio. But you don't want to tell anybody they're wrong. Nobody likes to hear that.
Yeah, you're right.
And what you want to say is, I have concerns, which is what you all said.
Yeah.
And you could just ask questions and show them things that you look at that you find a problem. And there was one other thing I wanted to tell you. What I think when you're doing your you can't make your people believe. It seems like the Christians are having trouble with believe, and you might have to add the words that it's true to it, because they seem to be able. They can believe things that aren't true, and so it's a weird thing. But I think if you say that it's true, that might help them address the question better, or see why you can't make yourself do that. All right, let me let other people get in.
All right, thanks, Marcia.
Unless you have something else to tell me.
No, we're good. Thank you for that.
All right,
Appreciate
all right.
it.
Bye-bye.
All right, take it easy. Thanks.
All right.
Okay, good. Sound advice. Okay, well, the previous caller on TikTok came in, played 2 seconds of music, and left. So that was fun. They haven't come back yet. So there we are. So at the moment, the call queues are empty right now. I'm sure that will change shortly. Got a couple of super chats to share, which would be starting with this one. No, that's not the one. I mean this one. AI Cram says, was going to make a t-shirt, I see no God, ear hear no God, all the way to convinced no God. Understand? You can have it. Well, thank you very much. I'm sure that will happen soon. I am working on t-shirts almost as we speak for the merch store, which I have been talking about for months, but I promise you will be open soon. I've got some funny stuff lined up. and hopefully some stuff that people will like.
Can't wait to see them.
I've been chuckling while putting it together. Yeah, it should be good fun. Hope to be unveiling it fairly soon. Elvis Presley
Is
touched
Evil
me.
Science
Witch Woman.
Evil Science Witch Woman, is that on there? All
It
right,
is.
perfect.
Yeah, absolutely. Elvis Presley touched me says, discovered after 41 years, my mother was an atheist for my whole life. Baptized us, took us to church, because it's what you do. Convinced a large chunk of believers don't actually believe but pretend to. This is definitely true. Because so much of religious identity is just about identity, and it's about belonging. It's about being in a group and doing the things that everyone else in the group does. And if you don't do those things, you don't get to be in the group. And if you don't get to be in the group, you're on your own. And no one wants to be on their own. So much of this is just following the herd. I'm reminded of, when you see a whole flock of birds and they're flying and they're like moving like one, like when you see like starlings, there could be like 1 million of them or hundreds of thousands, and they're all moving like one organism or a school of fish. It's a bit like that. You want to be in the school of fish. You never want to be the fish swimming along on your own that the shark could get, or another predator. You want to be in the school of fish. And a lot of people participating in religious stuff, they just want to be in the school of fish.
That's a great analogy.
Thank you very much. Right, let's get our friend Indy in on the YouTube side. Let's see. There we go. Welcome back.
Hello.
Hello, how are you?
Yeah, good man. How are you?
Yep, we are good. I'm just going to turn your echo cancellation off because it's making froggy sounds. We don't want that.
Cool.
Let's
Thanks,
try.
man. Yeah, I got the old.
Let's try that. Hopefully, that's going to be better. How's that for you?
That's fine for me, mate. Is it easier if I take the AirPods out altogether, or is that?
No, all good. Sounds good.
Sounds good.
Yeah, we got you.
Easy. I was just listening to you talk about starlings. I could never hear anyone talk about starlings without remembering my time in Brighton. When you sit down on Brighton Pier and watch the...
I do.
Oh, man, like millions and millions of them, and not one collision. It's like, man, how are you doing that?
It is incredible.
How are you doing that?
Yeah, and they literally do move like an organism and
like a fish.
Like a fish. It's really something. And so for anyone who doesn't know, on the south coast of England, there's a town called Brighton, and it has a burnt out pier. It was like it was one of these leisure piers, like a thing extending out into the water with buildings on it. And many years ago there was a fire, and the structure is still there. And there were, I think it's over 1 million starlings would nest in the pier. And if you just sat on the beach at Brighton in the evening, they would all come out, and it would be such a sight, wasn't it? Absolutely amazing.
And then, as if they all had a watch on, within about 4 seconds of each other, they would all stop and land. Just bang. Like the sun would get below a certain point, and somehow some leader or someone would, and within like a second of each other, they'd all stop. And they all knew it was like,
that's crazy.
How are they doing that? Like, who decides it's time to stop? Like,
it's pretty crazy.
It's beautiful.
Pretty crazy.
Yeah.
Six Spiritual Scribes is saying a murmuration of starlings. There you go. Collective terms in abundance tonight. Anyway, Indy, what have you got, friend?
I've been listening to like you've had some really cool callers lately, like some really genuine, people that are looking to deconstruct and stuff. And every time I hear one, I keep thinking like, I always want to call in and just encourage people. Like, obviously it touches something in me because I've got my own story of, deconstruction and growing up, in the church and going through cult stuff and all of that. But, sometimes it's really cool to look back and unless you've done it, like unless you've actually lived it, it's really hard to describe that feeling of, I guess, maybe accomplishment is the word I'm looking for, but that it's not just deconstructing, it's anything in life where you can look back and go, bloody hell, 10 years ago I didn't know anything about this.
Yeah.
And look at me now, you look back and go, and it's like evolution, the same as anything, like a million tiny changes just done again and again and again and again, and before you know it, you're a completely different animal than you were, 10 years ago. But I always wish that I could share that feeling with people that are in the middle of it, because I know that when you are in the middle of it, it's so easy to feel like, I think it's the same with anything. You look at your own stuff and go, well, he did it, but I'm worse. I'm more messed up than that, or, my thing's worse than that. And I always just feel like telling people, like, if I can do it, like from where I came from, honestly, anyone, like I was in Bible college. I was a youth minister. I was that guy, who everyone was like, he's going to do great things for the Lord. He's going to be this guy. He's going to, like, I was that guy. And, like went from, I did that whole, like 6 years old, lying in bed praying at night because I was scared that if I'd done something wrong that I hadn't apologized for, God was going to send me to hell, or, like all that really horrible, like religious trauma stuff, that you like, I wouldn't wish on my worst enemy. And yet my parents gave me through trying to love me. They thought they were doing the most loving thing for me, and they were completely like destroying my mental health.
Road to hell paved with good intentions and all of that.
Exactly. And yet now I'm raising my own kid, and I've got a 4-year-old, and she's brilliant. She's this little genius, and I get to go to sleep knowing that she's going to get to do what I got to do, but without that extra burden. She's got all the advantages and all the, she's got this wonderful life ahead of her. And because of work that I did before that was really tricky, I've now got an opportunity to give her a chance at a life where she doesn't have to deal with the same burdens, which I think is probably what we all want for our kids, is that there's less difficulties they have to deal with than we did, or more benefits, or whatever it might be, that we've taken some of that burden for them. So yeah, I always just feel like I want to call in and just share that with people. Like, I was that guy, like I was gung ho. I was like I led the worship we had like youth services every Sunday. I led the worship and then would give like a sermon, and I was doing the thing, I was making all the right moves, and then just woke up one day and realized, like, this is a lie. Like, I don't believe this. Like I'm lying to myself, which means I'm lying to everybody else, which is a horrible thing to have to admit to yourself.
Yeah.
But yeah, like I just want to, like, every time one of these people call in, I just wish I could jump through the internet and just give them a hug and just go, just keep going, mate. Like, it does get better. Like it like however you're feeling today, like that's the worst you're ever going to feel about it again, because tomorrow's going to be a little bit better than today. You're going to know a little bit more. And so, like, whatever you're feeling today, that's the worst you're ever going to feel about what you're going through with that. It's only ever going to get better. And yeah, just find good people in your community. Like, I know you guys over there have got like the recovering, in America, they've got the recovering from religion guys, but there's good assets everywhere. There's good resources everywhere that you can take advantage of, but just understand that, you're not the first person to do it. And it's so worth it. Like, it's so worth it.
I got contacted by a guy he lives up in the north of England. He'd spent a lot of time in New Zealand. In fact, he and his wife were originally from New Zealand. And he reached out to me and said he'd been like watching some of my stuff. And he said that they'd recently basically come to a point of, they had set up a church. I think it was 20 years ago. And they'd been running this church for 20 years. I think it was quite a small church, small congregation. And he'd come to a point of realizing that this is all bullshit. And the words he said to me, I'll never forget his message. He said that he's decided to devote the rest of his life to trying to make up for the harm he'd done. And the first thing he did was he kept his congregation going. We exchanged some messages over a period of a few months. His intention was to empty his congregation of all people by speaking to them. And I spoke to him recently, and he because I was so moved by his story. He said he was like retraining to be a bus driver. Like, this was a guy who was like, that was his job. He was a, you know, running a church, right? And I was so moved by his story. I had offered to go up and speak to his congregation, and we were sort of talking about making an arrangement at some point. Anyway, I spoke to him a few weeks ago, and he told me the congregation was finally down to 0. So I'm not going to go up there because there's no one to speak to. But I just love that. Like, he realized, right? He had that breakthrough, and rather than just, okay, drop out, he decided to make it his you know, work to try and make up for the harm that he had caused spreading this stuff. And I really felt for him, because there was genuine, you know, remorse for having hurt people with these ideas. So yeah, like you say, just keep going. It gets easier.
And it takes a lot of integrity to give up your income as well, to give up your livelihood. Once you realise that you can't make it honestly.
It really does.
For some reason, the more you describe him, I picture Aram Ra's head. For some reason, like the way you describe him, he sounds like he would look like Aram Ra.
He didn't. He looked the opposite. He had very little hair. Aaron Ra is generously endowed with hair. This chap doesn't have very much, but it was lovely, and it was such a nice exchange.
Well, maybe that's what's driving me, because we used to go and when I was an intern at the church, starting to be a youth minister, we used to run programs in the you know, the high school programs where the guys would come in and like play with candy and games and like sneak a gospel message in, and it was just so sleazy, and we weren't trying to be sleazy. We thought we were working for the Lord or whatever. But yeah, I don't know how many of those like slippery little sermons I've given in local schools and stuff, trying to convince local kids to come along to church. So maybe I'm trying to make amends and for my sins.
Well, never too late. It's never too late to course correct and go, no, not doing that anymore, and then try and make things better. I've got nothing but respect for people who take ownership and do that. So to you too, of course. So good for you, man. Good for you.
Yeah, but no, keep up the good work, guys. I think you guys are doing it really well. I think the way I've said this to you before, I always try and give you a bit of a compliment when I jump on. But yeah, like I watch a lot of these things, and I just think the way that you guys you've got a very respectful way of doing it. That kind of, you can't win them all. You know, some people are going to come on and they're just looking for a fight. But I think for the people that are genuinely looking, some of the calls I've seen you have with people are, really miraculous. And I think that's just comes down to patience and having the time to, be willing to work through it with people. So keep
Thanks,
doing
man.
what you're doing, and
thank you.
But keep talking to the wackos as well, because we need those.
Always.
We need the entertainment too.
Always. I'm wondering where they all are tonight. Come on, guys. Come and defend your God. He's not going to do it himself. Trust me. Cheers, Indy. Great to speak to you, friend. Thanks for calling in. Always appreciate it.
You too, lads.
Take care,
Have a
man.
good night,
Bye-bye. Bye.
Bye.
Okay. There we go. Big up, Indy. Big up, Indy. Right. Don't know if anyone got any votes in there, but I'll leave it up there for a few moments in case you want to show your respect for Indy. That's awesome stuff. Call queues currently empty, so if you want to tell us how we've got this wrong, we'd love to hear from you. God possibly needs you to defend him. In the meantime, we have another longtime friend, also from Australia, Glimmers. I'm going to bring Glimmers in right now. There we go.
Hello.
Glimmers. Hello, how are you?
I'm not too bad, thanks. How are you?
Excellent. Fantastic, thank you. Lovely to talk.
I'm basically, you too. I'm basically only calling in so you can hear another Aussie accent.
Excellent.
In heaven, we're all going to sound like this.
We're all in heaven already. This is good stuff.
I've actually been thinking about a couple of things. As you know, once I turned 30, I started deconstructing.
Yeah.
And I'm mostly at peace with everything now, but there's still a couple of lingering questions. So I thought I might pick your brain a bit.
Go for it.
The first one is, every time I talk to Christians, they tell me that, you know, God is definitely still alive, he's living, the Christian church is growing.
Yeah.
And I always get told about, you know, I don't know if it's the churches in China or in other Asian countries, and they're like, the church is booming, God's at work, and this is proof of it.
Right. Yeah.
I have nothing to I can't retort that in any way because I don't have enough information. But first of all, is this true? And secondly, what would you think the reason behind this is?
There are always going to be demographic shifts, and they're going to go in one direction or another. So I believe that Christianity in China is on the rise, but Christianity in America is precipitously falling. I don't know if it's precipitously, but a lot of people are leaving Christianity in America. And at the moment, if I understand the data that I've seen correctly, I think Islam is here's the powerful argument for you. So Islam is on track to be the majority religion in the world in some few decades. I think it might be 2050. I think that might be approximately when that's expected to happen. So if our mark of the truth of a religion is how well it's doing demographically and how well it's doing by the numbers, then the Christians are in trouble because, you know, Muhammad and his friends have that one sewn up by the looks of things. And I would just say, as a response to believers giving you these kind of bits of information, so what? It doesn't mean anything. If 99% of people in the world all became Christians today, that wouldn't be an argument for the truth of Christianity. It would just be a demonstration of successful marketing and good comms, good communications, and an effective proselytizing strategy, right? That's all it would be. It wouldn't say anything about whether it's true or not. The judgment of whether it's true or not is made on the basis of how good is the evidence? What are the claims being made and how well supported are they? And the claims are preposterous and the evidence is pathetic. And it's never been anything other than that.
Yeah.
And also, just for the I agree with everything John said. Is like, how many people believe a thing? It has no bearing on whether it's actually true. That's to believe otherwise is argumentum ad populum. But here's from Pew, a summary of Pew. Christianity remains the world's largest religion, currently comprising approximately 28.8 to 32% of the global population. While the total number of Christians continues to grow, because the population keeps growing, reaching roughly 2.3 to 2.4 billion people, its overall share of the world population has slightly declined in recent years due to faster growth rates in other religious groups. So the population grows. Everybody, like all demographics, are going to grow with the population, but its overall, if you want to call it market share, the as a percentage of the population apparently is shrinking in recent years, and it's definitely the case in the U.S.
Daniel Harper in the YouTube says millions follow Justin Bieber. Just saying.
Oh dear, yeah. So, but then to springboard off that, the next excuse that I get is that, you know, I've always, even when I was a child, I always heard about how God was doing amazing miracles in Africa. Like we'd have, you know, people come out. We had a Christian school, so we would have like missionaries come back from Africa and tell us, "Oh, God's doing these amazing miracles, and there's signs and wonders." And even as a kid, I wondered, like, why don't we see that? But still today, a lot of the Christians will go, God is moving in China, God is moving in Pakistan, and there are miracles. Like he healed someone's broken leg. Well, not broken leg, but I don't know.
Yeah.
They claim that they have witnessed incredible things that we don't witness in the West.
Mm-hmm.
So are they that, I mean, I don't want to be disrespectful, but are they that delusional that, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing with that. When people say there's a miracle here, a miracle there, a miracle everywhere, what I usually always say is, and it's true, I don't have a way to independently investigate those claims. They're just claims at this point. And the miracles always seem to be things that tend to sometimes end up getting healed. Someone has back pain, their back pain got healed. Someone has cancer, their cancer got healed. Well, people get healed from cancer anyways. How many of these miracles are amputees, somebody whose limbs grow back? Because that would be a miracle, because we're not starfish, that never happens. But other things, someone has this illness or this injury or what have you, people heal from those things. Certain conditions go into remission, not just cancer, but other conditions as well. But like if somebody, you'll go to church service and they'll be like, oh, so-and-so is struggling with this illness or with cancer or what have you. Let's all pray for them. And then if they get better, praise God. But like never like this person lost a limb, let's pray that their limb grows back, because they know it's not going to happen. But the big thing with these miracle claims is, it really just depends on the claim. But like we can't independently investigate those things. And you need more than like secondhand stories or this guy saw a thing or someone's personal anecdote to believe miraculous things. There's like a threshold of evidence that's elevated. John shared his story with cancer and it going into remission. And of course, I'm going to take him at his word. He's a trustworthy person, but like, I know that those things happen. But if he said God did it, I'm going to believe he believes that, but like, I have no evidence that that's actually the case.
Yeah, I remember being on one of your lives a while ago and I heard you say that God hates an amputee, and it's stuck with me ever since. It's so good.
Yeah, there used to be a website. There used to be a website called godhatesamputees.com. I'm not sure if it's still there.
Is that still? I'll check right now.
You can check now. Yeah, I might do the same.
It's such a good phrase.
It was good. Yeah, it was good. So what else have we got? More excuses. Come on, give it to us.
I've got one more question. Yes.
Go
now,
for it.
this one is from a friend.
It's still there. I'm sorry.
Still there.
Go ahead.
Fantastic.
Millions of prayers, 0 regrown limbs, 1 explanation. God hates amputees. This is such a messed up website. Oh, God.
I'm going to look that up. That sounds great. Okay, last one. So my parents had close friends when I was growing up, and they were also Christians, probably not as intense as my parents were. But the guy, he was a bit of a character. He liked to sort of muck around, have fun. And it was back in the time where, I don't know, being slayed in the Holy Spirit was a big thing. I don't really hear much about that now.
Yeah.
But he was at a church service, and the minister was inviting everyone to the front to get, slayed in the Holy Spirit. And this guy was like watching everyone go down. Yeah. And the minister puts his hands on tops and everyone's fallen over and been drunk in the Holy Spirit and fainting. And even though he was a Christian, he's like, this is rubbish. This is nonsense. I'm going to go down and make a fool of him. So he marched on down, like determined that he wasn't going to fall over. Nothing was going to happen. This is just ridiculous. But he got down there and the minister put his hands out to him, didn't touch him at all. The next thing he knew, he was lying on his back on the floor. And my whole life, I have never been able to have an answer for that because, like you said, it's just him telling us a story. But we knew him very well. And he took no nonsense from anyone. And he was determined to make a fool of this minister. And yet the next second he was on the floor. He did say, though, that whatever it wasn't godly. And that's all the information I have. But I have never been able to reconcile that.
So my mind immediately goes to the fragility of memory, and people, we know from research in psychology that our recall of events is never as good as we think. So this is the first thing, is that false memories are a real thing, and that having a false memory feels experientially exactly like having a true memory. There's no way to tell them apart. So when someone says something to you like, I know I'm remembering this correctly, they can't ever be sure about that because the experience of having an incorrect memory is exactly the same for the person having it as having a real one, right? So it could be that there's some element to this story that, with all the best intentions in the world, your friend is misremembering. It could be an element like someone pushed him. And some part of the way his mind has put this together has remembered this as nothing touched him, and the next thing he knows, he was on the ground. It is possible that that's the case. That, to me, is infinitely more likely as a contender explanation for what happened than some kind of magical force that can't be detected, anywhere, caused him to end up on the ground. And whenever there are these inexplicable things or claims to miracles or special powers or whatever it is, I always come back to David Hume, one of my favorite philosophers, and I'm just going to get up his quote now because I always mention it and I never remember it, but it's just so beautiful. Let me just grab it now for you. So he said, where is it? The exact wording is so nice. Sean might beat me to it. Where's it gone? I've got people I'm just looking it up here. Let's find the quote itself, because it was beautifully said.
Believing a miracle report requires accepting a falsehood that defies the natural law more than the miracle itself. I don't know if that's the...
No, it isn't. It's not that.
Here it is. No testimony is
there
sufficient to establish...
No testimony.
Yeah, no testimony is sufficient to establish a miracle unless the testimony be of such a kind that its falsehood would be more miraculous than the fact which it endeavors to establish.
Yeah. In other words, when you hear a crazy claim like this, when you hear anything which is like what people might call, woo-woo or weird or something like that, the principle that is always in operation is what's more likely, that there was a violation of all the laws of physics and science that we know, or that someone remembered something a bit wrong, or interpreted something a bit wrong, or was fooled by someone, or whatever. However unlikely that is, let's say the chances of your friend having a false memory here are 1 in a million. Well, the chances of someone magically making him fall on the floor by the power of Grayskull, or whatever it might be, are going to be even less than that, right? So, and then the last thing I would say is there are instances where things happen without explanations and they remain unexplained. And the worst thing we can do in a situation where there is something that's happened that we can't explain, the worst thing we can ever do is to jump through the particular cognitive hoop of saying, because there's this thing we can't explain, therefore this is now evidenced, like something, right? All we can say is there's a thing we can't explain. I mean, I have the weirdest story, right? When my son was a young child, we had one of these ball pits for him. I don't know if you've seen them. They're just like a paddling pool, but it's indoors and it's just full of little plastic balls. And he loved it. He used to play in there and he absolutely loved it. And to this day, I will never, ever, ever be able to explain this, but this is absolutely shocking. My wife and I were sitting in the room and he went over to his ball pit and he crawled over, or he walked over, I can't remember. He was just a toddler. He was like, I don't know, 18 months, 2 years old. He got into the ball pit, and the next thing we know, he had a carving knife in his hand. Right?
What?
To this day, both of us, if I'd been on my own, I would have thought I've misremembered this and I've created it, or I dreamt it. We were both there. For some reason, there was a carving knife in his ball pit, and he stood up and he had this knife in his hand. For a moment, he looked like Chucky, right? This little toddler with a big fuck off knife in his hand. It was absolutely terrifying. And of course, we flew across the room and took the knife away. But we were trying to figure out, how could a carving knife get into the ball pit of a baby, right? Of a young child. And we went through absolutely everything we could possibly figure out. Like, I know I didn't put it there. She knows she didn't put it there. He couldn't have put it there because he couldn't even reach where the knives were kept. There was a baby-proof house at that point. There wasn't anyone else around that would have deliberately put a knife into, to this day, it remains completely unexplained. Really
Crazy.
weird, right? Crazy. And the only inference I can draw from it is I don't know. We don't know. No, obviously somebody put it in there unintentionally. Is the only possibility. It's just hard to understand how. Who puts a carving knife into a little child's plaything? If you drop a carving knife, you notice it, right? So there obviously will be an explanation. We just don't have access to it. So the worst thing we could do is say, oh, an evil spirit must have put it there, or a poltergeist moved it, or whatever.
Yeah.
Nah, we just don't know.
No.
We just don't know. But it was
Interesting,
really
yeah.
scary, though.
Oh my gosh, I can imagine.
Yeah.
So my very final question is, just briefly as we go, I haven't watched too many of your videos that address this, but do you believe in evolution? Do you believe in something or absolutely nothing?
Evolution is a fact of biology. It's the central pillar of all of biology. Nothing in biology makes sense without evolution, and we have more evidence for evolution than we have for pretty much anything else in science. So if you believe that gravity is a force between objects that attracts them, then and you believe that illness can be caused by germs and it's good to wash your hands, and you believe that rain falls from clouds, evolution is more heavily evidenced than any of those things. Like there is no position you can take outside of like serious delusion. That the jury is there is no jury. It's done. Evolution is a fact.
Yeah, it's uncontroversial in science, period. I can pull it. There's a Pew survey that shows that 99% of working research or PhD scientists accept biological evolution. 99%. If you go to the biology departments of like some of the top universities, you'll see they actually have a field of study, a degree you can get in evolutionary biology. If it wasn't well solidly established science, it wouldn't be like a field of science into itself. Just like you don't have, you have subsets of like cosmology and astronomy and certain specialties. None of them are astrology, right? Because astrology isn't science, but biological evolution is. So it's an actual field of study.
Yeah, good to know. Well, thanks, guys. It's always good to chat to you and get some answers.
And you, lovely to speak, Glim. It's lovely to see you, and hope to see you in the comments or back in the live again. It's great to have you around.
Thanks so much. See ya.
All right, take it easy. Keep well. Bye. Okay, we have. Where's my TikTok gone? There it is. Okay, let's do that. And we've got Adam is in the YouTube queue. Let's bring Adam in right now. Adam, how are you?
Good. Trying to just have to switch the thing over because the speech is a few seconds ahead of your video.
Oh yes.
Yeah, I was actually calling to comment on what Glimmers just said about like, do you believe in evolution? And it's the fact that it's not a belief, it is, a confidence in the science.
Yeah.
And that's always one of the things that, especially theists do all the time. Like, what do you believe in? And it's not that I believe in something like I have faith in it. It's I trust this because it's proven. And even if I don't fully understand the science, the literature is out there and scientists are doing the science, so I could look it up. And it's always important to make sure that people understand the difference between
it isn't a belief system, and also to also specify the difference between evolution as a thing that happens with absolutely no doubt about it, and the mechanisms for evolution, which are natural selection, the means by which evolution happens. So it's quite important to explain that those are different things. So evolution, there's absolutely no question about it. It's a thing that happens. We can all observe it. It's happening around us all the time. There's no question about it. To deny evolution is as wacky as flat Earth. In fact, even more so. It's just bonkers. And then the question is, what is the mechanism for it? And we now understand the mechanism for it. It's genetics. It's evolution by natural selection is the mechanism by which it happens. So it's quite helpful sometimes to specify those as being separate things. But yeah, you're right. It's you can understand why it's framed in that way, because it so often happens tangentially to arguments or discussions about belief. Do you believe in a God, or do you believe in something else? And the something else that people trot out might be the Big Bang or evolution, but there's no reason to frame it that way, because there are many people who are theists who accept the reality of evolution, like Francis Collins and people like that. So yeah, I appreciate you clarifying that. It's not something you believe in. It's just a fact about science that you either know about or you don't.
Yeah, because I guess that's just part of the issues with modern language and how faith has so many different meanings. Like I have faith in my wife, but not it's not a theistic faith. It's I know my wife is honest and wouldn't cheat and all that stuff.
Yeah,
and it's just
for sure.
We really need to start separating the language to make things easier for people to understand.
Yeah, and it's annoying that words sometimes have so many different meanings, and then people equivocate across them. So someone might say to me something like, well, I'll say like, I don't have faith. I think faith is silly. There's no purpose for having faith. And they'll say, but you trust your family, or you trust the chair you're sitting on. Like, yes, that's a particular instance of using the word in a particular way, but that's not the way you mean when you're talking about religious faith. It's actually a totally different thing. So the move there is to establish that you have faith in context A, and then swap to talking about context B and smuggle over the thing you'd established for context A. It just doesn't work. It doesn't work that way. And another really unfortunate one is the word theory. Like in the fact that to me has got to be one of the worst bits of comms in all of science, that they decided to take the highest level an idea can attain in science, the highest prestige that any kind of explanatory framework can ever achieve in science, and for it use the term that is also used for an unproven hunch. Like, that's got to be stupid, right? Why couldn't they have come up with a better word than theory? And how many times do we have to say, no, we don't mean it in the colloquial sense, in theory, in science, theory with a capital T, and get into the whole thing of how much evidence something has to have before you get to call it a theory in science. And yet the word they chose for it was theory. Like, dumb. Not good comms.
And then there's also the, you have to prove your theory. It's well, no, technically a theory has just not been proven wrong, because that's how science works. We're not proving this is true. We're proving that this is the only answer that works. Because it's, yeah.
I think instead of theory, call it what it is: explanation. Just call it that. The instead of the germ theory of disease, the germ explanation of disease. I think explanation would have been, and it's not too committal. It's not calling it a law or fact, but calling it an explanation, I think, would have been better. But scientists shouldn't have to, but they actually do jump through hoops to avoid triggering the scientific naysayers or giving them ammunition. But it seems like they have to. And they're not careful about it, because they have like mitochondrial Eve and mitochondrial Adam.
Yeah.
Why would you? To me, that's shooting yourself in the foot. Why would you do that?
Totally.
Well, because a lot of scientists are still religious in ways, and like one of them will come up with an idea and claim it, and then everyone else is just going along with it because, well, the evidence he's come up with is right, even if he gave it a stupid name and it's just going to cause problems. So they don't just, okay, we accept your premise. We're just going to rename it something to stop all the theists from complaining.
Yeah, mad stuff.
Anyway, that was mostly what I was calling in for.
I appreciate the clarification. No, for sure, absolutely right, absolutely right. And of course, the creationist side are always trying to even the playing field, as if it ever could, between what they have, which is essentially the stalk theory of babies, and evolution. They teach the controversy and all of that kind of stuff. There is no controversy. This is settled science as much as the Earth orbiting the sun is settled science. Not interested in hearing any of their nonsense.
Well, and even like Christian schools, you have to teach evolution because they know it's true. Creationism is reserved for their theology classes. They don't teach that in science.
Right.
So
yeah,
it's when the church is telling you, yeah, we know this is just a story, stop harping on it.
Right. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that atheist science, evolutionists, yes, silly stuff. But yeah, thanks, Adam. Appreciate the clarification there as always, and good to see you, friend.
All right, take care.
Take care, buddy. Thanks.
Bye.
Bye. Okay, that was Adam. All right, I think we'll possibly start bringing things towards a close. We're at where are we at? The 6 hour-ish mark. It is conceivable that in about 4 hours' time, a nice man's going to turn up, ready to start doing my fiber connection. So I should probably be in some kind of functioning state when that happens. So a little bit of housekeeping to do before we shut that down. The queues are currently empty. If anyone comes in, I'll engage. But for now, I'm going to work on the assumption that that's not happening. So we have a super chat from Lady Balls says, "Have a Chucky doll around the house by any chance?" Yeah, no Chucky dolls here, and none wanted. That was such a freaky, horrible thing when that happened. And what else have we got to do? I have to share the members wall with you. Our inner circle have grown a little bit. We are going to reach a point where I can't read out all the names. I'm not sure what that point is. We're up at about 42 at the moment, which is quite a lot. And I'm grateful for every single one. At some point, it's going to start becoming impractical to read the list. And when that point is reached, I don't want anyone on the list to think that they're any less important. Neither do I want the people who are not on the list to think that they are any less important, because everyone who is around here is important. You're important just because you show up. That's what matters to us. Okay, so with that said, the inner circle are Jiffy Cones, Kif, Lacadian, Moustache Boy, No One Left Behind, Orjan, Pasta Fairy, Rich, K.R. Young, Kirby, Make It So, Nectu, Oceanus, PBG, Pseudo V Science, River Nash, Shadow, Tef, Tim Cooney, Tom, Upshot, Edvard M, Roger, Stefan, The Leakest Wink, Torag, Tracy, Wacky Slush, Amon Ra, Big Town Brum, Cognitive Dissonance, Drew Smith, Liberty Giblets, How to Push Back, Indentured Cervix, love that, Jeremy Tuttle, Andrew, Cat B, Devil's Public Defender, Elizabeth B, Gordon Loves Science, Hunter Girl 727, and Issa. So they are the Inner Circle members. Thank you very, very, very much. I really, really appreciate it. Thank you so, so much. What else? What else to say? Call queues are still quiet. So this is the universe saying maybe it's time to go get some sleep. we will be back again. This is going to have to be a Sunday one rather than Saturday. I hope that's okay. Is that all right for you, Sean?
Yeah, whatever time doesn't matter. 3 p.m. Eastern.
Yes, exactly. We'll do
Yeah, that's fine.
Sunday 8 p.m. UK, 3 p.m. Eastern. Exactly that. And then I think from there I should largely, I think, be able to go back to the Saturday. But I'm also happy to see what people like, because maybe people prefer the Sunday. I don't really mind one way or the other. Quite like starting a little bit earlier on the Sunday. That seems to work. So we'll figure it out. But in the meantime,
okay.
Thank you, everyone. The usual thanks to all the wonderful mods in the TikTok chat and in the YouTube chat. Thank you very, very, very much for everything you do. It's hugely appreciated. And of course, to Sean. Thank you, my friend.
You too, John. Thank you. Always enjoy it.
Two more things before we pull the plug. The first is the bingo. There was just one last call. Kif called Just Have Faith when we were speaking to Chris earlier. I didn't realise that Chris had said that, but there we go. So not a bad showing at all. And then the final thing is to show, because I'm not going to keep on forgetting it, today's leaderboard. So today's leaderboard, the best conversation went to Chris at a score of 91. That's very impressive indeed. And followed by Tracy and Indy. And then the worst conversation went to David. Oh my gosh, a 5. That's going to hurt a lot. That was a sucky conversation. It was pretty bad. It started off with, can I have your concession? And got progressively more silly. And I did let it go on a little bit too long, I think. But there'll be something in there to clip and laugh at, I guess. Followed by Richard and Progress of Addiction. So there we go. Those were today's best and worst. And on that, I will say thank you very much, everyone. And thank you, Sean. And see you on Sunday.
All right, guys. Have a good one. Have a good evening, everyone.
Take care, all. Bye. Oh, one last super chat from Real Jiffy Cones. Almost forgot to tithe. Oh, you don't need to, but thank you. Anyway, I do want to share a funny anecdote at some point, maybe next stream. We'd love